Is this the start of World War III? Multiple targets hit within Iran by Israel and the United States. And now Iran has struck multiple different countries in the region, hitting U.S. airbase. But the president says U.S. casualties are expected to get the job done. Let's learn about it.
Tonight, Donald Trump says Iran's supreme leader is dead as fears grow for all-out war in the Middle East. US and Israeli airstrikes have targeted operations in Iran, and it's called Epic Fury. The president tells the Iranian people now is the time to overthrow the regime.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Remember, we're just doing air raids and stuff. No boots on the ground. History have shown you can't do a regime change like that. The people have to want it. You can't just, what Israel has done is give people on the ground weapons, and we've struck certain targets, taking out the government ability to fight back. And now we're like, okay, we cleared the path for you. Now go take it, because we're not going to put no boots on the ground. In the history of us doing that in the history of America, that has never worked.
Iran has retaliated, hitting many countries in the Gulf, including their residential buildings. This was the scene in Dubai tonight as a large hotel was struck. There are concerns for people living in and visiting.
And this is going to affect a lot of things. A lot of people don't realize it affects business, tourism, and Iran. You have the Strait of Hormuz where oil come through. It's gonna mess up oil production, and our gas prices are gonna shoot through the roof.
The whole area. And this is the scene live right now in Tel Aviv, which has continued to be hit by Iranian missiles tonight. We're here to tell you all we know about the situation and what it might mean after a momentous day for the Middle East and the world. Hello to you from Tel Aviv, a region on edge tonight over fears of a wider Middle East war. In the last hour, Donald Trump says Iran's supreme leader is dead. If confirmed, it is a seismic moment for this whole area. So far, Iran has rejected the claims that he has been killed on what is a dramatic day.
We probably feel about, the average American feel about that, like, oh, they'll be like, who? The Ayah, who? That's how most parents and stuff that's like 60 and above, grandparents like that, who that? You got to explain to them, yeah, they got a president, but they also have a supreme leader. The way I explain it is like saying, like, hey, yeah, it's like their country have a president like we do, but they also have like a pope. But the pope has more power than the president because he talks to God. That's how you can explain it. Is it like the average American that's working 9 to 5, working paycheck to paycheck, feel about hearing that the supreme leader Khomeini died? Like, almost probably like the average Iranian would feel if they hear like, oh, President Trump, the U.S. President Trump has died. They'd be like, oh shit, that's crazy, but it wouldn't really affect their life. Ever think about what it must feel like to live outside the U.S. and know you could get bumfucked randomly at the drop of a hat? Yeah, it's crazy. It has never worked. Like, I think we forgot simple phrases like history repeats itself, or Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Now everybody gets offended by what you say, and oh my God, he said this, cancel him. Oh, did like, but they'll be quick to violence, but like, oh no, the words, oh watch those. It's a crazy world.
With Israel and America launching a wave of airstrikes on targets right across Iran. Several sites were hit in what Donald Trump has described as a successful mission. The Iranians have, however, hit back themselves with force right across the region. Plumes of smoke were seen in an area of Bahrain near the headquarters of the US Navy's 5th Fleet. An airbase in Doha was also hit, where there is a significant US military presence. And this missile was captured on camera over Dubai in the United Arab Emirates.
Damn, look at that map, man. I was in Bahrain. VMFA 314 and Black Knights. We was in Bahrain. We were actually the first Marine Corps squadron to fire on ISIL, right? When they were in Iraq taking over Ramadi and Mosul and everything else, because of the power vacuum that happened when they took Saddam out. Now they right over next door. They doing the same exact move that they did to Iraq, right in Iran. The same fucking move.
US military presence. And this missile was captured on camera over Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Thousands, including tourists, have been caught up in the strikes. We'll have full coverage and assess what the implications could be for the Middle East. But first, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has the very latest on what's been going on today.
Israel.
This was Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the tomb of his predecessor at the end of January. If Israel has killed him, as Donald Trump says, the Islamic regime in Iran will have taken a huge blow. One analyst called him the superglue keeping the system together. Israel and the US will hope that if he is dead, the regime will come unstuck. Benjamin Netanyahu said he was killed in a powerful strike on his compound in Tehran.
If he is dead, then and him and like they said like the top 40 commanders dead, then it was an inside job. What they probably did was they found the group, whatever group that goes against them naturally, like if they're the Republican, like whatever their Democrat counterpart is, they made a deal with them. Israel give them guns, and now they cleared the way, so they're like, yeah, I'll take it. There's no way that Crown Prince could come back. They're like, oh, that prince, the exiled prince, he was exiled, him and his family, they can come back. No. Like, you going to give these people like a king and queen again? That'd be like crazy. They got to have elections. In no way he coming back there. No way.
For 3.5 decades, this tyrant dispatched terrorism across the world, made his own people miserable, and worked constantly and tirelessly on a program to annihilate the state of Israel. That plan is there no longer, and there are many signs.
Yeah, I keep saying Iran ain't gonna do shit. They could, but they always say, "Hey, Iran's the biggest proxy, the biggest supporter, the biggest donator of terrorists. They have Hezbollah, they have the Houthis, they have Hamas, they have all these terrorist groups." Now imagine like they have suicide bombers. So imagine them just coming out, just boom, boom. They're America. Imagine them getting over here throughout the border and shit and just lighting stuff up. Boom, boom. It only takes a few to scare Americans. We don't know what it's like to go to war. Like, imagine them setting off something in California imagine 3 different sporting events in America get bombed. A football game, boom. Basketball game, boom. Hockey game, boom. America infrastructure is shut down. Pick a pop star, Taylor Swift concert or something. Just boom. America's going, what? New York City, just take out one subway, one car. In New York City's today, 35 people on a subway cart were exploded by Malik Bendul Muhammad of Israel from the Iranian Guard Corps. He was a member of their suicide squad or Hezbollah. We'd be scared as hell. Americans don't know what it feel like like our grandparents probably did. Like people that went through through that Russia and the U.S. stuff, through the Cuban stuff. Like they don't know what it's like to have that hit that. Ooh, you're like, what? And you got to like practice drills to get under your desk. Like we need that. We about to have our own fucking Cold War. We're gonna be crazy. Wild words coming from Netanyahu, yeah.
It's like this tyrant is also no longer.
Satellite images show the destruction of the compound used by the supreme leader in...
This is house right here. They bombed this shit. I think China is gonna take Taiwan soon. Why wouldn't you? If you China, you like, yo, the U.S. trying to take Greenland. Damn, I'm thinking about the president calling the shit Greenland, Iceland, and whatever. The president trying to take Greenland. Israel's taking Iran. Russia's taking Ukraine. Why can't we take Taiwan back? Have a big unification? Fuck it, North Korea might try to take South Korea. At this point, and if China take Taiwan, there ain't gonna be no iPhone 18. Like people don't realize that like the chips that go on our phone, that's why it's already computer prices going through the roof. There's a fucking CPU shortage. There's a shortage in the rocks needed to make our computer components. They're rare earth minerals. You know who got a lot? Venezuela got a lot of them too. Maybe that's why we struck it, but that's another thing. Look at that.
Tehran. The Iranians say he was not there when it was attacked and told ABC News in America that he was safe and sound. The Americans believe that this time their raw power can impose regime change on an enemy without creating a disaster. The removal of Iraq's Saddam Hussein in 2003 led to a catastrophe. Long years of war that incubated jihadist extremist movements that still exist. The Americans released video.
Standing by God and truth, Kevin. That's all we do here. That's what the cave mean. We don't look at the pictures on the wall here. We know that that's fake. It's politicians behind us trying to tell us, hey, look at each other. Look at the left. Look at the right. Instead of look at them. That's what we're here for. You gotta like, share, subscribe, hit the like button. That's what we're here for. If you from the cave, if you agree with this statement right here, then you should probably subscribe. If not, you might want to leave. But the statement is, here we go. You ready? Both the left and the right, the Republicans and the Democrats, are working together to tear the American people apart and keep us separated. They're doing this equally. Not one more than the other. So if you're like, yeah, the Republicans ain't perfect, but those Democrats, and if you're like, yeah, the Democrats ain't perfect, yeah, they got their flaws, but those Republicans, then you probably want to leave from here. Because they going to lunch together and their kids are going to the same Ivy League schools and the same daycares, and they security know each other, and their Secret Service agents are friends and know each other because the kids are hanging out. Don't be silly. This war was going to happen whether a Democrat or a Republican was in office. But that's why Kamala wouldn't say, hey, yeah, we won't support Israel. They're like, yeah. Joe Biden was giving everything to Netanyahu. And then he still came to our Congress and was like, yo, y'all need to do more. What are you talking? Like, if this war was happening, the AIPAC got both parties.
Of their targets. With Israel, they believe the economic and political weakness of the Islamic regime in Iran gives them an opportunity to strike that they have to take. Israel and the US went back to war with Iran just after breakfast time in Tehran, hitting the capital and sites across the country. It's hard to get information about what's happening there. Video of an attack on a school in southern Iran is circulating. Iranian state TV was reporting 85 killed.
Look at that, 85 killed. I seen reports of over 50 schoolgirls killed. Honestly, I thought Iran would be a tough fight. They are going to be a tough fight. This is conventional. Like, we just hit them. Like, what they like, that was never going to be the tough part. Like, we could hit them. They can't do nothing from our air perspective. Like, they can't stop us. Like, but there's a reason why after a year of getting struck, multiple years of getting struck in Gaza, why Hamas still remained there. It's hard when you talk about jungle warfare. Like, they were able to destroy the buildings, cool, but they still they got to go on the ground and get rid of them. You can't just kill the citizens. So if the U.S. want to get rid of the people, like, they got rid of the main leaders. Now you got individual generals and commanders on the ground and splinter cells and stuff in other countries that's waiting to get activated. That was just activated. All right, yeah, cool. Y'all ready? You got that 30 million in cash in the ground in your backyard? All right, cool. Use it. Get all the supplies. Start attacking all the bases and whatever. What? That's what they good at. Guerrilla warfare, attacking us and blowing up a fucking rod in Disney World, scaring us. This is America. Like, they never gonna come here and be able to, like, get their planes here and be bombing New York City and bombing California. Like, no, they're gonna scare us and you won't be able to travel. You won't be able to go to somewhere and go eat and go this place. And no, when they bomb the fucking Olympics, that's what they're gonna do and scare us. It's not gonna be a head-on fight with them. Hello. You're absolutely right. Hope America understand this. Yeah. It's always terrible when innocents die. Yeah. And they doing it in the name of freedom. Like, oh, it's for your freedom. What? No, it's not. Did they get rid of the main leader? They said they did, the supreme leader, but they saying that they didn't. You don't hear? You can hear it.
This is a dangerous moment with unpredictable consequences in the world's most turbulent region. Israel said the whole operation is a preemptive attack without producing evidence of an imminent threat. Sirens sounded immediately in Israel. War is political, and this is a war of choice aimed at changing the regime in Iran. Iran tried to deliver on its threat of a devastating response aimed at the extensive network of US bases in the Gulf. This was Qatar, as well as Israel.
Go! Get inside.
In Dubai, tourists looking for winter sun had a nasty reminder of the region's realities. Close by in Bahrain, this appears to be a strike aimed at the big US naval base. Iran says it will use more powerful missiles.
Do you see that? These people got to run for their life. Oh, my God.
Than the ones it fired in last summer's war. An interceptor rocket went up. Iran will hope that as the days pass, the US and Israel will start running out of defensive missiles.
Orada öğrenci.
In Tehran, regime supporters rallied around the flag. It would take more than killing the supreme leader to destroy the regime. It has a complex political system underpinned by ideology, corruption, and the ruthless use of force against dissent.
Don't think of them as like a lion or a wolf. This is like an octopus with they try, like, you cut off the head, but cool, but like the tentacles, the individual tentacles still alive and well.
In January, big protests against the regime and the economic crisis were crushed with live bullets that killed thousands of people. Donald Trump promised to protect them and seems to believe that the regime will fall if they try again after America and Israel's onslaught. At dusk, the Fairmont Hotel on Dubai's Palm was hit. It isn't clear if it was targeted or if this was caused by missile debris from an interception. The fire took hold. And this was Bahrain. More devastation. Iran has a big arsenal of accurate short-range missiles. Iran's leaders will now be calculating how to ride out the war, how to survive, and how to manage.
And this is supposed to last way longer than 12 days. During the 12-day war, we used like 80% of our missiles, our stockpiles, giving them to Israel to defend itself against Iran's missile. So this go past 12 days. What if it lasts a month, 2 months, 3 months? The U.S. won't have missiles to defend ourselves anymore. We'll be sending weapons to the Ukraine, weapons to Israel. How are we going to defend ourselves? How are we going to defend America's? And we have like hundreds of bases throughout the country. Are they going to be the troops that's in Japan, the troops that's in Korea, our troops that's in the Middle East at different bases in Europe, when they're going out to eat on the weekends, are they going to have to like hide their identity and not show that they're members of the military? Are they going to be running up on people at the base, or just sailors and airmen enjoying themselves on a weekend in Spain or something? They're going to get popped, and stuff happens, and this has ramifications that are like far-reaching. Like this is so crazy. As an Iranian against the regime, I cannot stand American Iranians. Most of them are all paid. It was our right to hold Khomeini accountable and punish him according to law, and not the Americans' right. Yeah. Like, I think every American, I hear people like, they're like, oh my God, they said death to America. You know, oh my God, can you believe them? I'm like, it would be weird if they didn't. Like, we've involved ourselves in every little war that they had in that region. Like, if any, like, oh yeah, you two countries fighting in the Middle East, you better stop that because you're interfering with our oil. Like, why would they not be mad at us and our Western influence? Why would they not? And taking out their leaders and saying it's for their freedom. Like, what? You got oil? And you got a people that in the government we don't like? Oh, your people need democracy delivered, huh? Let me see when we free. Like, it's crazy. Like, 80% of the people in Iran didn't like their government anyway. Okay, so what that mean? So if we do a poll and Trump, like they said, Biden's approval rating was low. So if we do a poll and it's like, after COVID, 70% of Americans didn't like Biden, that mean we could go kill him? Oh man, China took Biden out. Did you see that poll on Fox? It said 70% of Americans didn't like Biden. Hey, we had to take him out. China said, hey, that's not right. We got to deliver democracy to the American people. Working now. All right, thank you. That's crazy because this is a Ramadan and with yep, peace begins. Yep. Let's be honest, this war, as most of them are about commodities like gold, silver, and oil. Yeah. And the war was just ended in 1979. People outside Iran is rallying. But whatever happens, you can find people who's rallying. Like, I'm sure when Martin Luther King died, if there was social media, there would have been people, like a section of Twitter where they were like, people like, yeah, about time that Negro died. Like, I don't think that's saying much. It's right and it's wrong. We know Sammy the Bull killed like 20-something people. But if I go to his house right now and shoot him in the middle of the street, I'm going to prison. We can't be like, oh, well, Sammy did kill 20 people, so, you know what I mean? Yeah, like there's people that'll be like, yeah, he was a menace to society. No, motherfucker, that's against the law. Like, it don't become right because you think it's right. Like, oh, he was a bad leader. He was bad. Like, yeah, I wish the people would have rose up and took over the government, like, and got them so the women could get their rights back and everything. Just the ends don't justify the means here. Now every country like, yo, if we don't get along with the U.S., they could just take our heads off. I feel America is watching, not expecting anything to happen here. If we think some terrorists got here from Iraq, which ended up not happening, they came from Saudi, right? And got here, 9/11 happened, and we think that happened. Imagine when, like this is crazy. Thanksgiving parade or this parade or St. Patty's Day, like imagine just boom, just terrorists. Like if you're Iran and you think that your power is coming to an end, like, oh, the people coming, like we need to do something to get America to stop. You get 8 or 9 good suicide bombers, put them in New York, California, maybe in Texas somewhere. Boom, you take them off at the right time. America just stops. That'd be crazy. That would have to happen. Like you literally putting this rabid dog back against the wall. You said they got all this control and all these people, and they already said like, "Yo, we're gonna strike you." For what? I thought we were supposed to have no new wars. They didn't have nuclear weapons. They were willing to sign certain things to say that they wasn't gonna have nuclear weapons. Israel's the one that don't want people to check for nuclear weapons. Blacks talking about war is embarrassing. I don't know what that means. You've been to war? Maybe you shouldn't talk about war if you ain't never been to war or conducted no type of military operation. Bruh. Even if you replace Iran's regime, it'd be the same in no time. Yeah. Usually, just like they took Saddam out, and then like it turns out like, oh, Saddam was brutal, but he was keeping a lot of groups back. He was brutal because they wanted to kill each other. And there's all these warlords, and sometimes he had to be brutal and use a little mustard gas. Oh, we see why. Now it's a fucking no man's land. Trump wants to install the Shah's son as a leader. Nah. That guy's not going back. His family been ousted. How do you grow a nuclear plant? How? With the blood of your enemies. We're about to have nuclear plants all over the country. Nuclear plants and AI, huh? Venezuela have gold. It's not even about the gold. It's about the rocks. Just like we have Taiwan, and they make a lot of our little conductors and little things that go in the phones and the transponders and stuff. If China took Taiwan tomorrow, as Americans, we might have to like, it might be a ban or like a stop on production of new phones and computers and stuff for the government's needs. That's how much we would be in trouble. Like, I don't know what Israel has on Trump. When the U.S. go to another country, it's not for the resource. Yeah. Oh, it's for the resource. I thought that said not. I'm about to say, what? You talking about Nugget? Trump is the GOAT. Listen, Bald, I voted for Trump. For the simple reason that Kamala wouldn't say that she was going to stop giving money to Netanyahu. And Trump was like, at the time, Trump was like, Well, you know what? I don't really like Netanyahu anyway. Cause I was going after this terrorist, and we were supposed to do a joint operation, and he didn't show up. He never gave me a reason. I was like, oh shit, maybe it's a chance that like Trump got an ego. Like Netanyahu played Biden out. Like he made him look soft coming to Congress and talking. Like he made Biden look soft, and he's making Kamala look soft. But like if you push Trump too far, Trump ego might kick in, and he might be like, nah, I'm not doing that. But I've been wrong on that so far. Yep, Saddam was keeping the fractions from killing each other. Iran actually did say on many media outlets, American media didn't cover it. They wanted inspections. Yeah, they said that. Then, but JFK was killed after he wanted inspections too. You know how you get the power plant? Because Trump did say that the AI, he's like, I know that people are worried about their bills are skyrocketing because these AI plants and stuff, but I made it clear that they will be responsible. They can build their own plants. They can build their own energy resources. And a lot of times it'll bring down the cost of energy in the towns. Oh, so they're going to build their own energy. So if you're an AI corporation, then you probably need a whole plant, huh? Like, why not? We're so sophisticated building all this AI and stuff. Why not build the most sophisticated energy grid, huh? Like little small plants here, and there, and say, oh, we get energy from there. And we make so much energy, we just give it back to the town. Approximately 4,000 U.S. troops are stationed across the region. Would I vote for Trump again? Damn, that's a good question. I'd vote. I might vote for. I wanted Vic Ramaswamy to win, but I didn't think he could. I think. Damn, I want to say yeah, because I don't see the opposite. The way that Kamala was saying she wanted to go, she wasn't saying nothing. That was like unconstitutional. I did it to prove a point. Like Biden was running, like they're like, hey, like, like, hey, Biden could barely remember anything. Like he got dementia or something. And they were like, the Democrats were like, no, we don't see what you're talking about. He has like he has like apprentices and aides and stuff, and they're in their 20s, and he's running laps around them. Ha 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 ha. And we're like, what? You need to put people up there. Give us somebody. And they're like, no, what are you talking about? Then the debate happened. They're like, oh shit. Damn, we thought we could hide it, but we can't. Okay, here we go. Look, Kamala, you up. And we're like, wait, hold on. Y'all not going to have like other people come up? There's not going to be like an issue within the primary, then you run like, no, just her. Like, this is your only choice. It's just her. This black lady right here. Vote for her. At least Trump went through the process. He had to go against people, and then like I'm like, I don't like it. I wanted Vic Ramaswamy, but we got Trump. So at least it was like a fair American process. I am a grown man, ball. Thank you. There's only one tier for my America. Like there's Trump derangement syndrome on both sides. Like there's the derangement syndrome, and you see like the Democrats, where it's like no matter what Trump do, it's not good enough. But then there's the other derangement syndrome on the Republican side, where it's like no matter the stupid shit he do and how it makes it look, he's right somehow. Like, why can't we be serious? Like, okay, something obviously fucking wrong with Biden. Get us somebody else. Now that Trump in office, like, okay, cool. We wanted no more wars, and this is the opposite of that. Yo, slow the hell down. Let's be honest. Let's be the good guys. We're saying that the Democrats are the bad guys. Let's be the good guys. Like, we're not gonna lie to you. Like, this is no more wars. Trump, you're not doing what we say you do. You said no more wars. You said you will stop giving money. If we stop giving money to Israel and the Ukraine, hey, we can cure homelessness and hunger. Trump was the lesser of the evils. It was never a good choice. It was like, okay, Trump probably won't. If he does the same thing as he did his first 4 years, it'll just be like a funny presidency. Trump just liberated 2 countries, Iran and Venezuela, now 2 Russian allies. He took all of our allies away. Like all our allies he started threatening our allies. It was crazy. I'm like, what? Like, we're giving away money. The only time that the Democrats and Republicans can't agree on giving away money is when it comes to the people. They make us argue, right? If they want to give money to like, hey, we're gonna take anybody who got federal school loans and we're gonna cancel them. They're like, wait, hold on. They'll start arguing. No, we can't give them money. They'll get the Americans, hey, you hardworking blue collar Americans, you didn't go to school, right? You got a trade. Why should you pay for somebody else's school? And they'll be like, yeah, why should we pay for your schooling? Or then they'll get the homeowners, the Americans that's working paycheck to paycheck that barely just got a mortgage and maybe going through something or had a recession or something. And they'll be like, hey, we're going to bail those people out. And they're going to be like, hold on. Hey, people without houses, you don't have a house, you're living in an apartment, you're paying rent, right? Why should we give them money to help them with their houses? Yeah, why should we give them money? Yeah, we're not going to pass this. No, we're not doing it. Okay, cool. But the moment they want to give a country, hey, look at Israel and the Ukraine. They need our help. Let's give them billions of dollars. Okay. And they pass it before we don't even know that they voting on it. We only know about it when they say what they give it, the amount. We don't even know that they be voting on the shit. They just be like, hey, yeah, we're giving Ukraine $10 billion and Israel $5 billion. We're like, damn, when y'all vote on it? Like the only time, like when they want to give, hey, the bankers need our help. We should give them money. Us people and American people will be like, what the hell? Why are we giving them money? They got all the money. They're the banks. So we won't help the Americans with the homes. We won't help the Americans with the school loans. We won't help the poor, but let's bail out the banks. Hey, the airlines need our help. What? That's a multi-billion-dollar company. They live in paycheck to paycheck like us? Oh, yeah, we got to help them out. Okay. Don't nobody be like, oh, well, I don't own an airline. Why? I went to school and I got a trade and I own a house and I pay rent. Why are we helping the airlines? But when it comes to helping America, that's when we fight against giving the money. Come on.
Manage its consequences. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
Well, tonight, the United Nations Security Council is holding an emergency meeting to discuss today's extraordinary events. And these are live pictures from the...
You said what allies have Trump lost? All of these people right here, the United Nations.
...session in New York. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, warned that today's military action risks triggering uncontrollable consequences for the Middle East. Well, this evening, Donald Trump said he believes a large number of Iran's leaders have also been killed. The president said the operation has been a success. Let's go live to Sarah Smith, who's at the White House for us tonight. Sarah, the president seems happy with today's events. He has dealt a blow to the Iranian regime, taken out some of the leadership, and he says taken out the supreme leader too.
Yeah, he announced that on his Truth social media site. And when he said that Ayatollah Khomeini had been killed, he described him as one of the most evil people in history, and then went on to say this is now the single greatest chance for Iranians to take back their country. And he's also been talking on the phone to a number of American journalists, describing the operation so far as a tremendous success and saying he believes that quite a large proportion of the Iranian leadership have now been killed. The White House has released photos of President Trump monitoring operations in a specially
You got little small hand Marco Rubio there.
constructed facility in Mar-a-Lago. Alongside him are the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and his Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. Vice President J.D. Vance is seen in the White House Situation Room in Washington.
A short time ago,
Donald Trump posted a video on social media at 2:30 in the morning to inform the American people he had launched a massive attack on Iran.
our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
Pretty good, so thank you.
Just hours earlier, he was campaigning in Texas in a hamburger joint, giving no hint.
If you have student loans, you know that before you go to college. Everyone knows. Yeah. But the thing is, you're going to pay taxes either way, right? But if we're the Christian nation, if we're this God-fearing country, it's like, hey, if every month you got $10,000 in your bank account, it just came there, and you had to do something with it, well, wouldn't you want to help people? Hey, you're struggling with student loans. You got to pay the tax. And we have to pay our taxes. We can't just stop. Then shouldn't we be like, yeah, go help the people. You know what? Go help the people that went to college. They like, hey, we got $1 billion. Should we give it to Israel to level Gaza and kill more children? Or should we help the Americans that went to college or that are homeless or that are living paycheck to paycheck? Like, if you have to pay. Right? Or help pay off your debt or do whatever. But we said if that has to happen. Nah, I joined the Marine Corps to protect the United States. That was enough. Yeah, but my point is, Americans argue more. We get to argue more and more about helping each other. People with houses, people with student loans, people with this and health care. But we don't get to argue about the money that's going to Israel, the money that's going to Ukraine, the billions of dollars. If we didn't give money to Israel for 1 year and use that money, if we looked at the books and we say, hey, we give Israel $100 billion a year, I think it's way more, but we give $100 billion a year to Israel, it would take less than that to fix the homeless problem in California. And that would help everybody. It'd help it look better. It'd help tourism. It'd help these people get jobs and become productive members of society. Crime would probably go down. The drug problem would go down. Giving it to Israel to buy weapons from our weapons manufacturers, that don't do nothing. Lady, we do the best we can. Yeah, and it's like you could support somebody and not support this. It's like you know what it is? It's the middle ground that the people and politicians never want us to come to. Right? Like, hey, if one side like black, the other side like white, let's just make the room gray. Like, hey, we should deport illegal immigrants, but let's have a softer, like President Trump ended up saying like, hey, we could have had a softer touch. Like, yeah, we do need to deport the illegal immigrants, but maybe we don't need masked men marching down the streets without cameras or anything for Blanche. Like, yeah, there's a fucking middle ground. Come on, boys. War is more important. Spiritual journey.
End of the planned assault.
I'm going to get some stuff for Air Force One, and I'm going to get the hell out of here, all right? place, okay? Yes, sir.
Not much later, he was describing how he plans to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Last year, President Trump addressed thousands of American troops stationed in the Middle East, telling them his priority is to end conflicts, not start them. Now he's warning of casualties and fatalities.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
Like, we're doing it for the future. Like, hey, some Americans may get killed, but hey, that happens. What? This is a war that's not in America's interest. It's only good for Israel. Like, okay, cool. He was a bad guy. They were a bad regime. Somebody need to take him out, but why does it have to be us? Why does it have to put Americans in danger? Why we're the like the founding fathers said, be careful of becoming the police force of America. Of the world, excuse me. America becoming the police force of the world. That's what I meant to say. Excuse me, misspeaking. Guys, my point is, hey, if we all had to give taxes anyway, wouldn't we like to see it help other Americans? Like, wouldn't you like to cut on the news and see, like, today, this is what your income tax helped pay for this kid to go to college, for this single mother to pay her rent. Like, yay, these 5 children ate because of your income tax. Like, this school was built, this road was repaved today because of your income tax. And, like, aren't you, like, that would be better. But when you like, okay, these people come in, these countries, these companies, these pharmaceuticals, these, like, they come in and give our politicians money, and then they give them more money. Like, AIPAC could come in and like, hey, I'm gonna give you $10 million for your election so you could win it, your campaign, and get in office, and then you're gonna give us like $300 billion over the next couple of years, okay? I don't get a refund of my taxes. I gotta pay. Yeah, people don't make good decisions. Trump is doing a lot of good things, but we're not talking about the good things. We're talking about the bad thing, this war. What's out of whack, Tim? How does it help everything? I'm listening for you. How does it help America first? Some people don't get a W-2, Dragon. Homeless already have what they need, yeah. This isn't a war. It's not, this is going to be an asymmetrical thing. Like, I think like this is like, that nobody ever thought that Iran can, they got some planes and we're going to send some missile over to America. Iran used old missiles today, new ones tomorrow. Yeah, they about to, I'm telling you, how you going to go up against suicide bombers? How you going to go up against people that believe that they die for their beliefs, that they get rewarded? Most Americans don't even know what that feel like, to be so dedicated to something. Right or wrong, to be so, you got to admire the dedication. How many Christians believe something so much that they're going to die for it? We are too ungrateful, yeah. I don't know if it's going to be World War III, but I think it's going, I mean, I wouldn't be traveling. I wouldn't be traveling, I'll tell you that.
When the US launched B-2 bombers to attack Iran last year, the action was limited to nuclear sites. Now he says the Iranian people have the chance to overthrow the ruling regime.
Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Donald Trump has railed against previous American attempts at regime change in Iraq and Afghanistan. He is not planning to invade Iran. He hopes he can overthrow its leadership without putting American boots on the ground.
Absolutely.
Sarah Smith,
God
BBC
bless
News,
America.
Washington.
The attacks. Many Iranians reacted with anger after state media reported that an Israeli struck on a girls' school, killed dozens.
The first victims of this war are girls in Minab, hit by a missile attack. Is this the war you cheer for?
A mixture of emotions. For some, a fear that more violence is yet to come.
A girls' school was hit. They said over 57 little girls were killed at school by an Israeli strike in Iran.
For others, a sense that the regime's hold could finally be challenged. In a country scarred by months of protest and deadly crackdowns, uncertainty reigns. As the smoke clears, Iranians are left to face the consequences and to hope for a future beyond fear. Baran Abbasi, BBC News.
Meanwhile, Sir Keir Starmer says the UK wasn't involved in the strikes earlier today, but said British planes and forces were actively supporting their allies as part of the UK's commitment to the security of the Middle East.
Yes, we want to bring in our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin. She's got some breaking news to add to what we are learning right now about this operation. Jennifer.
Sandra, I just spoke with a senior U.S. official that confirmed to Fox that the U.S. does believe that Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah, was killed along with 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders in that initial Israeli strike on his compound earlier today that launched this day of strikes, the last 12 hours. They agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. But what is most interesting to me is that the multiple sources have told me that the strike had to be moved up based on intelligence and this so-called target of opportunity. There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline and to strike during the daytime, which is extremely unusual. Usually the U.S. would not strike during the daytime, but they wanted to catch the senior leadership off guard. It was a Saturday morning during Ramadan, and it was also Shabbat during the day. And that's when Israel took the opportunity and dropped those 30 bombs on the compound, and the U.S. simultaneously launched strikes against all of the military targets that then we've seen the results of today. I've also learned that the U.S. alone, the U.S. military alone, has carried out nearly 900 strikes in the last airstrikes in the last 12 hours. That is an incredibly high number of strikes in the first 12 hours of this operation, Sandra.
900 strikes. Asking Iranian how they feel right now. My friends and neighbors are relieved. That still doesn't make it right. What could happen? Who can die and there won't be people for it and against it? If Biden died right now, you'll be able to go on X or Instagram or Facebook and find people, hundreds of people that's gonna be like, yeah, like, oh, F him, that old man, he ain't never do nothing. If Trump died right now, you will find people that's going to be like, oh, yeah, God saved us, Jesus, good things does still happen, like whatever. That don't make it right. So, yeah, like, okay, cool. You can find neighbors and stuff and people that's proud of it. Cool. All right.
Hey, Jen, it's John here. So the one thing that we sometimes neglect to mention is that one of the big reasons why Midnight Hammer and the 12-Day War were so successful was because Israel had Mossad agents on the ground who were directing activities for the aircraft that were overhead. Do we have any idea? And one of the other things about the 12-day war that was so brilliant on the part of.
I mean, think about it. Are y'all saying that our government, the U.S. government, we don't have blood on our hands? Like, I'm telling all the governments, the Russian government, the Chinese government, the U.S. government, they all have blood on their hands. They all have done things for the sake of oil and resources. Like, if you think they took out the Venezuela leader, Maduro, if you think they just took him out because they were helping the Venezuelan people, you're fucking crazy. That may be a byproduct of it. Okay, cool. We're going to go in for the oil because we need that. And, I mean, the people are like that too, right? Yeah, they don't really like them. All right, cool. That helps. But that was optional. That wasn't a requirement. Like, you just can't kill political leaders.
The Israelis is they managed to attract and to bring together top members of the IRGC leadership, and then they eliminated them. Do we know what the Mossad's potential role was here in making sure that they had everybody in the right place at the right time to launch this strike?
I think it's safe to assume, John, that this was an intelligence-driven operation, and the people who have the best intelligence in that region tend to be Mossad. If you look at what happened last summer in terms of Lebanon and the drawing together of those leaders as well, taking out and decapitating Hezbollah, this is a style of attack and strike and intelligence that really only the Israelis are capable of. And so I think it makes sense that it was their warplanes that struck the compound. But I found it very interesting that the U.S. Had to agree to move up the timeline based on this target of opportunity, and that senior officials, both in Israel as well as in the United States, believe that 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders were killed in that strike.
Now somebody said it too in the comments. Now they're saying this saying top 5 to 10. Now they're saying like top 40 leaders. So basically, you trying to wipe out their government and put something else new. And it's not going to be like, it can't be somebody that hate. Okay, we hate the people can't be like, okay, well, we still hate America, but we want these people in. They got to be somebody that America is going to approve of.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement. The representative of Iran has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, this is a moment in history that requires moral clarity, and President Trump has met the moment. The most fundamental duty of any sovereign government is the protection of its people. Operation Epic Fury is directed towards specific and strategic objectives: to dismantle missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery that arms proxy militias, and to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian...
And there's people that'll sit here and say, okay, that Israel wants Gaza and Israel wants to take out Iran and that the U.S. wants Greenland, but don't understand why Putin and Russia would take the Ukraine when the Ukraine was about to become allies with the U.S. and we were probably going to have a military base right there. Just like we don't want that to happen with Russia and Greenland Russia didn't want that to happen with the U.S. and Ukraine. It's the same thing. Now China going to use this and be like, okay, well, we could take Taiwan too because they belong to us. Like, everybody taking back little pieces that belong to them. Cool. Everybody doing what they want. The U.S. can't fight everybody. We can't fight Russia, Iran, and China. Like, most of America is obese. Like, where y'all think we getting these fucking top fit fighters from?
Regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. Its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives. Hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region. Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger. The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Israel can. Israel can. We can't inspect them. We can't say nothing about it. We got to pretend like they don't have one, but hey, they could.
That principle is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions. This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all uranium enrichment-related and reprocessing activities, invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, and adopting a legally binding resolution. When Iran failed to comply, this council followed with Resolution 1737 in 1835 and 2008, reaffirmed the need for full compliance, and Resolution 1927 in 2010, which was the most comprehensive, banning ballistic missile activities, tightening the conventional arms embargo, targeting the IRGC and shipping lines, and prohibiting new Iranian banking relationships, built a robust multilateral framework to curb Iran's nuclear and missile pursuits. These measures, again, adopted under Chapter 7, represented the world's collective judgment.
Israel has never wanted us to be able to check on them. Iran has said countless times, like, they're willing to work with us. Just like it comes with Gaza. The moment they get close, boom. They were sitting there trying to come up with a peace treaty for Gaza, and every time they got close, Israel would attack the fucking negotiators that were coming there. And now with this, President Trump was just speaking at the State of the Union, like, we're close and we're speaking and blah, blah, blah. And then it seemed like they probably got close to something, and Israel said, nah, we're attacking. Yeah, y'all want us to bring out some more Jeffrey Epstein stuff? Nah, attack now.
We begin with breaking news. The United States and Israel launching a major attack on Iran. It's being called Operation Epic Fury.
Yeah, the first apparent strike happened to military and nuclear capabilities and forced them back to the negotiating table. President Trump indicates the reasons go far beyond the nuclear program, though, mentioning the revolution in 1979, which turned Iran from one of America's closest allies in the Middle East to one of its biggest opponents. President Trump did not specify the nature of what troops or how many troops are involved in this mission.
Even so, and I do not
start a large.
Let me see the latest update. So right now, we're not going to have troops on the ground, but we're going to destroy some of their government facilities and we take out their leader. This is classic power vacuum stuff. Now, what if a leader from Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis go and run for president and then they get in and there's somebody way worse than the supreme leader? Then what? Then we go back in and start killing the people? It's actually rare that the righteous triumph. Evil is usually the victor. Yeah. Well, they say God gave the devil this domain, right? They also dictate the narrative. Yeah. They call themselves the bad guy in their own story. You know how you know politicians? It's weird because it's like the movies, Disney movies, and like politicians are the only place where there's like such evil, like Jedi, Sith. There's good and bad. Each side says we're the good guys and they're evil. Not like, hey, like they're gonna give you what you want, but I think we got the better offer. Like 2 car dealerships. Like, hey, yeah, you can buy. We both have good cars, but I think I can give you a better interest rate than them. That's it. There's nothing wrong. They're good guys. We know them over there at Jim Click Automotive. Like Terry and them, they're good over there, but I think we got the better price. Come on, dude. They're like, no, they're fucking evil. If you go to that car dealership, you're a racist, Nazi, anti-Semitic piece of crap. You better not go to that car dealership. They want the end of the world. They want to murder your babies. They want your girlfriends to leave you and take your 401k. These guys are fucking evil. They're the worst. They want to kill your kids. They want to turn your little girls into little boys and your little boys into little girls. They want you to be a woman and wear a dress. They want your wife to go to work and you to stay home. You better not go over there and get a car. You're like, God damn. I guess I better stay here, huh? Yeah. We're going to give you a deal. Like, if you're black and you're a Democrat, then it should be like, hey, I'm black and I'm a Democrat, but we're going to talk to the Republicans. Yeah, but they're racist and they're. Do you know that one of the Grand Dragons of the KKK was also one of the biggest donors to Malcolm X? Because even though they didn't support each other, like they did. Like, Malcolm X wanted to be separate but equal. And the KKK guy wanted to be separate but equal. So he supported him. It was a weird combination, but he was able to do that. Like, yeah, like, hey, I like this black guy, the way he talking. He want to be separate and want their own thing too. Yeah, I don't like what that Martin Luther King is saying. He want us to be together. Fuck that. So the same thing could happen. So we can talk to a Republican and he might be like, okay, yeah, I see what y'all want. I want something good. Like, I don't like you. Like, I respect those type of people. Even if somebody is racist, I respect those type of people that could be like, listen, you stay over there. I'm going to stay over here. Okay, cool. Let's make a deal. I want to be able to do this, this, and this. Don't interrupt my pursuit of happiness. Don't impede on my pursuit of happiness. Don't tread on me. And let my children be able to have a pursuit of happiness in myself. And let's make America fair for everyone. You ain't got to like me. We don't have to like the Republicans to make an agreement. When you sit down at the negotiation table and make a treaty, a truce, you have to be at war. In order to have a truce, you have to be at war. So the Democrats ain't giving us what we want. Maybe we got to go talk to the Republicans and say, hey, listen, I know you don't like me, but I'm trying to get what I want, what you want, and I'm going to tell you what I want, and let's come to a compromise and an agreement. Because the damn Democrats ain't giving me what I want. They have to feel threatened like their vote is going somewhere. I lost 12 friends, 2 uncles, and 4 cousins to Iraq and Afghanistan. How many more is this flag? Yeah. Gonna take for oil. Oil. When we say we're giving the countries some democracy, that's AKA we're going to get their natural resources. Hit the like button, please. Share this, man.
As the U.S. and Israel launch military strikes, President Trump declares the supreme leader of Iran is dead.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
This may be a very significant symbolic and operational blow, but it is not the end of the operation, at least as described by President Trump.
Iran has launched a counterattack on U.S. bases across the Middle East.
The UAE, Kuwait is on alert. Qatar, missiles coming in and missiles being intercepted. There's another one.
The future of the Middle East as America enters into war with Iran.
Man, war with Iran. I think it's so far away from us. It is so far away from Americans that we're so, like, people think kids are just desensitized. Like, we're all desensitized from movies, from television. It's like, oh, out of sight, out of mind. We see it on the news, but it's like watching clips. Like, even my aunt play Warzone. I mean, not Warzone. She plays Fortnite. And I play Warzone. Like, we're so desensitized to killing. Like, there ain't no rebirth. They don't get responded. Like, I think it's almost like we need to be, it's like we get attacked, and then that's like 25, 30 years apiece. And then the people forget. But we know the answer. We need term limits on these congressmen so they can only be in office for maybe 4, 5, 8 years, maybe, just like the president. And then otherwise they're sitting in office serving 20, 30 years, making laws and signing deals, and that shit way too long. No.
Good evening. The dictator is dead. The Israelis said it, President Trump said it, and now Iranian state television is confirming it. After this, are you skeptical of the wisdom of this operation?
I think it all depends on the outcome. This is obviously a very complex operation. We are seeing basically, move one moving into move two of what's going to be a 40-move game. So there's a lot of risk inherent with this, as there is any time you embark upon a path of war. And I think we're just going to have to watch very closely in the days, weeks, and perhaps months ahead.
Do you believe this will be an air-only campaign, or if the goal is truly regime change, it will require boots on the ground?
I think that's an area where the Trump administration has a lot of control, and I think they've signaled very clearly that boots on the ground is a bridge too far for them. I think what this campaign is going to rely on quite significantly, and the president alluded to it in his comments, is going to be the actions of the Iranian people. This air campaign, the boots on the ground for this air campaign, is eventually going to be Iranian civil society coming out in the streets and demanding a change of regime. And we haven't seen that yet, but that's what I'm going to be watching for in the days and weeks ahead.
Admiral, back to you on this. You mentioned a 2-week campaign. Are you imagining that as air only?
I am, and I agree with Elliot. I mean, the 2 times that we've successfully used U.S. air-only campaigns to change governments, Libya in 2011 and Kosovo in 1999, there was large armed insurgents.
I think his face broke out. He knew he was going to have to come up here and fucking lie, and his face just broke out because all the stress and cortisol.
Groups that we were enabling during those attacks. What we have right now are large groups of activists and disaffected citizens, not large armed groups. So we'll have to see what happens in this. The 2-week campaign I envision would be one that knocks down their remaining ballistic missile, both their systems, but also I would hit their factories. In the second week, I would hit their production capabilities of both drones and ballistic missiles. And then
this has a different want or need or goal than Afghan. Afghan was about going in there, taking their oil and really grabbing it and putting who we want into place, and that was it. It took so long because we wasn't just going in there freeing people. Like, this is not just about going in here freeing people. Like, they're going in here for their natural resources. They're going in here so that Israel can finish taking over the Gaza Strip. Like, Israel feel like this is supposed to happen. Like, they're supposed to have all this land. Like, they were given this 3,000 years ago, like they say. Like, they think that they're entitled to this by God. Like, y'all realize that, right? They feel like God promised this to their Israeli ancestors. And this is theirs. Like, they feel like this is already fucking written for them to win this war. It's not about freeing people at all. Nothing we've done, Vietnam, Afghanistan, like nothing, all this, the Ukraine, nothing's about freeing nobody. Like they could end the Ukraine-Russia war, tell Ukraine to stop it, put down the weapons, and make a pact never to have a military base over there, and boom, 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 make a peace treaty. Zelensky give himself up, probably come to the U.S., chill out. Putin feel like they won. It'll be over. This shit ain't about this, man. This is about keeping us in line. This is about so much more, man. Oh my God. If you think that this is about freeing people, I think you're honestly a good person. You just got to do some research. You probably work at 9 to 5. You probably living paycheck to paycheck. Don't have time to keep up on what's going on, and you think that America's out here freeing anybody. You're crazy.
If we haven't in fact obliterated the nuclear program, then I would restrike the nuclear program elements that still remain.
Elliot, you mentioned the Iranian civil society as the next step in all of this, but one never knows when you knock down a leader what grows in its place. Are you confident that what comes next will be better than what was?
I think what we'll potentially have is a power vacuum, and that creates a whole host of challenges. I mean, is there a scenario in which Iranian civil society rises up and demands a peaceful and democratic transition of power? I mean, sure, that's something we can imagine. But can we also imagine where Iranian civil society fractures, where you still have regime hardliners who break off, and you see Iran entering into a period of internal instability, leading up into civil war and a Syria-like outcome? That's also not outside the realm of possibility and would be disastrous not only for the people of Iran, but create incredible instability in the region. All of this is in play right now, and I think the United States, because this is an air-only campaign, we will only have the ability to affect so much in the weeks and months going forward.
Admiral, in our final 30 seconds here, I'm curious, how long can these strike groups float off the coast in the region?
Strike groups, especially when you're in combat like this, you do need some breaks, but the reality is they can maintain station for 3 to 6 months. Now, the Ford is in a unique condition, the aircraft carrier strike group in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's already been on.
Look at that. You got the Strait of Hormuz right here. A lot of oil travel through here, through this whole Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, Strait of Hormuz. Like if random groups own this, you'll basically have some fucking pirates. It'll be pirates. It'll be every man for himself over here. Oh man, and our military is so spread out. Nope, Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005. Okay, if you believe that. You can't pull out of a country if you control their water, their power. You can't. Come on. That's like saying you're an adult, but your mama's still paying your light bill, giving you money for groceries, giving you an allowance. She got your phone bill on her account, your insurance through her. You ain't grow up. You just think. Your room went down the street. Yeah, what good benefit this is? It's not a good benefit to us. Maybe we all too dumb to get Israel stuff. Dumb don't give a F for Cuba, Ukraine, Palestine, or Iran. Iran has lots of allies. This will come back to hunt us. Yeah. They're going to interrupt. They're going to make life hell. Hell for Europe. Like they could disrupt food supplies. They could disrupt anything. This is not America first at all. This is not good for. Hey, if you in Israel, like bravo. If you're in the Israeli government, like, hey, bravo, you fucking good on y'all. Y'all fighting for y'all people and what y'all want. Y'all getting it too. Good job. Gaza had their own water. They destroyed their own water. No, they didn't. Sorry. No. And there's not enough jobs and anything. Like they controlled at any time. The Israeli government wanted to shut off the water in Gaza, they could. Shut off the power in Gaza, they could. So I don't know what you mean by that. Anytime they wanted to shut it off, they could. You wanted to let Hamas import weapons into Gaza? Well, I mean, Hamas, if they are their own government, then they have a right to import weapons, wouldn't they? USA, 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 USA. And remember, Netanyahu was the one that put Hamas into power. He said that he could control them better. So he wanted them into power. Netanyahu gave them money. He put them into power.
Deployment for 10.5 months. It's about to break the record for longest post-Vietnam deployment. So that one may need to be replaced, but the Lincoln can stay on station for 3 to 6 months easily.
I appreciate the expertise. Admiral Mark Montgomery and Elliot Ackerman, thank you both. In announcing today's joint strike on Iran, the president laid out his rationale for major combat operations, promising
the route further down the road.
So let's talk about the otherwise. What are the implications in the days, weeks, or longer ahead for America, Iran, the world?
Well, the first thing is, of course, you mentioned at the beginning how historic this is. Since 1979, the Iranian revolutionary government has, first of all, been repressing, of course, the Iranian people. It's been colonizing the entire region. It's been colonizing Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. And, of course, it's been the world's foremost sponsor of terror. So the fact that that regime seems to have been certainly decapitated and seems now to be tottering means, first of all, that we will very likely see a very different Middle East. But there's a secondary thing, which is, of course, and President Trump did refer to this a bit in his remarks, perhaps not enough in my view, was that don't forget that the terrorism that this regime has been spreading has not been limited to the Middle East. The regime spread terror to South America. It's tried to carry out assassinations here in New York of dissidents. It tried only a couple of years ago to kill a former American Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor in Washington, D.C.
We've been trying to disarm them before you were born, young man. This is about defeating Hamas and the Houthis, plus no nukes. I just have to disagree with that, sir. Alan Powers. I don't know. It's never been about that. This is political, but no. Defeating Hamas and the Houthi. One man's terror is another man's hero, right? They called Nelson Mandela a terrorist. They called Malcolm X a terrorist. Maybe you think he is. They called Martin Luther King a terrorist. They watched him. The FBI had tails on Martin Luther King. Now we like, oh, we use him like, oh, Martin Luther King said I had a dream and all this. But they were looking, this man was preaching nonviolence. And they still were able to justify him being a terrorist. Regime bullshit. Stop making up shit about New York. Yeah. Like, if you can't understand why these people stream death to, I think the average American be like, yeah, they streaming death to America. We be bombing the shit out of their territories and taking all their stuff and doing what we want. Like, it'd be weird if they're like, oh, I love America. Like, we love America coming, taking our oil, woo, and killing our leaders. Hey, we love it. And then we know they're not talking about the American people. They love our culture. They love that. They're not, just like we're like, fuck the government. We're not talking about the people. I could say the American government is some killing, ravenous sons of bees. And I can say the Israeli government is some killing, ravenous sons of bees. I can say the Iranian regime, their government is some killers, ravenous sons of bees. And it'll all be right. And then I'll be like, all the people in America, and the people in Israel, and the people in Iran are fucking dope, good people that are just trying to live their life and have the pursuit of happiness. Feel like they're trying to get to their dreams, even though they know 9 out of 10 times they won't even make it. But they feel like they could, and that's all they want. The people in China are good. The people in Russia are good. They're living paycheck to paycheck, trying to live their life, trying to love and be loved. Some of them are bad, but they're like, come on, they're trying to separate us every black, white, Christian, Catholic, or Baptist, or Protestant, or Muslim, or this or that, or rich or poor, Republican, Democrat. Look left, look right, but don't look over here. Come on, this shit's stupid. And we know better. We know better, but they make it feel like it's a gang, like Blood's a Crip. Like, hey, either you riding with us all the way or you're not riding with us at all. If you say anything about Trump, then you with the fucking libs. You're a libtard if you say anything about Trump. You voted for him. Now you got to ride to the fucking end. You better not say nothing. You can't be like, yo, I agree with the last 9 things he did, but this is definitely not America first. Why are we in a cave? This is like Plato's cave. You ever read Plato's allegory in the cave? Go look that up. It's about people, basically, they're in a cave. Like the average person is in a cave looking at the cave wall. And you got like the politicians behind them with fire putting stuff and shadows on the wall. And they're like, oh my God, look at this. Oh, look at this. And look at Gaza. Oh, and look at this happen. And look at this. And the politicians, and it's us people that get out and we know like, wait, oh, hold on, look. No, this is, they playing us. This is shadow. The real stuff is behind us. They get on you. And in the allegory of the cave in Plato's like allegory, some people make it outside and they see the real life and they run back in and they try to tell people, look, turn around. And they're like, no, I got to look this way. I got to worry about my job, about my family, and I got to worry about my stuff. And I don't care about nobody else. And they actually attack some of the people that come back in the cave and try to get them to turn around so they can see what's really going on. Some people, like, you can't just pull the wool, like, from people's eyes so they can see stuff. It's like the Matrix. I love, like, the Matrix. Like, look. Just let's bear with me for a second. You know, in the Matrix, some people you can take and just pull them out. And they're like, okay, this is real life, like, but some people don't care. Some people would rather live inside the Matrix. You had that one guy in the Matrix who wanted to go back. He like, I know it's fucking fake. But I want to taste a steak. I know it's fucking fake, but I want to feel love and get a massage and taste sweet popcorn and taste a drink. Like, he didn't give a fuck. He wanted to be put back in the Matrix. He's like, it's unfair. There's some people that know it's fake, but that's the politicians. They getting paid for it. They're like, yeah, I know this fake. I'm going to go out here and say this and how much I hate this, but I'm only saying it because they just paid me $10 million to say it. They don't give a fuck about good and evil. They're like, yeah, it don't matter. I was calling it Iceland because that's what Trump was calling it before, Chris. I don't know if you're talking about me or not. Look at the trolls in the feed. It don't matter. It don't matter. It's going to be trolls everywhere. I just want to come in and say, stop fucking arguing. Like, I got mad when there's Republicans that seen, like, this dude get killed by ICE and, like, weren't able to say, like, yo, all right, come on. That's a little too much. I'm like, okay, cool. I agree that there should be deportation, but all right, cool. Like, they getting crazy. I know y'all like, that's a whole nother issue, but like, if you like, oh, he touched the agent. Yeah, he touched the agent. That should be a fucking death penalty though. Like if the agent pushed the woman and he was like, yo, hold on, like, damn, like, oh, hold on. Remember, he had his phone in one hand. So he was like, hold on. Like, damn, officer, like, you fucking this lady up. And because he did that and put his hands on him, the officer was like, oh, what? Are you touched me, you fucking peasant? I represent the federal government. You put your hands on me, die? No. I thought he would have been good. Maybe like, okay, you touch me, bear spray you. Nah. He's like, oh, you ain't react to my bear spray? Now get down on the ground. That's too much. And then I thought Republicans were going to come out and defend somebody with a gun and say, oh, this is his constitutional right. The gun had nothing to do with it. Say, like, when you watch the whole thing, pretend like he ain't even had a gun there, because his interaction with the gun shouldn't even be part of this. No, they were like, well, you bring a gun with you, you should expect some violence. I'm like, what the fuck? The Republicans said that? The don't tread on me shit crowd? That should be Trump derangement syndrome. No one disagreement with this supporting violence. Yeah. Like, if President Trump showed us ICE raids, like ICE raid in the form, like big company, Fortune 500 companies. Like, and like people, this billionaire made $300 million from these illegal immigrants. Today we're taking them. We were like, okay, cool. Like, damn, that's crazy. Or if they showed us like raiding and taking down drug compounds and like Tren de Aragua and gang members and people with tattoos on their face, and like we'll be like, oh damn, cool. But when we see like kids at the school being held to help lure in their parents and then raiding, going to McDonald's, say, hey, any of y'all illegal, be like, damn. Like, you stopping our morning commute. We're trying to get through McDonald's to get a coffee and go. Yeah, ICE holding up McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts. Like, go to the fucking hoods and take the drug dealers. And like, we know that these people got to go too. But y'all told us y'all was going to take the really bad people first. Like, go through I wanted to see images y'all going through the jails and coming out with 12 inmates. Like, oh, he's accused with a murder. He got a rape. He got an assault. He's a gang member. And they all like put him on the bus. And we like, woo, not y'all going through the cities and taking people. What? Come on. Like, there's a middle ground. But they don't want us to believe, nope, if you say anything about ICE, anything you disagree, then you're a fucking libtard. Like, damn, like, I agree with Trump on the deportation, but not, like, just make it a little softer. And then Trump came out and said exactly that. Like, hey, we're right. We got to get it done. But maybe we could have had a little softer hand and not fucking came through the neighborhoods like stormtroopers. Maybe.
So the fact that foremost sponsor of terror is now seemingly on its last legs is something that's going to have huge implications way beyond the Middle East.
All of what you said has been true, though, for a while now. Mm-hmm. So why right now? Was it just the moment presented itself?
It seems to me that the moment presented itself. I mean, if you consider the difference between what's happened in the last 24 hours and what happened last summer it was very clear that in the 12-day war, that decapitation of the regime, specifically the targeting of the Ayatollah, was not on the table. That seemed to be the one thing that was absolutely not on the table. Taking out the nuclear sites was the main objective then, but not regime decapitation. Something has changed in the last year. Possibly it's simply President Trump's realization of the intractable nature of the Iranian revolutionary government in negotiations. They have strung on negotiating team after negotiating team from the West, from the international community for decades on every one of these issues.
Yeah. Douglas, thank you very much. Major Garrett, I want to bring you into this conversation. The president likes to describe himself as the president of peace. He ran.
Somebody said, you don't get to choose how laws are enforced. Actually, you do. Who get to choose? The government? The government is supposed to be ran by the people. The people do get to choose how laws are enforced. That's literally why they have sanctuary cities, right? That's why Trump, like, I agree with Trump on abortion, right? He said, like, I don't agree with abortion, but that's not the federal government's choice. The federal government is not supposed to come in and supersede with the people of each individual states, their states' rights. So he said, you know what? Instead of the federal government saying, hey, all these states, you gotta have abortion, let the individual states vote so then the people can decide. Hey, if all these people, if more than 50% of them believe in abortion, let them have abortion. If this state get together and they all vote and 80% of the people here say, no, you know what, because of our religion and most of the people that live here, 80% of them don't want that, then they can vote on that. And that's why it's a fair country. The government shouldn't come in and say, hey, 80 and 90% of you voted, and out of 1 million of you, 900,000 of you don't want abortion, but we're going to enforce this law. You better have it. No. hey, we're not going to enforce it, or we're going to make it so hard that you won't be able to open up an abortion clinic here. That's enforcing how laws, that's making how and choosing how laws are enforced. The same way that the states came in and said, you know what, we're not going to make marijuana illegal no more. It's still illegal when it comes to the federal government, technically, but the states have decided we're not going to enforce federal laws. So there you go. They literally decided, you know what, we're not going to care about this law anymore. So it's called states' rights. So this state, right, that the ICE tried to go into, right, they can say, hey, Minneapolis, hey, you, this Chicago, hey, we want all the illegal aliens out. It should be like, hey, guys, you know what? We know that you're a sanctuary city, but we have to enforce this. How about this? Come to a common ground. We won't come in marching like stormtroopers, but we need to work with your governor so that anybody that come into the prison system and that the local police catch, if they're a legal immigrant, then we'll take them. So if they're living here and working at McDonald's and never get caught up in nothing, hey, if we run into them, we run into them, all right? But we're not going to come in storming everything and taking everything. But we got to enforce federal regulations. So how about we take, if they come in for assault, something aggravated, drug dealing, whatever, something that's not being an upstanding citizen, that you guys say, okay, cool, we got to get rid of you. You're not even compliant. You're here illegally. We in the state, we got our rights, and we're here we want to have you here, but you dissing us. And so now you got to go. They can enforce how things are going. Otherwise, you're fighting against a whole state. That's not going to work. I'm happy I live in Canada. Stop laughing so much, bald head. You probably bald head. I don't know if aliens exist. They need to come down now.
A campaign of no more wars in the Middle East, and then from the
I'm not old enough to be president yet.
perspective here of someone in his own coalition, this looks like a new war. What do you make of it?
Yes, but there are times, Tony, when we make the observation that President Trump is so different than all of his predecessors and operates differently and doesn't necessarily adhere to the conventions of the presidency as conducted by presidents before him. In this one respect, there is a constant. To pick up on the point just made, since 1979, every American president has to one extent or another been frustrated, bedeviled, deterred, and in some cases haunted by the Islamic regime in Iran and its use of terror cell networks and proxies, not just in the Middle East, Europe, South America, even Asia. Every American president has had to deal with this.
But they're not taking any illegal finals. If that was true, they would be in Vegas taking all the illegal immigrants that's working under the table for the fucking casinos. If this was true, they'll be taking all the farmers in California and going to all the places where they make avocados and watermelons and stuff like that, and they would take those illegal immigrants. That's easier to round up. But you know why? But if they did that, that would tremendously affect America's food supply. If they take the illegal workers off the plantations in California, then that would now they got to go hire more people. Now they got to hire Americans at legal rates to pick the fucking fruits in California's and the wines and Martha Vineyard, and they gonna pay Americans double, triple what they pay these illegals, because Americans gonna complain about the AC and they're gonna unionize, and then grapes in the grocery store are gonna go from $2 to fucking $10 because they paying these Americans to pick it. Why they ain't taking those illegal immigrants if it's illegal? If you're just looking for anyone, because they're not. They know where most of the illegal immigrants are. They're being very choosy on which one they take. So they could take the illegal immigrants. I understand, hey, illegal is illegal. But that's where you put the humanity in it, right? That's why it's a Christian country and not just any nation, right? That's why it's a Christian nation, because you add Christian values. And Christian values, if you ask Jesus, what would Jesus do? Jesus probably ain't going to say, you know what? I know that there's gang members and that there's illegals that came here illegal, but they're law-abiding citizens after they came here illegally. But fuck it, round them all up. Jesus is gonna be like, okay, obviously round up the ones that's sinning the most, the worst of the worst. Not everybody's created equals. All illegal immigrants are created equal. See, that's not a common sense approach. It's just not. Like, we know we need illegal immigrants here to do the jobs that American ain't gonna do. So we're not saying, hey, don't take them. We're just saying take them last. Because we're not fucking retarded. You can't just go to Dunkin' Donuts and all the jobs and just take all of those illegal immigrants and jobs that Americans don't even fucking want. Like, we're not stupid. Like, take all the illegal immigrants that's in the jails. If there's a couple 100,000 of them, take all of them first. And then come back and get the other ones. And while you're doing that, let's work on making the process to enter for the ones with no record that's want to come here, make it easier for them. Let's fix that while helping them escort them out. Like, there's a common sense approach. No, I'm not for slave wages, but there's certain things that that's going to happen when they get rid of the illegals that are helping the American economy by doing the shit that we don't want. Until they get a car or truck and unalive your family, then I don't know what that means. I think you need to read more. No insult. You sound like NBC, and I support no one. I support freedom. If you're an illegal immigrant, what slave labor to me might not be slave labor to somebody else. If you coming from Mexico and you know you're running from the cartel and a life of no running water and no indoor plumbing or some shit, and you run over here and it's a better life and you making more than you could have made in a month, in a week over here, to me it might be fucking, you know what I mean? My house might be shitty to Beyonce, but somebody on Skid Row is a palace. If it was that much slave of a labor, they wouldn't be doing it. I'm not saying I'm concerned about cheap labor. I'm saying when I said we all know that illegals, there needs to be deportation. But the way ICE is doing it is like they stop focusing on a criminal and just start taking like single moms and people that are like regular people that are janitors and shit. Like we all know that they need to go and an illegal is an illegal, but it's not, it's like, hey, you can take the super bad ones that have been in jail and the gang members and then slide back around for the other ones that are, hey, send them a letter, hey, we know you've been here for 20 years and you ain't never do nothing bad and you've been a productive citizen, but rules are rules. We're going to put you in the front of the list and put you in, try to get you back here and living your life, but you got to go too. Not be marching through the streets. Yeah, they do, because they can't do it. So if you just grab all these people and take them from our chain, our supply chain, it's going to not only mess up them because they're going back to these countries that they ran from, but now groceries and everything else go up, and it's going to affect the American people too. In a way, it's kind of like a win-win. Hey, we're going to turn a blind eye. We know you here illegally, but you're going to help by fucking picking these fruits and vegetables for a lower cost. If you let somebody stay in your house for damn near free, hey, yeah, I got a guest house back there. You homeless, you can stay there. But I need you to mow the grass and pick up and walk the dogs and, pick up around the house, do the dishes sometimes. I'm paying the fucking rent. That's the least you can do.
Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, and Clinton all dealt with not only the Iranian Revolution in 1979, but its expansion of use of terror throughout the region. And then it became a much bigger problem after 9/11, the global war on terror, then its nuclear ambitions. That was Bush 2, that was Trump, Obama, Trump again. Biden, all of them have been dealing with this. So
listen to CNN. That's the type of person that be like, I voted for Trump. Sorry. I don't know if I listen to CNN. I voted for Trump. I just don't like the way he's handling the Israeli or the Ukraine situation or the deportation situation.
That's one constant thread through the American presidency from 1979 to now. And it's at that point that I believe President Trump is saying not only is the time now, but Iran and its regime and its proxies have never been weaker. So when they are weak, it's time to strike. Not that they present this particularly malevolent new threat, but it may be time now to deal with that long-running threat from a position of, if not maximum advantage, near maximum advantage.
But, Major, we have midterm elections coming up. The president does need to have a coalition in Congress. This is difficult for them to explain to people. The polling is not in favor of a unilateral strike without approval from Congress. How does this play?
Well, let's go right to our polling data, Tony, on that very point. Our polling unit talked to Americans before the President's State of the Union address, asked one question. Has the Trump administration clearly explained the U.S. position on military action against Iran? 72% told us the answer to that question was no. Only 28% believed the administration had clearly explained what was about to happen or what it was contemplating. Now let's go after the State of the Union address. We asked some other questions. How should the United States approach Iran's current leadership? Let's go to the lowest rated answer, 18%. Remove them from power with force. Then next, 22%. Do not get involved, 22%. Pressure them with sanctions, 38%. Negotiate with them through diplomacy.
So this saying right here, most Americans said fuck no to remove them with force. So despite what some of the people in the chat are saying, most Americans said hell no, don't try to remove nobody with force. That don't work. Not get involved. Pressure them with sanctions. Negotiate with them. But damn sure, we'll give you three choices. We'll be split between three choices. But don't do the fucking fourth one. And that's exactly what they did.
We also asked, does Trump need approval from Congress for military action? 74%, Tony, said yes, he does. That's clearly not happening. One last question. U.S. military action against Iran to stop them from making a nuclear weapon. How did that come out? 51% would favor, 49% would oppose. Very closely divided on those central questions. Tony?
All right, Major, thank you very much. Douglas, while I have you here, I think of Rick Crawford, the congressman.
This is crazy. This is not about left or right, Democrat or Republican. They don't want those jobs. If you're a MAGA, if you're America first, I don't know how you justify what's going on.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Brett. Multiple witnesses tell Fox that the U.S. naval base in Bahrain, the headquarters for the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, is facing repeat missile attacks since the morning. In one case, an Iranian Shahed 136 drone honed in on its target, evading missile defense. Bahrain is the most vulnerable of the U.S. bases in the Middle East, given its proximity to Iran. The strikes began shortly after 1 a.m. Eastern, the strikes being carried out by the U.S. and Israel, that is.
And if you're an American ally, you could be like, damn, you could wake up one day and because you're friends with the U.S. and Israel, just be getting fucking bombed. Not because of anything you did, but just because, like, they can't reach the U.S., they can't reach Israel, but all of our fucking assets around the region is just vulnerable.
This is a rare joint U.S.-Israeli operation synchronized and planned over a matter of months, we're told. The initial phase will last 2 to 4 days, but with the possibility of extending to several weeks. Among the initial targets, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's compound, which can be seen in satellite photos as mere rubble today. It's not clear whether the Ayatollah was there. The U.S. military has been focusing on hundreds of high-value targets, IRGC significant facility.
For some of y'all, when that's still discussing the ICE thing, you know that President Trump came out and said, like, maybe they could have used a softer hand. Like, the president came out and said that. Maybe I could have been a little softer. So if he says it, how can you still justify it? That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we know we need to deport them. Maybe we shouldn't have had like stormtroopers going through the street and like without body cams on, fighting with citizens and spraying them with bear spray. Like they could have just went in and out. Like, okay, where's this at? Where's this target? Cool, let's go. Boom. Where's this target? Boom. Go. Boom. Military operation. Not just walking through the streets. Hey, come here. You got your papers? What? Like, come on. Like, you can agree to that, right? Like, it should have been precise, more on point.
And capabilities, I'm told, naval facilities and underground facilities likely used by senior leaders like the Ayatollah to meet. Tomahawk missiles were used in the first volley of strikes, likely fired from the U.S. destroyers traveling in the North Arabian Sea with the USS Abraham Lincoln, or from the USS Georgia, the Ohio-class submarine, which has 154 Tomahawk missiles on board.
Like I said, Jennifer, I don't know. I voted for Trump. I knew we needed deportation. But like they said, hey, Obama deported way more people. Did you see ICE going through the middle of the street? So maybe they need to get whoever was in charge of Obama's border agency and ICE. Maybe they should get them people and say, hey, you did a fucking mighty good job. We don't need you to do anything different. We just need exactly what you did under Obama. I want to call him Obama for some reason instead of Obama. Obama. Maybe we need to do exactly what you did for Obama for us. Netanyahu has been saying that Iran has been months away from getting a nuclear weapon for the last 10 years. The last time they struck, they were months away. That's all they say. Hey, they're months away, and their own people don't like them. Hey, forget that they have oil. Forget that they have natural resources. That's not why. And half of you that's saying, like, you need to read, y'all don't realize that, like, if you sit here by your phone all day, like, the Democrats, when you go open your phone, all your algorithm going to show you is bad stuff about the Democrat. If you sit around your phone all day and you're like, the Republicans did this, the Republicans, when you open your phone, all your algorithm going to show you is bad stuff about the Republican. Most of you guys don't purposely try to go, you know what? I'm going to find the other side of the story. Like, I think this side is true. I like the way it sounds and the sources, but I'm just going to look up what people are saying on the opposite side of the story. You just accept what you see. That goes for both sides. So the algorithm, like when you're speaking, like, oh, this is happening, and you don't know. No, the media is lying to you. No, you just need to read more. That's because you read something that said exactly what you already thought, and you didn't fucking question it. And you're like, no, that's not true. I read this from this agency. Purposely look up the opposite side. And usually, then the truth is somewhere in the middle. Yeah, you just got to watch both sides.
We have effectively suppressed their air defenses, one U.S. official told me, but Iran still has a large number of mobile missile launchers and a Navy capable of mining the Strait of Hormuz. Fox News has learned the U.S. military used some new capabilities in these strikes. For the first time, it used one-way attack drones in combat. Other targets in the initial wave, the Defense Ministry of Iran, the Parliament, the National Supreme Council, the Ministry of Intelligence, Iran's Atomic Energy Agency, as well as naval bases down.
We always got some new shit we use, right? Venezuela, they use the new sonic weapons, subsonic weapons. Now this one, they use the new. They just want us to think we the biggest, baddest motherfuckers on the planet. Huh?
Down near Bandar Abbas and Kark Island, along with targets in Bushehr. In the eastern part of Iran, U.S. missiles struck the IRGC aerospace forces, part of Iran's ballistic missile and satellite program. Among the top Iranian leaders targeted by the Israeli military, Iran's president, the defense minister, and the head of the judiciary, who has issued death sentences to thousands of Iranian protesters. And former Iranian President Mahmoud.
See how you laugh? Yeah, totally listen to what Iran has to say. Ha ha ha. But that's because you believe the narrative that one side is evil and the other side is good, right? Because if the side is evil, then there is no talking to evil, right? If one side like, hey, we just have a different opinion, then maybe you can talk to both sides and see which one you agree with more than the other. But if the side evil, then you don't even talk to them, right? Then that would make you evil to even. You don't go negotiate with the devil. You just blow them the fuck up. So if you go talk to the Iranians, like, oh, why we gonna talk to them? Oh, so when they say China's evil, like they want to end the world. Like they would just wipe us off the face of the earth. Like if you gave China a button and say, hey, you press it, it'll kill every American in America. Like they would hit it, and then Russia would hit it. And if Russia and China would hit it, you telling me if you give the United States a weapon then, that, hey, it'll destroy every Chinese person in the world, or to take away every Russian in the world. Hey, China and Russia press the button because they're evil, but the United States, if you gave us that weapon, we wouldn't do it because we're morally better and we're superior. No, it's stupid. There's no fucking evil person. There's good and bad. There's people that are being manipulated, and there's people that commit fraud and sell out their country and their nation. But there's no evil nation, like all the people in China drinking from the same evil water source and all their souls are contaminated. That's fucking playing child games. There's people in Iranian fucking government that are good too, I'm sure. Most of the Iranian people are good. They got a bad stick in the government, and their government are a little fucking probably crazy, and they're trying their hardest to get rid of them. But come on. And the government is how many people? How is the government? Does that include the military? Because now you're killing the military members, and I'm sure the military is just made up of regular civilians that got called to do some military duty. So how far along the line do you kill them? And what if somebody else get in power that we don't like? Do we say, nah, we don't like them, and bomb them and like, all right, third time's the charm. Put somebody else new in there that we like. Go ahead. Have you seen Skid Row? Have you seen California? Like, how about we fix that? How about we go into like isolationism where we like, hey, we're not helping another country for like 2 or 3 years. Like, we love y'all. We hope y'all still here. But unless you attack us directly or like stop something coming to America, we gotta fend for ourselves. We should be in a space race. There should be no homeless people. There should be no hungry people. And we should be looking at outside and like outer space and have different like civilizations and different settlements on different fucking colonies and Mars and on the moon and spreading human like peace throughout the fucking galaxy. We still fighting with each other about religion and who gave this person this in the Bible and who was promised this and who's rightful owner of this place. Like, what? And then it's like, The founding fathers said like this nation may be like, they gave us guns, so like if the governments ever impede on us and we ever get a tyrannical government, but we wouldn't agree on it. We wouldn't fucking agree. It's too many people now. You got 350 million people. If 120 million people said this fucking government is impeding on us and they all got together, you would have at least 100 and something other on 100 and something other million on the other side. But like, yeah, you guys are crazy. It's not really happening. There could be 150 million people saying, yeah, the government is fucking crazy. It's holding us down. We need to restart the government. And then you'll have hundreds of other millions of other people like, yeah, y'all crazy. No. Yeah, these people are crazy. So we wouldn't ever do it. We would never have 100% consensus. There we go. Look, Russia would invade Europe. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Look how hard Russia got to fight against Ukraine. You think they can take Europe? And we worry about Russia spreading, but Israel is fucking spreading. Guns are for self-defense. Yeah, but they're mostly so we can maintain a militia. Otherwise, just the police having guns would be good. Guns are for self-defense, but they're mainly so we can have a militia so the government can impede. That's the first sign of a government that wants to come in. They take your guns away so then the people can't fight back. Okay, I'm sure Iranian people are celebrating all over the world. If President Trump died right now, you don't think there would be people in the world celebrating? It would be fucked up, but yeah, they would be celebrating. If anybody died, if any public figure died, there's going to be people that's like, whoa, an actor could die. An actor in Hollywood could die. There's going to be people like, oh, fuck him. I heard he was hard to work with. Like, that don't matter. Like Russia spreading through Europe. What? We were just talking about taking Greenland because Russia might take them first or something might happen. Like, so then anybody can just make up a reason that's good enough. Hey, you know what? Maybe we should take it for the sake of the U.S. That sounds like a fucking, like something, if Russia did it, we would say they were evil. But when we want to do it, we're like, hey, maybe like hey guys, it's for our protection. Maybe we need to do it. What? Yeah, they said the same thing when Saddam was taken down in Iraq. They were showing us images of them pulling down the statue and happy, yeah. Go back now.
Ahmadinejad, who once famously vowed to wipe Israel off the map. Brett?
You know, Jen, we talked about the daylight raid and how the strikes happening in daylight sends a signal that there is confidence about being able to do that. A lot of that air defense was taken out in June. I assume Iran was building some of that back up. What do we know about that as far as setting the battlefield ahead of these strikes today?
Well, we do know they had air defense set up, but I think it's safe to say that Israel and the United States had mapped those sites, and those were the first targets, likely, of those Tomahawks, because you have to suppress the air defense in order to get your planes in there. I'm told that much of the air defense has been suppressed, but not all of it. They're still taking a few pot shots. But I think, you know, it's significant in terms of a lot of damage was done last summer. You're not seeing the waves of volleys of ballistic missiles targeting Israel that you saw last summer that were designed to overwhelm Israel's missile defense forces. Right now, Israel's missile defense forces seem to be handling the ballistic missiles that are coming in. But what is most vulnerable really are those U.S. bases. They've been drawn down quite a bit, but in Bahrain.
Let's see what's new news. Just like when they struck Venezuela, they were like, the Venezuelan people are celebrating, and then they like pan into like Venezuelans that's in America. What they don't tell you is that, there's like, Venezuelans are leaving Venezuela. Look, this is proof. No, Americans sanctioned the shit out of this country to the point where they couldn't get any food in and people are starving, and now they want to leave. Yeah. So, hey, they sanctioned Iran and to the point where the people are fucking like, yeah, we ain't got nothing here. Prices are skyrocketing. Like they make it the perfect storm for the people to get mad at the government. And then like, look at that government. They're not taking care of the people. They don't be like, yeah, we just sanctioned the shit out of this country. Now they can't get food and they can't get milk, bread, cheese, anything. And that's why the people are suffering and trying to get out. Like if you think America is this holier than thou Christian country that's just out here helping people and spreading democracy.
This week we went down to D.C. for the State of the Union, and we left Johnny there to back cleanup.
How you doing?
Doing fine.
Nice to see you, Johnny from Fox.
Johnny, your hands are cold. You need to get some gloves.
I'm freezing.
It was a lot of theater.
It was a long speech.
It was long. Did you enjoy it?
No, they're talking about the State of the Union.
Thank you so much for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox as we are taking a live look here. The force that has never been seen before. And we are waiting to see what happens throughout the day today. It is early morning there in Israel. About a count, take a look at this. He says, quote, Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you to your attention.
Look at that. I feel like that was a ChatGPT. Iran just stated they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they ever hit before. They better not do that. Sound like it's like an adult, like a preschool teacher talking to the kids in class. Don't do that. What'd I say? If you do that, you're going to be in timeout like you've never been in timeout before. Oh, my God. I swear, you got to love and hate the president. I really don't feel like the president is doing what he said he would do. Like, even Nick Fuentes, like, if you're a Republican, like, even Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, I can't, these people, too many fucking names. Tucker Carlson are the biggest Republicans, and even they're like, yeah, this is not our guy. He said America first. He said no more forever wars. This is a forever war. We're going to be doing this and dealing with these repercussions long after Trump is gone. Americans protesting actions in Iran, but the Iranian people are celebrating. You can look up social media. You can go on TikTok, Iranians celebrating, and then look up Iranians protesting. Like, you can find either one. Whatever side you're on, you can find people saying either thing. But it's still right or wrong. Just because somebody agree, like, hey, they should have this, that don't mean that it's right. Kratos. Both sides, Biden let us down and Trump let us down. Like, we keep picking who's good and who's bad, and there's a third fucking option. They're both bad. No one like war. You can't say that. It's not a like. Like, people are like, yeah, no one's like war, but there's just like over 50,000 kids dying in Gaza. But, oh, I mean, it's sad, but no, it's sad. We're not doing it. No, we're not killing that many people. No, Right? It's the Muslims that have eye for an eye, not the Christians, right? Well, that's not in the Christian, but that's the Muslims, the murderous Muslims that got that eye for an eye that leaves everybody blind. Christians turn the other cheek. What happened to that? How is airstrikes a war? Okay, would it lead to a retaliatory response? And if that's the new quota, is that it? If you go in and you can wipe out the people and there's no response, if you can obliterate them in one airwave within a couple hours, then that's it? So if Russia go in and just take out Ukraine, just 2 days, boom, boom, just strike them hard, fast, then it's okay? It's survival of the fittest. Whoever, hey, you could take it. We going back to that. Fucking Magellan, Christopher Columbus, like we just going back to conquer. We just sending the ships out, and wherever they at, they're gonna plant our flag. And if you can't defend yourself, then hey, fuck it. It's not our fault.
To this matter. This also comes as Iranian Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in that major attack on Iran launched by Israel and the U.S., throwing the future of the Islamic Republic into doubt and raising the risk of regional instability. Iranians,
they're bad concerning the Middle East. When it comes to the Middle East, both the Republicans and the Democrat, this war was going to happen. They're both. We should be just fucking suspicious because of that. The Republicans and the Democrat are not disagreeing when it comes to helping Israel. Shouldn't we be concerned just like that's the only wait, hold on, y'all agreeing on something? Like y'all keep agreeing on giving money to Israel and the Ukraine? That's weird. Y'all don't agree on shit when it comes to the American people. But when it comes to giving money away for war, like the Republicans are, hey, no more war, MAGA first, no more forever wars. And the Democrats supposed to be hippie, peace-loving, no war, sex, love, and happiness with drugs. Both of these parties have reasons to claim to be non-war, but they both agree on war every fucking chance they get. Isn't that weird?
State television and the state-run IRNA news agency announced that the 86-year-old's death happening there early Sunday. That's when they announced it. President Trump had announced his death hours earlier, saying it gave Iranians, quote, their greatest chance to take back their country. As I mentioned, though, all eyes right now on Israel, as we know.
David, even if Obama did it and the rhetoric would be different, it would still be wrong. See, we don't play no games in the cave. We don't do so well. The Democrats did it, so then hey, we're doing it. It's wrong. No, it's stupid, right? The Democrats can sit there. Oh, we're canceling everybody. Everybody get canceled, and the Republicans watching like, that's wrong. You shouldn't just cancel people. You should give people a chance to like maybe apologize and learn from their lessons. Hey, don't do that. But then the first chance the Republicans get to start canceling people, cancel Jimmy Kimmel. Nope. Remember when the Democrats was doing it? Nope. Hold on. So neither side wants to be the first to pull their dick out of the American people's ass. They're just going to keep fucking us because the other side doing it. Oh, won't you stop doing it? Nope. Look, they doing it too. Nope. Oh, look. Nope. They doing it. Then nobody wants to be an adult. Then how can you claim moral high ground? Yeah, they doing it, but we're not going to do that. What happened to that? What happened to your mother telling you, okay, so if they jump off a bridge, that means you gonna do it too? Nobody wants to have the moral high ground no more. It's like, we tell our children this. Your children could be in class fucking talking, and the whole class talking, and the teacher tell them to shut up and they get in trouble. What's the first thing you gonna say? I don't care if that whole class is talking. If the teacher tell y'all to be quiet and do your work, you turn around and do your work. I don't care if your friend talking to your left and your right, ignore them. But when it comes to politics, it's like, nah, they did it, so we're gonna do it. Then you're not better.
They were part of these strikes, and we're waiting to see how Iran may be retaliating, given all of these developments that we have been following closely. Yes, very early.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. So you can offer us a distinct perspective because, as I said, you are on the ground there in Jerusalem and Israel. So let's just start with this. What is happening at this moment? How have things unfolded and evolved throughout the last 24 hours?
Well, we just got out of the bomb shelters a few minutes ago, getting the all clear sign after what was the largest missile barrage since the beginning of the war. About 24 hours earlier, it was actually 8 a.m. On Saturday morning here when we got the siren indicating actually that Israel had declared war and that people should get close to their shelters. We've been in and out of bomb shelters here in Jerusalem. every few hours over the last 24 hours. And I would suggest that Jerusalem has not been hit nearly as hard as areas surrounding Tel Aviv and Haifa. We've seen direct hits on a residential building in Tel Aviv, direct hits in Haifa, a direct hit in Bnei Brak, which is just outside Tel Aviv as well. There was a report of a strike in direct hit in Jerusalem, but I haven't seen that confirmed yet. So it's still evolving. And as you mentioned, the Iranians have said that they will hit harder than they have ever hit. And in Israel, we're bracing for whatever that could mean.
As Israel is bracing for this, we're also monitoring whether Israel is going to launch that new wave of strikes. It's something that we have been following closely. There has been some reporting on that as well. What do we know about that potential new wave? What kind of indicators are you watching out for to know when that new wave would be launched?
Oh, I believe Israel's been continuing to launch waves of strikes. Certainly, they were prepared not just to attack for 24 hours, but to keep going and not. And this time around, they started with the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and they are successively moving across all of the Iranian military sites. Certainly, they have a keen focus on getting the ballistic missile launchers because they present the bottleneck. You can have as many ballistic missiles in your stockpiles. If you do not have the capacity to launch them, then Israel and other countries around the Middle East can't get hit. So they are, in a sense, baiting the Iranians to bring these missile launchers to the front. I would believe that any time at this point that Iran uses a missile launcher to fire missiles at Israel or anywhere else, that's probably the last time it's used, as Israel has complete air superiority and are targeting these launch sites the moment that they become apparent. And Israel probably also at this point going after regime targets, specifically of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and also using surveillance to identify potential replacements and key figures in the Revolutionary Guards, taking them out successively to make sure that.
Look, they want to take out the replacements. So they're like, we don't give a fuck what y'all want. Y'all going to have a whole new leadership. But it doesn't matter how much air superiority we have. If we don't have boots on the ground, then they just gonna blend in with the local population, and eventually this news cycle gonna pass, and then they still gonna be in power. Yo, part of me think that Trump will gonna wake up and be like, nah, we ain't gonna do this no more. Congress needs to get themselves back to D.C. and pass the war powers resolution. Yeah, it's like they gave Trump, they told him when they're going to pass. So he's like, all right, damn, I better hurry up and do this before they pass this War Powers Act. And I got hurry. It's like, instead of being a deterrent, it was a time limit.
There is no succession plan in place that can be implemented after the death of Ayatollah Khamenei.
And that's the social media post that we have here on the screen. It is courtesy of Fox News, just says that the Supreme Leader of Iran confirmed dead after that Israeli strike. Alex, let's dig deeper into this and pretty much the impact. How consequential is Iran's Supreme Leader's death from an Israeli perspective?
Well, certainly very symbolic, and this has been the figure at the head of this Islamic Republic, and it's really more symbolic, I think, for the Iranians. He represented this fundamentalist Islamic regime. We've seen that over the past few months that the Iranian people have gotten very tired of this regime, in part because of the complete degradation of the currency, the real trading at something like 1.2 million to a single dollar, the currency not able to buy much, certainly not much outside the country, rolling electricity outages, water shortages, and Iranians are looking forward to getting back into the community of nations. So the death of Khamenei, as President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have stated, is their best opportunity in years, and maybe, as Trump said, the last opportunity in a generation, in order to take back their country from this fanatical Islamic Republic.
You mentioned there really this relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and just how important this moment in time was to achieve this goal of taking out the supreme leader. Alex, I want to go back to that social media post from President Trump that I started, this conversation with, in which he said that Iran had just stated they're going to hit very hard today, harder than ever before. You had just mentioned that Israel is continuing those wave of attacks against Iran just to make sure that the deterrence is there. It is key at this time. What do we know about this continuing level of coordination between the U.S. and Israel?
Well, this is a war that has been prepared for months, at least in battle plans, even if the final green light wasn't given until very recently. The strike scenarios were mapped out well in advance between these two countries. There is superior coordination, better coordination than there has been at any time, specifically when you see joint attacks, because you don't want to get into any kind of friendly fire type of situations, even though at this point, Israel, opened up the war, gaining complete air superiority. So any planes that you're going to see overhead are definitely friendly fire at this point. But certainly, what targets, which country is hitting, this is being strategically coordinated, as well as what will be the attempts to defend both Israel and the other U.S. allies across the region. And we know that Iran has already targeted Qatar, in Doha, in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, in Iraq. We've seen even that a house was struck in Jordan, as well as possibly attacks in Saudi Arabia. So
Watch, we're going to get the report that there's been Americans killed at some of these bases, but we just don't know yet. But it's going to come.
Thank you.
Open up somebody. Tremendously successful.
How did the US and Israel launch a preemptive strike against Iran? Well, they used a devastating tactic called time on target. With 2 aircraft carriers and a fleet of destroyers, they calculated the exact math so Israeli jets and US cruise missiles hit their marks at the exact same second. Israel's main goal is assassinating Khamenei and the top leadership, while the US pounded military targets and other high-value industry. But why did Iranian air defenses fail to activate? Because the US fights with a different kind of technology using electronic warfare from space, sea, and air. They completely blinded the Iranian radar just as destroyers launched a swarm of cruise missiles to wipe out the anti-air systems. But wait, the war is still not over. Iran still has thousands of ballistic missiles and drones, so they hit American and Middle East allied bases, and right now, almost everyone is an open target. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel launched a major coordinated military offensive against Iran. Israeli officials have called their offensive Operation Roar the Lion, while the U.S. operation has been referred to as Operation Epic Fury. The message behind the Israel and U.S. strike was clear. This wasn't just a show of force. This was a targeted move to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran. As stated, this wasn't just a random military strike. The ultimate target was the supreme leader's own compound. Missiles dialed in on highly sensitive areas. We're talking specifically around University Street, the Jamhuri district, and near Pastor Street. If you know the layout of Tehran, you know exactly what this means. This zone isn't just another neighborhood. It is the absolute nerve center of the Iranian government. It houses the primary, day-to-day offices of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But here's the catch. The IDF says they got him. An Iranian military says Khamenei was not inside his offices when the missiles actually made an impact. The strike may have leveled the compound, but the target slipped away. And right now, the entire region is holding its breath waiting to see what happens next.
They said that he is. It'd be crazy if he came out and like, oh, I'm not dead, even though they said he was. That would be a huge operational failure for the U.S., so I got to think that he's dead.
But reports says Israel says Khamenei's body has been found and he's confirmed dead. Listen, that first wave, it didn't hold back, not even a little. We're talking about a perfectly synchronized, overwhelming assault. The entire goal was to blind and cripple the regime all at once. First, they hit Karaj, just completely ripping through their critical industrial and aerospace hubs. Then, Tehran, the capital, rocked. Any illusion of safety they had was just completely shattered. They didn't stop there. They struck Qom, sending absolute shockwaves right through the ideological heart of the country. And if you follow this stuff, you know exactly how heavily fortified that area is. Over in the west, missiles literally rained down on Kermanshah. They neutralized those launch sites before the operators could even think about powering up their radars. And then there's Isfahan, the absolute crown jewel of their nuclear and drone programs. Heavily defended, didn't matter, it just lit up the night sky. But how did the US and Israel actually pull off a preemptive strike on Iran? First of all, look at this map. To make this happen, they didn't just rely on local land bases. They brought two massive floating cities right to Iran's doorstep. Down in the Arabian Sea, you've got the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group bearing down on the south and east. And over in the eastern Mediterranean, the biggest, newest ship, USS Gerald R. Ford. While Israeli jets flew all the way across the Middle East to reach Iranian airspace, timing was absolutely critical. The moment those IDF jets reached their marks, the missiles were released. And that brings us to the most terrifying, complicated part of this entire operation, the synchronization. Military planners rely on a tactic called time on target. Look at this map. You have missiles firing from submarines, cruise missiles launching from escort.
It's fucking beautiful. It's deadly. It's wrong, but it's fucking beautiful. Regime change worked so well last time. Yeah. We got a wonderful history with that. We're like 10 for 10. Operation Sneaker Toodle. Here comes the nuclear dirty bombs. Hey, Iran. Fuck around and find out from the big boy. Man, regime change worked out so well. Yeah, everybody said the same thing. We warned them, yeah. My friend teaches English in Tehran. I hope he's doing all right. What happened to the America First? Yeah, I don't know. Trump keeps kicking ass. I don't know how this is kicking ass. I mean, good. If you Iranian, cool. They took down your government. You wanted them down, cool. If you're from Israel, this is like your arch enemy, and you took them down. Now you can take all the region you want because the biggest, baddest competitor, your biggest foe is taken down. David, the Israeli David has slayed his Goliath. Cool. But if you're American, how is this in your fucking interest in any way, shape, form, fashion?
Ships and massive payload drops from stealth bombers. They are all deploying from completely different locations at entirely different times. But here is the genius of it. The US military machine was mathematically choreographed so everything impacted Karaj, Tehran, Qom, Kermanshah, and Isfahan at the exact same second the Israeli jets dropped their guided bombs. It was designed to be a total systemic shock and explodes at the same time. A move to collapse the regime instantly. When those munitions finally hit, it was pure shock and awe. But why did the Iranian air defenses fail to activate? Well, to put it simply, the US military operates in a completely different league. Using a highly advanced mix of electronic warfare and cyber operations, coordinated from space to the ground, the coalition was able to inject false data directly into Iranian radar screens. Top-tier Iranian air defense systems like their homegrown Baver and their Russian-supplied batteries were absolutely overwhelmed by this electronic assault. But to actually hunt them down, the US set a brilliant trap. They launched hundreds of ABM-160 MALDs, miniature air-launched decoys. To a panicked Iranian radar operator staring at a chaotic screen, these tiny drones look exactly like a massive squadron of F-15s or F-16s screaming toward the capital. With the door kicked wide open, fifth-generation stealth fighters, including both US and Israeli F-35s with possible F-22 Raptors, sliced through the airspace completely undetected. Ultimately, the Iranian air defense network wasn't just suppressed, it was completely dismantled, at least for the time period. Because the Iranians do have a huge firepower. Tehran has fired back. In Operation Truthful Promise 4, a massive wave of missiles and drones just targeted U.S. bases in Israel. Here's the fallout. The UAE's Al Dhafar air base was hit, leaving one dead from shrapnel. In Bahrain, the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet HQ was directly targeted. Qatar's air defenses successfully wiped out incoming missiles, while Kuwait locked down its entire airspace under heavy fire. Meanwhile, nationwide sirens are blasting across Israel, with massive mid-air interceptions lighting up the skies over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. If you don't want your phone and emails to get compromised like that, you should get this military-grade VPN. Think of Surfshark VPN as your frontline defense. Managed to fly all the way to Iran. At 9 in the morning, Israel launched more than a dozen aircraft, but it's a complicated process. They have to navigate or entirely bypass the airspace of neighboring countries like Syria and Iraq. To avoid hostile air defenses, defense analysts estimate the actual flight distance to reach central Iran is between 930 and 1,240 miles each way. Although these routes may seem straightforward, they involve complex planning, including calculations for air refueling and coordinating attack aircraft.
I don't like war either, but some parts of me believe that this will help our grandkids and kids. I mean, well, we have to, right? It already happened. Like, hey, we don't like war. We see that we only went in Venezuela for the oil, and it's just like we took out the leader. Well, since we did it, like, I hope it helped the Venezuelan people. I hope they can get another government in. But now it's like we told them, like, hey, it don't matter who y'all put in charge. Like, we're taking this oil. Like, so it happened. Yeah, I hope it happened. So I hope good come from it. But if Netanyahu get assassinated tomorrow, we're going to be like, oh, well, Netanyahu got assassinated. I hope the Gazan people at least are able to live peacefully. Or for the next 10 years, our people will be up in arms and Americans won't be able to travel anywhere. And we're going to be looked at like the people who damn near started World War III. And we're the only reason why Israel is able to do what it does is because we stick up for them. And the only reason why we stick up for them is because of Christianity and being like God's chosen people in the Bible. No military can compare. What does that mean? Like, if Russia and China come together and the rest of the world, like, to shun us, like, yo, y'all doing whatever the hell y'all want. Like, the protector can end up being the one who turned. Right? Like, the machine can turn on the people to the point where it may think it's protecting the people, but it's actually causing their demise. That's fine, Bush. I'm a Chinese American in Iran right now. These bodies are. You realize, Philly, that when we were protecting Israel against Iran for their 12-day war, we used up 80% of our interceptor missile stockpile? Like, this is going to cost us billions of dollars in America for this, what just happened, this strike. Like Iran, the danger was never in them attacking us if we attack them back. Like, they have better firepower. That was never the point. The point is that they have splinter cell, they have people. They could strike us in America. They have suicide bombers, right? You think 9/11 was bad? What if they send 2 people strapped to New York subways? What if they send it to somebody to LAX in Los Angeles and just blow some shit up? What if during Macy's Thanksgiving parade they just send 8 people in there with AK-47 and indiscriminately just shoot everything up? Death, Allah Akbar. Then what? We still gonna say, hey, but our military is pretty fucking awesome. We got the biggest, baddest military. What that's gonna matter when there's 3 people taking over a fucking airplane somewhere? What is going to matter about the biggest, baddest military when people run up on a fucking Disney cruise parked in the harbor in Europe somewhere and kill all the Americans aboard? What that gonna mean when we got the biggest, baddest air, sea, and Marines and Air Force and fucking paratroopers and Navy SEALs? What is that gonna mean when you can't go on a vacation for the next 3 years? Because if anybody found out you're an American, your head could get fucking peeled back. Iran has already won. Yeah, I think so. Remember, they said Iran was giving money to Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Africa. They're the biggest sponsor of terrorism. You think the groups that they were giving money to, you think they just disappear? You got gang members in the U.S. You got Hells Angels, Bloods, and Crips that they kill each other, and there's a fucking, we can barely like have any peace in the neighborhoods. Like they go to war in our cities. You think you just bite off one of the fucking heads or one of the arms of the fucking octopus and it just dies? You crazy. Y'all crazy if you think it's over. Like, oh, we took out the main guy, it's over. There's a list of 50 people after him that's in line to take over. The entire military and civilian leaders are 10 feet down. You're fucking crazy. Okay, what about the leader of Hamas? What about the leaders of Hezbollah? What about the leaders of the Houthis? What about the leaders of these small militias that have firepowers that are really like, oh, they just did what? This is a holy war. You are fighting people to think that God told them to do this. This ain't like about money and we took all the monies to like, oh man, they ain't getting paid no more. We took all the fight out of them. This is a holy war. You just don't stop that. Like, if anything, you think you're supposed to be failing and you think this is a test from God. Now they think they being tested. They thinking Allah testing them and this is the final reckoning before the end of the world and everything happens. The rapture comes. Like, and like they're not getting weaker, they getting stronger. Typical Democrat. Look, this is the type of person, once I say, hey, I voted for Trump because I thought that he was going to stop the fucking wars in Israel from spreading, but he didn't. Because Joe Biden and Kamala was giving him everything he wanted. I'm like, damn, okay, I get Hamas did this to they attacked the Israel and this happened, but now we killing like 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 kids. Okay, let's stop it. So I'm not a Democrat. I voted Republican. I'm independent, but if you want to get technical, I voted Republican for the last election. So that's the point. You have a difference of opinion and somebody oh, you think that? Okay, you don't support everything Trump did? Oh, so you obviously a Democrat. No, how about I support him out of fucking 8 out of 10 things, but this is one of the two, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Rob, I seen their track record. I seen the biggest threat to the next 3 years, 4 years was Israel. So I wanted to say, okay, fuck the trans, fuck the whatever it is, and ICE, and okay, I want somebody who might stop Netanyahu. And when Trump spoke about Netanyahu, he was always like, hey, well, you know what? He fucked me over one time when we were taking down the Al-Qaeda leader. I don't really mess with. That's how Trump was when he was getting elected, during the election. Like, I don't really mess with Netanyahu that well anyway. I was like, oh, damn, with Trump ego, like Netanyahu came to our Congress and told Joe Biden, like, you need to do more. You're not doing enough. America's not, like, damn, that was the first time we seen a leader come to Washington and tell our leaders, like, hey, y'all better hurry the fuck up. Like, we need more. I thought Trump could stop it. But they're all liars. Yeah, they're always friends though, Rob. And then when Kamala got the same questions about stopping, she wouldn't do it. So it's like, damn, it's obviously that the people in power ain't stopping them. So we're choosing the lesser of evils. I never thought he was good. I just thought he was so egotistical that if Netanyahu said you need to do this, he was going to be like, who you talking to? Right? But that's before we knew the Epstein file was going to mention his goddamn name so much. Like, I voted for him because the Democrats wasn't saying nothing about the Epstein files. But Trump was like, yo, no, we need to release those Epstein files. Matter of fact, that'd be one of the first things I'm going to do. But then he get in office and he like, we still talking about this? Oh, come on. So it's like, oh, they both playing us. I knew the Democrats were playing us. They're not afraid of losing the black vote or they playing with us. So they just keep us separated. If it wasn't about race, it's about religion. If not about religion, it's about economic class. It's not about economic class. And then it's just about, hey, well, you with us, you with us. What the fuck?
Passed through Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. Israel and U.S. strategy was to attack Iran in 3 waves. The first wave targeted surface air-to-air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. Kicking down the door. The attack begins not with manned aircraft, but with robotic precision from the sea. The goal is simple: blind the enemy's eyes, their radars, and silence their voice, their command and control. In the Persian Gulf and the Northern Arabian Sea, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, ships like the USS Thomas Hudner, receive the launch order. The vertical launch system cells hiss open, and moments later, dozens of Tomahawk land attack missiles erupt from the decks. These missiles fly at subsonic speeds, humming the terrain in what we call nap of the Earth flight to stay below the radar horizon. They are programmed to loiter and strike simultaneously. Their warheads slam into S-300 and S-400 radar sites and command bunkers. They degrade the integrated air defense system, effectively carving out safe corridors for the pilots who are minutes behind them. 30 minutes past each hour. While the Tomahawks are still impacting, the silver bullets of the U.S. Air Force are already deep inside hostile airspace. These are the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, with the air defense network fractured by Tomahawk cruise missiles, usually fired from destroyers hundreds of miles away. The path is now clear. Now comes the strategic sites like nuclear bunkers, which can be bombed by B-2 Spirit, the tip of the spear. Launching from bases in Jordan and the UAE, squadrons of F-15E Strike Eagles roar into the theater. These are the bomb trucks of the operation. Each F-15 is heavily laden with GDMs and small-diameter bombs. Interestingly, it can carry up to 19 GDAMs or 28 small-diameter weapons. While the B-2s hit the deep bunkers, the F-15s hunt the mobile targets. Their ADSA radars scan the ground for ballistic missile launchers hiding in valleys. Working in pairs, they drop precision bombs on missile convoys, hangars, and secondary command nodes. Once they are Winchester, out of ammo, or low on fuel, they don't go home yet. They connect to this tanker common launch tube that fits into almost any aircraft's existing fuel hatch. They retreat to those tanker tracks established in Phase 1, taking on thousands of pounds of jet fuel in midair before turning back for a second sortie. 2 hours pass each hour. To sustain the pressure, the U.S. Navy's floating air bases enter the fight. Cruising in the Arabian Sea, a carrier strike group turns into the wind. Steam and electromagnetic catapults begin launching aircraft every 30 seconds. F/A-18 Super Hornets launch carrying anti-radiation missiles. Their job is DAD, destruction of enemy air defenses. They are hunting down any surviving radar operators foolish enough to turn their systems on. Meanwhile, F-35 Sea Lightning push forward to gather intelligence and strike high-threat targets that the older jets cannot reach. Orbiting far behind them are the E-2D Hawkeyes, the quarterbacks in the sky, managing the massive traffic of hundreds of U.S. jets. By sunrise, the first wave is over. The eyes of the enemy air defense have been blinded by Tomahawks. The heart of the nuclear program has been crushed by B-2s, and the limbs of the missile forces have been severed by F-15 and carrier aircraft. We make original videos from scratch, so please do subscribe.
That's crazy. Somebody asked what video it is. This is I tell you how the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Like, people don't realize that, like, the U.S. have groups that we pay. Like, a lot, like Bin Laden, like, he was trained by us. Like, the Russians wanted to take over Afghanistan, and we trained Bin Laden and gave them weapons to fight against the Russians. And then when they turned against us, when we wanted them to do some shit and come take control, they turned against us and used that same weaponry against us. So it's like, we have groups too. Most Americans, we could sit here and tell you, I gotta ask you, can ask an American, tell me a Iranian terror group, and they might be able to tell you Hamas, Hezbollah. And you say, tell me a U.S. terror group. Yeah, tell me somebody in a group in Syria and Iran that the U.S. pays or have given money to, have trained to go against another country. You couldn't tell them. They wouldn't know. We know about Iran and who they paying and China and this, but we don't know who the U.S. giving money to go to war with people and fuck up stuff. We don't even think about that.
So joining me now, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, joining from Israel. Sir, it's good to have you with us. I have a lot of questions for you, but there has been a lot of developments since you were last on our air. So tell me what your reaction is to potentially, according to your Israeli intelligence, Khamenei and then 40 of the top leadership taken out in this attack.
This is the opportunity of a lifetime for the Iranian people. We've opened the doors of their jail. Now it's up to them to run out.
Remember, so millions of Iranians going to wake up tomorrow with no government. You think that's going to go good? Or you think like the little gangs in the country are going to take over and it's going to be like a civil war? You think that tomorrow the Iranian people are going to wake up better off than they were when they went to sleep? It's going to be all just roses and dandies and lions, and they're just going like, oh, we're so much better. Thanks, America. Get the hell out of here. Somalia money. Look, you realize even with the Somalia thing, like, we found the Somalian daycare centers that were like that been there for years, but we just fucking found them, right? But then turns out days before that, there's like Somalia and then there's Somaliland. Like, they split up into two different countries because of the wars happening. And Israel now is the first nation to recognize Somaliland as like independent from Somalia. Like, Israel really wants to use like the ports and stuff that they have there, like to build military bases. And as soon as Israel now supports Somaliland against Somalia, as soon as they come out and say that, the next fucking day, all of a sudden, we know about the illegal daycares that the Somalis have in the U.S. They just getting hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and nobody knew. But now all of a sudden they're like, "Oh my God, we just found out about this daycare. Oh my God, we had no idea." What? It's just a coincidence that Israel is now going through something with Somalia. Now we found out something about. Come on. So then, I'm like, okay, cool. Pretty soon we going to war with Somalia. Because we're going to say, oh, look at their people. They got illegal daycares and they're supporting terrorists. Their government supporting terrorists in Somalia. And they got oil there? They got diamonds and shit? Okay, look. We need to bring democracy to the people of Somalia. Come on.
Out to get the bad guys and essentially take their freedom, because we can only go so far. It's their decision to rise up against this horrible regime, and we're hitting the regime. We're hitting the police, the terror police called Basij, the IRGC, the leadership. There will never be a better moment in your history to take your future into your hands.
So
look, and they make it seem so random, right? Hey, look, we don't know who it could be, but if there's any one of you, it's like a Disney movie. If there's any one of you out there, if there's any one of you here, we just bombed your supreme leader. Now come on into the streets. This is not a fucking Disney. They know what group is down there that they already gave weapons to, that they want to take over the government. Like, it's not like, oh, somebody's out there. If you're brave enough, step forward if you got the courage. It could be any of you Persians. Any of you can be the one. No. Like, what the fuck? They really think we're stupid. Like, we're just, like America did them a favor. They bombed them now. Who's going to rise up among the people to set their people free? This is fucking coordinated. They know who they want to take over next. They know what government they want to install, and that's exactly what they're going to do or try to do over the next couple of weeks. Now, can they do it? Can the side that Israel have given weapons to and smuggle weapons inside of the country to, can they take over without the U.S. being on the ground in boots?
In your estimation, we're still seeing these missile launches, despite the fact that as many as 40 leaders were taken out. Who do you think is pushing the buttons at this point?
In many cases, it's pre-orders, which they, even if there's no command center, they know that at a certain moment they're supposed to shoot, so they have those sort of automatic orders. It also may be sort of a Hail Mary where they're shooting everything they can to try and wreak some havoc in the area. But I can tell you, as an Israeli not far from Tel Aviv right now, that's been hit, we're strong, we're resilient. We know that if we didn't act now, a year from now and 2 years from now, it would be 20 times harder and perhaps impossible to act. So this was the very last moments that we could act. And I want to say, on behalf of the Israeli people, thank you to President Trump.
So does this mean, since we clearing out all the evil people, does this mean so we got rid of the regime, so then Israel don't have that much to worry about no more, so we can not give them any military aid because we got rid of their biggest foe? So then we could bring it back home and take care of our homeless and poor and hungry. That's what that means, right? That's how it's good for the American people, right? Because then we can move our troops out of the Middle East and bring them back home and not be the world police because we took out the regime. Right? We got 2 regimes. We should be able to call. That's a good fucking year, America. Let's bring it home now and then.
His leadership, his courage, his resolve is changing the world. And on behalf of all of Israel, left and right, we all thank President Trump for his leadership.
I want to play for you. Trey Yinks was on the balcony in Tel Aviv in his reporting position when this incoming missile appeared to make it through the Iron Dome and land somewhere in Tel Aviv. Let's watch. It's hard to discern, but it was.
Ooh, is that part of it? It lets you know something coming, then the louder it gets, it's getting closer to you, get the fuck away.
Clear that a missile made it through. Can you tell us anything about that situation at this point?
Well, we know there are some wounded. We don't know more than that right now. There were a few hits in Israel, but just imagine if this was with a nuclear warhead and not a regular one. And imagine that it hits... Massive
explosions right now.
Yeah, this is sad, man. It's sad that this war, that we have to go to war over nonsense. Children dying. It's not imaginary people dying. These are kids. These are human beings that are dying. I don't care what religion, color. There's a better way, man. And even if there's not, there's like, it's stupid to do the same thing. Like, to do the same thing to like, oh, we're taking out this regime, we're striking it. Like, okay, fool us once. Like, okay, cool, these bad guys, they need to be taken out. Let's take them out. But if we do it like, okay, come on, did this work? This didn't work the last 6 times we did it. Like, why the hell are we acting like we haven't done this before? This same fucking playlist. Like, when has it worked out? Tell me the one time we took out a regime and it worked. Like, okay, I get that we need to do something, but isn't it like to repeat the same thing and expect a different outcome over and over again? Isn't that the definition of insanity, right? So we can't just like, oh, they went to war. Like, come on, guys. Somebody needed to do something. What else are we gonna do? That's the same thing what happened when at the start of the war, of the Gaza war. We like, damn, Israel striking the shit out of them. Well, yeah, they have the right to respond. What else are they gonna do? Then, like, fucking 2 years later, they go, okay, all right, damn. All right, we can't keep using this excuse now. Like, come on, we can't keep saying this. Like, they have the right to defend themselves. Like, okay, like, after 30,000 children dead, it kind of lose the effect. So, like, we're like, oh, the Iranian regime. Like, we don't say government, right? We got to make it the regime. Because a government, it sounds too official. But if you say regime, that sounds bad. Like, hey, we're striking the Iranian government. Oh, damn, we're supposed to do? No. We're striking the Iranian regime. That's different. They got a different ring to it, right? I'm proud of the chat too, but I see people that agree with me and I see people that don't. Either way, I think that they have any good mind, any good person can play devil's advocate. So you should be smart enough to know that there's an argument for what you believe or against it. Like, you should be able to jump different ways. Only people who play games like, yeah, I can't really see it. Yeah, but you can get it. Even if you don't agree with it, you should be able to get anybody's argument. Like, I see what you're saying. I don't agree with it, but I get it. If you don't get it, then you're not thinking hard enough. There's Trump syndrome on both sides. The people who don't love Trump will never love him no matter what he do. And the people who love him will love him no matter what he do. So it's Trump derangement syndrome on both sides. It's not one-sided. I hope Iran is one, and it just nothing happens, and the people of Iran is free, and they hold a free election, and the new government takes a hold, and now you got great relations between Iran, America, and everybody's happy, and we could travel back and forth, and now Americans are partying in Tehran, and now it's a lovely vacationing spot. There are Masonic lodges in the U.S., Israel, and Iran. What does that tell you? The same hand pulls the strings. Humanity needs the way. Yeah. Same reason why we're like, hey, why so many pedophiles get caught and then they could run to Iran or run to Israel, excuse me. I hope it's a win, man. I want us to win. I voted for Trump to win. But on this, I can't get jiggy with this shit. We've had a better army than the Iraqi army. We had a better army than the Taliban. We had a better army than the fucking Vietnamese. Right? They had guns versus the Indians, the Native Americans when they came here. But we know America got problem when you got people that's fighting for a reason other than money and imperialism. When you got people that's fighting for a cause that's like, you won't tread on me, then those people, those men, a man fighting for his rights and his freedoms is way different than a man fighting for some money and oil. We have zero reason to attack Iran. Yeah. And the forefathers, right, the creators of this country said, hey, be careful being aligned and being so friendly with a nation that we get pulled into their wars. So if we like, hey, Israel's our brother, and Iran is bothering them, we need to defend Israel. This is exactly what the fucking founding fathers warned us of. We shouldn't be so close to anybody. It should be, yo, yeah, we like you. We really fuck with you. But this ain't our problem. Like, you still foreign, okay? But we forgot that. Tim, the Indians are comparable because we couldn't. They ain't never seen nothing like that. They were used to fighting in straight lines and straight up and asymmetrical warfare. When those Native American came jumping out of trees and shit and leaving traps and booby traps on the ground, the American people were like, whoa, what is this? We ain't never seen no shit like this before. What happen when you think the Americans are the Russians or even fucking Napoleon the Great when he went to Afghanistan? It don't matter how the being more advanced worked against us. We coming with big backpacks and machine guns and tanks and all this. Afghanistan is mountainous. You got these motherfucking goat herders with AK-47s and sandals jumping on rocks and running. And then you got Marines with 90-pound backpacks on with ammo and shit trying to run after them. It didn't work out. It don't matter. The tanks and shit held us back. I voted for Trump because I thought that he would stop the wars. But it didn't happen. Kamala and Joe wouldn't say they would. That's why I voted. Simple. I voted for him because I agreed that, like, hey, there needs to be deportation of illegals, but that it should be done in a certain way, right? You could both agree something, but maybe not how to do it, right? You could agree with that. You could have a partner and be like, yeah, let's do this, but y'all can't make up your mind on how you should do it. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Maybe you think one way is fucking stupid and illogical, but it'll still get the job done. See, look, we steady arguing in the comments. People are defending the politicians. You tell me you don't believe that both sides are crooked and that both sides are tearing us apart and telling us, hey, your problems are because of the other side. Damn it, Republicans, you're sad and living paycheck to paycheck because the damn Democrats won't get things together. Damn Democrats, you know you're living paycheck to paycheck and don't have equal jobs and can't pursue your dreams and own a home. You know why? Because the damn Republicans don't want you to. Both the Democrats and the Republicans have homes and their kids are doing well off, but they telling you that they can't help you because of the other side. Then why the fuck am I voting for you? It's a scam from both sides. They give us a bunch of promises. The Democrats tell us, oh, we want to do this, we want to do that. And then they get in office and then they be like, oh man, we had great plans, but the Republicans just we can't get it done. Like y'all knew this was going to be a problem before. Then they go vote in secret. Then we don't know till the vote is over. How come they never tell us who voted? Okay, listen. This is what we want for all Americans. This is how we want to help all Americans. But these people show us their face and their names. These people right here, these 9 people, won't vote for it. And then they can show us for it, show us. And then those people got to come forward and answer to the American people why they won't vote this way or another. Why don't we do that? We got all this podcasting, live streaming. They could pull it up like, yo, we about to make this vote, but these people don't. Let's not vote these people in no more. We're not going to vote them in no more. But instead, they tell you, hey, listen, we know that this representative didn't vote your way, but hey, they're the same party as you. They're a Republican or they're a Democrat, so you got to vote for them again. I know that they're not doing what you want them to do, but you can't vote for the other side. You can't let them win. Come on. Most people like suck. Johnny living paycheck to paycheck. Are you working 40, 80 hours a week and you still can't take a vacation? You can't afford to call off. It don't matter who they trick you. Oh, well under Biden, the eggs were cheaper. You're like, no, it didn't feel like it. Well, they tell you like, oh, look, because of our charts and our data, it shows that Americans are doing better. And you like, I don't think I was doing better under neither one of these motherfuckers. I feel like the prices were the same. Oh no, that's not true. Look at the data and the census from look at our chart. It say you doing better. They just keep telling you, oh, look, we did better than the last person. The next person that's in office is gonna say they did better and we're doing better than we did under Trump. They just pull out graphs that show numbers and show the numbers just show whatever the fuck they want to show.
Hanson's a former U.S. Army Special Forces and chief strategist for the Middle East Forum. Jim, how ambitious is this operation?
It's huge, to quote the man who is running it. And I think it's been tremendously.
Yeah, crazy. Look at your receipts. So you doing better? So the fucking the price of eggs and gas and your rent was just so high under Biden. And then when Trump came in, it was just the best thing ever. Everything, now you got fucking money to splurge. Now you just, your savings account just went up an extra $2,000 since Trump was in office. Or you were just a multi-millionaire when Biden was in office. Now Trump came, all your stocks and shit just unfell, huh? Shut up. What are you talking about? Yeah, but what else went higher? So if the eggs were $20 under Biden, right, and you bought them today for $4, what went up? What is the thing that went up, though? Tell me that. Because it always balances out, Crystal.
Successful. I don't think anyone would have counted on getting confirmation that Khamenei had returned to ambient temperature on the same day of the strikes. And what that does, there is no succession plan. He was losing power. Their regime was fading. Nobody knows who's set to be the next leader of what remains of that regime. So this has been a success beyond anything I think the Trump administration, the Israelis, or the world would have expected.
So when do they cry uncle? The president said he's willing to go.
Look at that. I'm a construction worker. Tons more material are expensive because of the tariffs. Trump didn't lower any price. See, you get people that keep saying, I think both sides are fucking evil. The Republicans are Democrat, but you get people that come in here and I just know which side they on because as soon as they disagree with me, they say, oh, you must be a liberal. Depending on which part of my rant they come in on, they say, oh, he must be a liberal. Or he must be a Republican. But depending on which party I'm ragging on at that moment is where they come in on. Yes, I support the Second Amendment. And the only thing that's been consistent under Obama, Biden, Trump, Bush, is that Epstein was running around raping underage girls, and neither one of them cared. But that's why they don't want us to focus on that, because they all was hanging out with Epstein. You doing that to people commenting, you don't know me, I'm an affiliate. I'm saying some people. I'm not talking about you then, Mikey. But people are doing that. They're not saying, yeah, I get what you're saying, or yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't agree that's the right decision. It's, if you have a difference of opinion, it's not because we both voted for the same person and maybe you change your mind or something. It's because you're from the other side. I'm a blood, and if you disagree with me, you're a Crip. See, you don't see people of other countries dancing around in the street saying, I love Biden or Obama. They're yelling, I love Trump. Yes, I did. They showed us that. When Zelensky was saying how much he loved Biden, Netanyahu at first was saying how much he loved Biden. They all say that. They show us that. They had Black Lives Matter, right? Oh, we love Biden. We love Barack. We love the Democrats, right? We had George Floyd and all that and all. So there's either way you can look it up and say, oh, look, these people. But then you're going to be like, oh, well, those fucking terrorists, Black Lives Matter. Oh, well, these people voting for Trump. Oh, that's January 6th. They're rioters. They know. They stormed the Capitol. The same people that justify people storming the Capitol will get mad at people at protesting against ICE. The same people that could see how you could protest against ICE and the federal government don't understand how people get so mad at an election they think was rigged that they will storm the Capitol. Like, it's stupid. Both sides could be like, okay, I can see how they could get mad and they would have did that. But because they disagree with each other, they both had an interaction with the federal government. But one side say, yeah, we were justified. I see why we did it. But you, nah, I don't see why y'all did it. Y'all was stupid. Both fighting back, two sides fighting back against the federal government in different ways for different reasons. Y'all both had the same enemy. But somehow y'all be like, nah, yeah, but our reason for going against the federal government, it makes sense. Yours don't. Come on.
As long as possible, and I guess we have to wait to see what happens on the ground.
Well, you got to wonder if you're one of the IRGC leaders who's left or the Ayatollahs who's left, do you want to be the guy who pokes his head up and says, I'm in charge now? You know, I think some of them are looking at the idea that, hey, I've got a bunch of money stacked in offshore accounts. Maybe it's time to buy a few extra wives and retire. And I think what remains to be seen now is who steps up among the Iranian people. And we heard of a meeting that happened last week in London among 30 leaders of opposition groups who put aside their differences and formed the Iran Freedom Congress, the largest group of opposition leaders. They may be in a position to be the next government if we can get the regime out of the way.
So we're hearing reports that we smuggled some of Musk's Starlinks into the country. We're obviously helping facilitate those communications. Do you have any indication that we have special operators inside Iran?
I would not be surprised in the slightest if in some of the border provinces, the Kurds, the Azeris, and the Baluchis have major beefs and have in the past risen up in large fashion. So it would not be surprising at all for there to be helpers bringing them things that could facilitate both communications and potentially the next step, which is brush fires that require the regime to try and take.
Somebody said two different things. No reason to protect illegals in January 6th was overblown. See, it's two different reasons, but the same thing. The American people were pissed off. Enough of them to make a ripple. Like, you don't think when they had like the forefathers sitting there and they had they were having the Boston Tea Party and they had the Sons of Liberty, right? That's the group that they were part of that had the Boston Tea Party. You don't think the Sons of Liberty got together and they were like, hey, we still got taxation without representation. The king's still coming over here. Like, we back over there. Like we can't keep letting that happen. The next shipment of tea at the Boston Harbor, we're going to take that shit. We're going to burn it. We're going to throw it overboard. You don't think that some of them was like, yo, that's too much. Nah, that's the government. That's the king. That's treason. Nah, we're not doing that. But some of them said, nah, fuck that. Nah, that ain't happening. We told the king that we need fucking representation in parliament, but he keep playing with it. We gonna fucking run up on that ship and we turning the whole harbor brown. Yeah, they could have did something else. Yeah, they could have peacefully protest, but at a certain time they say our peaceful protesting is being fucking ignored. Hey, king. hey, we're new people over here. We know where we from, but we got our own thing going on over here, and you taxing the shit out of us. You taking money out of our pockets, and we working hard over here. But there was still some people that was like, come on, we can't do that. That's our homeland. Most of our cousins and my auntie and grandma still over there in the mainland. But they still fucking did it. Because they felt like they were being impeded upon. And then you know what? The rest of the country got in with the program. And it turns out, hey, the British are coming, and now we're fighting back for our independence. But if they get caught and the king find them, then all of our founding fathers that we like, oh my God, they were so smart and they wrote the Constitution, they would have been hung for fucking treason. And it would have been the people that like, oh, I told them not to do it. I told them that was too far. We were protesting and we had signs, but they wanted to destroy. They destroyed the king's property. Do you know Earl? That was his shipping company. That was importing the tea. They fucked with Earl business. Can you believe that? That's what you sound like when you're like, oh, people, January 6th, that was crazy. They shouldn't have did it. Oh, people, Black Lives Matter out there protesting. If the American people protesting, if you get enough of them, out of the 350 million, if you get 10, 20, 30 million of them to agree that something's fucking wrong, then it's usually the government's fault. Right? When you get the Black Panthers in the inner city and you're like, yo, they playing with us. They putting drugs in the community. They're not letting us get jobs. They destroying every leader. They killing them. Malcolm X killed them. Martin Luther King killed them. Like, holy shit. Whenever we got all these gangbangers now, they just, kids are running wild. Then guess what? You get the Black Panther Party. And they sitting there patrol. Okay, we'll patrol the neighborhood. We'll feed the kids. We'll police our own. And then what they do to them? They label them as terrorist organization and fucking killed their leadership. The only time that the NRA passed a gun law and was good for it was when the Black Panther Party peacefully protested with their weapons in California. Reagan was like, holy shit, we can't have that. So then they passed the act to make it illegal for you to carry a loaded weapon in California. The only time that the NRA and the Republican Party was for a law is when the Black Panthers used it. I'm just saying, maybe it's a coincidence. We got to get out of the cave and then come back and tell as many people. Now, some people ain't going to accept it. Some people won't accept the truth. Some people going to be like, no, I'm a Republican and it's the Democrats. Some people are going to be like, nah, I'm a Democrat. I'm voting for Democrat no matter what the Republicans say. So then those are the people that's in the matrix. They don't want to take the pill to get out. They're fine living in the matrix. They're fine. They know it, but they just like the taste of steak. They don't want to eat the fucking canned food with no fucking taste. They be running from the machines all day and spending the rest of their life and fucking and fear of the machines coming to get them. No, leave me up here in my little pod floating and let me live my life. Some people are cool with that. But if you're not, that's why you're here. It's like they all make sense. Like they put a little bit of truth in it. They put a little bit of truth in it. And then they just, the rest is lies. Both sides are fucking tearing us apart. There's no good side. They're both evil.
Tamp them down. And if they try to do that, it's open season on anything they send to try and shut down those. So I think this could rapidly be moving away from them. I don't want to get ahead of myself. There could be a long slog before the end of this, but I believe the Islamic Republic has hit its expiration date.
So the retaliation strikes hit a bunch of Arab states. Doesn't sound...
Nah, they eat canned food in the Matrix. You remember the Matrix? When you get pulled out, now you live in real life. You're out of the game. Now they had that nasty ass food because it's like a steak didn't taste like a steak, right? Like once you knew, it didn't. It was all programmed. They were programmed to know the taste of what a steak tastes like. It don't matter. Like it was some people like that. Some people know it's a game and they want to play it. What's up? Greetings from Europe. What up? Two sides of the same coin. Yeah, you be on Facebook and shit. I can't stand on Facebook. They be like, hey, look at this. Hey, look at this. Look what the Republicans did. And they be like, hey, look what the Democrats did. You like, it's the same fucking people. They both evil. Like, you don't see both sides do shit and then pretend. Like, I think they go in a meeting and they be like, hey, listen, the Republicans, we took the rap for the last two things we took away. But you know that money that we send to Europe and we took a piece of it? Yeah, we took the rap for it. The Democrats got to take this rap for the no. We about to send this $3 billion to Israel. You got to say, we're going to say we don't want to do it and we're trying to stop you and filibuster you, but y'all going to push through anyway, okay? It's your turn. No, Jimmy, I'm telling you, no, it's your turn. The American people are mad at the Republicans. We got to put it back on you guys so we even it out a little bit. And then the next midterm cycle, we'll take it. You know, I need a new fucking yacht, Jimmy. I need that $20 million. I'll take the blame for the next thing we do. Okay. All right. That's all they doing. They putting us against each other. And if it wouldn't be that, it's religion.
Sound like a very strategic response. Why would they do that? Are they going after U.S. bases?
It wasn't so much the U.S. bases. I think they were trying to drive a wedge between the Gulf states and the U.S. and get them to blame us for the fact that they're taking incoming fire. And I think that was a major miscalculation. You know, they may have actually taken the Abraham Accords, which was an agreement in theory mostly, and turned it into the Abraham Alliance of people who are all united against the Islamic Republic and wishing it to meet its demise so there can be prosperity and security in the region.
It's funny how
I know talking nonsense is all nonsense, right? Anybody that the U.S. support is the good guys, and anybody that China and Russia support is the evil guys, right? God made it so simple for us. It's so fucking simple. It's like a Marvel movie, huh? It's so simple. The good guys wear blue and the bad guys, the evil guys, wear red. That's how we know who's good and evil. Duh. You don't got to think and use your mind. We're all just saying, we're all anti-Semitic. We're just saying Israel's the problem and we're doing things for Israel that we never did for anybody else. But we're talking nonsense. Is the Republicans and the Democrat? That's nonsense. Everybody knows in every good story, there's the villain and there's the hero. That is it. We're still talking about those Epstein files, guys. We have a war. We have so many things going on that who cares about the Epstein files and the predators and the billionaires, and he came out of nowhere, just all this money and people, and he got sweetheart deals and knew multiple presidents, and who cares? Yeah, we're done with radical Islam and radical liberals. Yeah, that's the problem. You get rid of them. There's no radical Catholics. I guess when those Irish was fighting, there was the Irish Catholics versus the fucking Irish Muslims, when they were fighting each other. Yeah, we all know a country get along when there's only one religion inside of it. They won't find another reason to fight. Like, hey, we're all Christian, but I'm a Baptist and he's a he's a Catholic. No, he's Protestant. Yeah, I believe in Jesus, but he likes Mary a little too much. Come on, the Christians can't even agree on what to get along with. What about the domestic bills from the Democrats? Like the Child Care Act, Family Care Act. Democrats support higher working wage and Republicans don't. Republicans support fucking bailouts for billionaires just like they all do. See, there's a difference between what they're saying. If either side actually delivered what they say they're going to deliver, then it would be great. hey, get billionaires to pay their fair share. Make a living wage. Bring down the prices of gas and food. Bring down the prices of owning a home and going on vacation. If both sides did it, then we wouldn't have a problem. If either side did what they actually said, then we wouldn't have a problem. But the problem is that they don't. They both claim they want the same thing, to help Americans, help the middle class and low income, but they never help us. But they want to, but they never get around to it. I don't see the blacks in the inner city rise up when a Democrat's in fucking office. I don't see the rednecks in the trailer parks come up a couple notches when there's a Republican in office. So what the hell are you praising either party about?
All right, thanks,
Because they talk
General.
a good game?
Democratic Senator John Fetterman praising President Trump for doing, quote, what's right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. He sits on the Homeland Security Committee and joins us now. Senator, thanks so much for getting up this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you.
So, Senator, there are some on your side of the aisle, and to be frank, some of Republicans that don't agree with this action as well. But you support the president's action here.
It's that easy. Taxing billionaires won't work. They'll just raise prices. Yeah, but we don't have to buy them. I get that. No, it won't push because this guy's. That's fine. I'm not smart because I don't agree with you, Jacob. What do you disagree with, Jacob? Which side do you think is really for us? The good side, and then what side is the evil side? Like the government can pass laws when they want to bail out the auto industry or the banking industry or the airline industry, but they can't help the homeless or help homeowners or help the poor and fucking Skid Row. We can help Israel and Gaza and the Ukraine, but we can't go put all our minds together. We can have these missiles and supersonic weapons and these stealth bombers, but we can't figure out a way to make cool housing for the homeless in California somewhere that don't look shitty and that's like economically stable and don't hurt the environment. We can't focus on that, right? Elon building spaceships that could go out into space and come back and be reused, but hey, it's too fucking far-fetched to think about helping the homeless, right? Nah, that's too close to home. Now going to war is one thing, killing the Ayatollah, striking a nation, regime change, hey, we can do that. But helping the homeless, what? Now you just did, that's stupid logic right there. Right, they make you think that's stupid, right? Like you're the type. That's the type of people that sit there and see somebody helping the homeless or giving them money or giving them food, and you're like, "What the hell? You giving somebody money on social media? Why we gotta see that? Why you gotta put that up here? You do good for somebody. Why you gotta put it on social media?" But that's the same people that see somebody getting their head kicked in and share it and send it to a friend, be like, "Damn, look at this motherfucker get beat up. Look." You don't share that. You don't ask why the evil up there. But somebody do good on social media, you like, oh, that's stupid. I don't mess with him. I ain't following him. He want that's clickbait. He want clout for helping somebody. God ain't gonna bless you. So the evil can be broadcast everywhere, and that's acceptable. But somebody talking about good stuff and doing good, and we shun them and say how bad they is and how they just missed their blessings because they recorded it. Like it's supposed to be weird. Like, hey, we're a Christian nation. We're supposed to be godly. Like, it's supposed to sound weird. Yeah, we're not gonna kill them. What? Yeah, they deserve to die, and they deserve to have a bomb on them, and their women and children killed. We shouldn't care about. No, we're not doing that. Hey, we need to get those terrorists. Okay, so we need to take out the terrorist organization, right? Yeah, we need to take them. They're really bad. Okay, but if we strike them, 50,000 kids are going to die. Okay, then we're not doing it. Wait, what you mean we not? Yeah, we all fucking die together. I guess we're going to go to heaven together and say, hey, God, we all decided to die because we wasn't killing no 50,000 kids. That's just how it's going to go. That's what Jesus would do. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, so you're a Christian up until a certain fucking point. Up until a point where it might hurt you or it might be uncomfortable for you. Somebody said, oh, well, then we won't kill them. And when one of the people come here and steal a car and kill your kids, then you'll get it. Oh, so if my kids are killed, then I'm like, oh, fuck it. You know, I'm bad now. Kill them all. Kill a whole country. My wife and kids were hurt, so kill a whole country. Shit, no. It's not Christian-like. $18 billion spent on homelessness. That's nothing. They spend over $300 million in Israel. And just because they say spent, what that mean? That's not even, that's like 2 days worth of missiles. I used to push my baby stroller through shit and piss running on the sidewalk to go to the park. Shit crazy. And in California, they had the chance, the Democrats had the chance to pass reparations bill for black people, and they didn't. If you can't pass a reparations bill with like a majority Democratic government and a Democratic governor, what the hell you think you're gonna pass it somewhere else? And then they gave an excuse like, oh well, there was some parts that was wrong and we ain't want Newsom to have to send it back, so they never even let it get to the governor. All they had to do was get past their little Congress and then get to the governor, and the black people in California would have had reparations. California would have been an example. The Democrats cannibalized their own reparations bill. Get the fuck out of here. So they were trying to do something. So even if the Republicans not in the way, when you have the numbers, you still wouldn't pass it? Come on.
Why?
Well, because that was always the right thing. I mean, you can just put out, tweets and statements, to support peace, but to actually create real peace, you have to do these kinds of actions just like happened. Just like last year, too, when they to destroy their nuclear facilities. Sometimes peace is possible after these kinds of steps, and that's why I support those things. And I listened to my colleague from South Carolina earlier, and I even had the option, to talk to him before the State of the Union speech, and I encouraged it as well. And so I fully support these kinds of things, and I'm proud to stand with our military and Israel through this, and that was the right thing.
Yeah, you posted on X, you said Operation Epic Fury, President Trump has been willing to do what's right and necessary to produce real peace in the region. God bless the United States, our great military, and Israel. You have others like Thomas Massey who wrote this: acts of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to the AP. What is your response to Massey and to your colleagues who don't agree with this?
That's bizarre. I'd like to remind my colleague over in the House that Iran massacred 30,000 of their own people right now. This war is not about the Iranian people. It's about this poisonous regime. And that's why I'm proud to stand with our military. I'm proud to stand with Israel, too. I might be a Democrat, but in this specific case, the president is absolutely correct to do these kinds of actions. And now,
no, to be a Christian don't mean that you would not defend yourself. But I think if you ask a Christian, hey, I'll give you this button. If you press it, the rest of the world is going to blow up, but the United States is going to be fine. Or if you don't press it, then the world is going to blow up, and we're all just going to meet your maker. If your choice is, hey, well, I'm going to save the United States and I'm going to blow up the rest of the world, you're not a Christian. Because at that point, you are choosing but that your life and your people that you love in America are greater than worth more than the people of the other country. We're supposed to go down together. You're supposed to be, well, no, I'm not choosing. That's for God to choose. If he choose that if I don't press this button, then the whole world we go down together, then we go down together. That sounds crazy to you if you're not believing in God. But if you're a Christian, Muslim, if you believe in God, then that should be like, oh, that makes sense. Look, they got y'all arguing. MAGA this, Biden this. They all would have supported. The Democrats and Republicans would all support this war. There's not one of them that would have stopped this. And they storming the consulate. They're trying to get out of there. No war. I hope it's no war. Maybe it'd be no war. Maybe nothing won't come after this, and then America could feel like they did something and gave the Iranian people a chance, and then won't be nothing to come. And Israel feel like they got what they want, and they'll just leave. I don't know. This ain't stopping. No way to stop. Israel is on a mission. And we keep acting like they're going to stop one day. They're not stopping. They want this whole territory. It belongs to them. It is theirs. It is their territory promised to them by their God. Like, how would you stop Israel when they think like this whole place belongs to them? Hundreds of protesters stormed U.S. consulate in Pakistan.
We will. This is my first time seeing this. This is in Erbil, Iraq. I'm hearing from our producers. A black plume of smoke emanating from behind this West Eye building in front of the camera alone. I know you track sources, and I know that you keep a close eye on both Arab and Israeli.
Militias are really an important actor when it comes to the regional balance of power, because unlike previously the Assad regime, which was a regime that supported Iran, or the Houthis, which are a quasi-regime, they control more than half of Yemen, that supports Iran, the militias in Iraq cannot be bullied or threatened by international diplomacy. They are not something that, like Hezbollah is a player in Lebanese politics. Lebanon so far has told Hezbollah, please don't get involved. The Iraqi militias are loyal to ostensibly no one except Iran. There are several militias. The biggest one that has been involved so far, it's called Khatib Hezbollah, which is actually different than Hezbollah, but it's essentially the same idea. It's a rogue militia that operates within Iraq, that is loyal to Iran. And already when the initial strikes were launched by Israel, then that militia said they will, of course, retaliate. There have been several drones that were shot down in the northern areas of Israel, likely fired by Khatib Hezbollah. The militia also said that one of its bases was hit. They did not say by who. I would actually bet that that's by the United States, not by Israel. They did not say by who. That's where this is fitting into that game. So this cloud of smoke that we're seeing, I would say, is either the retaliations against Khatib Hezbollah by the United States, or possibly it is an Iranian attack against a U.S. base, although I would doubt that, because then we would probably be hearing a lot more about it.
Ever. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard is threatened.
And the people that think this is over, it's crazy. Like, oh, we just struck them. Nothing's going to happen. It's just
We are
simple.
quickly approaching the top of a new hour. It's almost 3 a.m. and the killing of the supreme leader.
I think that obviously Iran is not a monolith. There's a lot of different people that live there, but a majority are thrilled that Khamenei is dead. All of the social media video that we see coming out, everything that we're seeing from Iran itself are people celebrating in the streets, people dancing, people excited when they first struck at Khamenei's house, and then when he was declared dead. Overall, I think the people are excited. They're hopeful. Obviously, they're a little scared. Bombs hitting your country are always a little scary, but mostly it's hope. It's thank goodness this horrible regime that has had a stranglehold over the country and killed countless people is finally maybe leaving. And Khamenei was the top of it. He was the symbol, and he's finally.
That sound like, hey, if you kill a political leader, you assassinate somebody, and you could find like a group of people, like 1,000 people that think it's good, and film them celebrating, then hey, we're on your side.
Gone. Will increase regional stability because it will bring someone to the Middle East that is a friend to America, that is a friend to democracy, and that doesn't want to support terror or support destabilizing the region, and instead wants to be a positive member of the world community.
It's crazy. We Americans, look, we're in a chat arguing about our government. Like, hey, I'm on the left, I don't trust the right. I'm on the right, I don't trust the left. But then when it comes to like foreign and like believing them their lies about or their stories about other countries and their leadership, then we're like, oh yeah, like our government's telling the truth. Like they said they're evil, so they're evil. Like they ain't never do nothing to us personally, but they tell us that the Iranian regime is evil. We heard stories about them. So, hey, our government got to be telling the truth on that. They ain't telling the truth about nothing that's going on in America with our health care, with our food. They're poisoning us with our prescription medication. We're dying, and our healthcare system is a disaster, and we don't fix nothing and cure nothing. We just like maintain the disease until the person dies, and everything is crazy, and they putting chemicals in our food and shit, and we can't lose weight because they're purposely making us addicted to the food and putting sugar and spices and chemicals to make you smell the food and just fucking want it. Like, hey, and now we got Ozempic and other GLPs because we got to fight against them getting us fucking hooked. So now it's like getting hooked onto a drug, and you got to take methadone or something like to replace the drug. We get hooked onto the food, so now we need GLP-1s and tirzepatide and retatrutide and Ozempic because the food is unnatural. Like, that's like every fucking thing. And people are like, hey, why do we need Ozempic? Just stop eating. No, this is not 1950 when the food is fucking wholesome and regular and a potato's a potato. Now you got McDonald's making formulas to, when they cook the fries, to make the smell go through the chimney so then you can smell it and it can bring back childhood memories. And they make the soda with extra sugar so you can get addicted to it and your insulin level spikes. So you want it 30 minutes. Like, this shit ain't natural. We're fighting unnatural forces. Hey, why can't kids put down the phone? Well, because they purposely make everything short and make it autoplay. You ain't got to swipe up. As soon as it ends, it swipes up by itself. Like, we're fighting unnatural forces. Y'all want to fight? You want us to fight it naturally? Like, they giving us medication. They got the cures to it, but no, we're not going to help them get out of this and say, hey, you know what, is the food or this. We're just going to give them another pill. And when they have a side effect, we're going to give them another pill. When they come in for their high blood pressure and we give them a pill that causes a migraine, and then we give them a pill for the migraine that causes tonsillitis, and we give them a pill for this, and we're going to give them a surgery for that. We're not trying to heal nobody. They're not trying to fix the food supply. This is crazy. Then we arguing about it in the comments.
And Hasti, just for some more context to our viewers, when we talk about Khamenei's reign and the fact that he has been taken out due to these strikes, can you describe to us how really his regime had the impact there in Iran, how civilians were affected in their day-to-day lives?
I mean, women had such little rights. They were forced to wear hijab. It was compulsory, whereas before the Islamic Republic, before 1979, women had complete equal rights to men. They had different. It was kind of anti-DEI. They capped the number of women that were allowed to go to medical school or different graduate school to ensure that women were kept down. There was no freedom of press. There was no freedom of worship. There was no freedom of speech. There was no rule of law. If you got arrested, it's not that you could call a lawyer and have someone support you or someone help you. You could be in jail forever and never charged with a crime, never seeing a judge. It was Khamenei's rule was a autocratic rule of terror, and people lived in fear all day, every day. And also there wasn't an ability to grow a business or grow your wealth unless you became a part.
They could be saying the same thing about the U.S. What if they killed a U.S.? It could be Biden or Trump. Look, President Biden shot today. President Trump shot today, and somebody saying, "Yeah, the American people, they felt so down. They didn't have home ownership. They were bought by big corporations. The food was terrible. They were living paycheck to paycheck. They felt like they were just, their jobs were being taken by other people from different countries. They felt so helpless. It was just bound to happen. Somebody was going to get murdered. Like the American president, of course. What did you expect? Like, see, can't you imagine that? Either side have a reason. You can say, come on. What did Biden expect? He talking about trans this and trans that and a man and a woman the same. Come on. What you expect? Somebody was going to kill him. What you expect? Trump was going to get killed. Look at all the racists he brought out. He's saying this and that, and he might run for a third term. Like, come on, guys. Be real. Somebody was going to shoot him. Look, it's a fucking game. You could do it for either side. So you can do it for either side. It's stupid. So to sit here and say this government was so bad, we just needed to strike them, then who the fuck gonna strike our government? And at what point? So it's 350 million Americans. How many of us got to be mad for them to strike our government? For China and Russia to get together and say, hey, look, there's 350 million Americans. I see at least 150 million of them that are mad about their government. Let's go strike them. Yeah, there'll be 150 million people. Yeah, but there'll be way like an equal number of people that'll be against it. Yeah, but on TikTok and Instagram, there'll be at least 20 million people outside celebrating, and we can put that on our social media and show all the Chinese and Russian people how happy these 20 million Americans is out of the 350 million that Trump or Biden is dead, right? Then that means it's good. And then people in China be like, look, guys, I just seen a whole bunch of Americans that are happy that we killed their president. Look, it's good. You guys are saying that we were wrong for striking America, but look at my timeline. I know some people in America and that's in New Jersey and New York, and they say they love it. People out in the streets dancing. I know some people in Texas that they're in Texas and Austin and Houston and just celebrating that Biden is dead. They're in Arkansas just dancing away. In Florida, I heard they're having a parade in Miami that Trump's gone. Or that Biden's gone. In California, they're naming the highway after the person who assassinated Trump. Oh, man. Shut up. They're both the same. Like, either way, there's going to be a justification either way. Oh, Trump was sitting there with ICE, and man, it was just a matter of time what he was doing. He was a tyrannical guy. It was just a matter of time somebody crazy killed him. Oh, Biden was forcing people to take this shot and that. You know, people had businesses and they went out of business because they tried to make them do the COVID restriction. Come on, man, you messing with small business owners. It was only a matter of time before somebody did something. What fucking game you want to play? What side you want me to be the advocate to, the left or the right? Because I could play those stupid games. I could be on the left or the right anytime. Just tell me. I could make up a stupid fucking argument to kill people and to keep people homeless and to kill kids. Which side you want me to do it from? We are the fattest country. See, just because we got more food, don't say that, hey, find a starving person in America. Because we're supposed to have the best healthcare system too. You want me to tell you to find a sick person in America? Find a person that is inside their body is fucking falling apart from a cellular level. You want to find that? You want to find out why Americans are dying from cancer and heart disease, even though we have the best health care and you can go into any hospital and won't be turned around? Yeah, fat people. There's fat people. You see on my 600-pound life, I be watching Dr. Now. They be 600 pounds and be malnourished. You like, how the fuck can you be? Because you're eating potato chips and sour cream. They're not eating nutritious and vegetables and things that are from different variations and plants and different vitamins. They eating fucking sauerkraut and hot dogs. They're malnourished. It don't matter if they're 700 pounds. Their body is dying from lack of nourishment. Yeah, nobody is denied health care, but their people won't go because they're worried about, because they like, damn, if I survive this, if I go to the hospital, then they're going to send me a bill for fucking $100,000. So now they deciding whether they want to go in debt and have bill collectors call them for the next 10 years, or maybe they didn't feel a weird sensation in their heart and they're going to survive and they're not going to have a heart attack. Both party takes money from us. But you saying, hey, one rob you, strong arms, give me everything you got. And the other one is going to send you a fucking Indian Microsoft scam to get your money. Like, either way, you end up fucking broke. It don't matter if it's Peter or Paul taking your money. Grow your own food. In America, you can get in trouble for growing your own food. There's HOAs that'll stop you. You can't even go fishing out in the wilderness. You got to have this and that and this permit, and it better be the right time. You can't just go out and do shit in America. You can't even catch rainwater in America. You talking about grow your own food. You can't even legally catch fucking water that falls from the sky. Like, no, we are set to think that we are programmed for you to think the more money you got, the smarter you are. There's some dumb motherfuckers that got a lot of money from their fathers, their grandparents, and just fell into money. Both parties are not good, but one neuters and spades and spats, and one party does its It's funny. That's funny. It's fine, but they both got their good and bad. He just be helping Jews these days. Everyone want government to hold their damn hands. Teach them how to be adults. But see, look, if the government's taking our money random, so like I'd rather the government hold other Americans' hands, because right now they're holding Israel hands. Hey, Israel, let us strike Iran's for you. They're bothering you, we'll take care of it. Hey, Ukraine, Russia's bothering you, we'll take care of it. But Americans, hey, Americans, life got you down, you need help? Fuck you. Grab your balls, pick your pants up, be a big boy, and take care of yourself. Oh, shit, okay. So when I want my money to help other Americans, we want a handout and we complaining. But when you want to help another country, then we should, how dare we not do that? Yeah, this is live, Mandy.
Part of the machine's corruption, and you were willing to, play by the rules of the.
We certainly did this for Israel. You think we were worried about Iran striking us?
The Islamic Republic. pay the bribes, do whichever you had to, but there was no way to really make an honest living that grew the way that you might want it to grow within Iran.
These live images that I have here on the screen, I just want to let her here onto our screen. This is courtesy of Doug, and he asks this. Since the leader has been taken out, who would now give the orders to attack other regions?
Ain't no order. You take out the leader of Iran. You ain't take out the leader of all these small groups that we say that they have.
So there's an order, and so while we have, I think 3 people have been confirmed or are supposed to have been taken out. Khamenei has been confirmed. 2 others, I believe that the Israeli intelligence has said have been taken out, but haven't been verified by others. There are other people in line behind Khamenei. So the United States and Israel need to continue attacking, hopefully Iranians within Iran, and we need to take out the entire top layer of the Islamic Republic's guard. So under Khamenei, there's Ali Larijani, there's other people within the Revolutionary Guard that will give the orders.
I want to bring us out right now to some more developments, Hasti, before we continue on with our conversation. This is a social media post courtesy of Fox News. It says this: 1 killed as hundreds storm U.S. consulate in Karachi, that is in Pakistan. And we are just getting some live images here onto our screen. I want to bring them up for just a moment here so we can track kind of just some of these developments. So Hasti, gas, we're also leader.
And then you got all these other countries, Qatar, Bahrain, that are getting bombed because of this.
So I want to leave this here. Very compelling images that we're getting. We're seeing some possible protesters being gassed. We're also seeing what could be members of the police force there. They're holding some sort of weapons. I'm going to lift up the audio briefly here to see if we could hear anything.
Says hundreds of people storming U.S. consulate. So all the people y'all seen dancing, these people seem like they dancing and partying and they happy?
Look good. All right, so as we're seeing there, because they're live images coming in from reporters and photographers on the ground here in Pakistan, of course, they're going to be moving around trying to get to, first of all, safety. They want to gather this information and video safely, but they are going to try to get the best vantage point around in Iran, also regionally here. Again, this is over in Karachi, Pakistan. Let's talk about some more of this reaction, as I've been saying. So that is over in...
Let me check X real quick. We're going to check X. That ain't never true. Unconfirmed reports, including Israel Prime Minister. Oh, man, nah. You know they ain't get him. This stuff be fake. See, this says thousands more in the list. All this shit probably AI. You can't even tell a person apart. They're always showing you this. They say, oh, this, look, the Iranian women protest celebrating their freedom. The American women protesting it. Come on, shut up. You think it's that simple? You think we just, oh, look, American women are stupid. They don't know nothing. Not the left or the right, just American women. Any woman that's protesting it, whether you're on the left or the right, then you are stupid. Come on. The South will rise again. Racist calling everybody else racist, huh? Like I said, just because something a good thing, I think it's a good thing to get all the drug dealers off the street. But they can't go through the hood and just arrest every fucking body who the police say they know are drug dealers. That's not how the law works. You know there's innocent people dying with this too. They ain't just perfectly fucking placed bombs. It didn't say liberals. It just said women, American women not support that protesting. It didn't say liberals. So you just put in that title. You don't do that. It said women. It said American women. We're just putting titles to them now.
All right, so my producer has just confirmed that this is tape playback of that explosion that we just reported to you here. The Associated Press saying that Israel has launched yet another strike in Tehran, so that is the capital of Iran, and this follows several of those strikes that happened early on Saturday morning, those strikes in coordination between the U.S. and Israel. So I'm going to leave these images here on the screen.
So we went from hopefully the Israeli-Gaza war will stop, Hamas war, maybe they'll have some peace in Gaza, to this happening. There ain't gonna be no peace for the people in Gaza. They are about to tear shit up. I feel so bad for the kids in Gaza. My heart aches for them, for those little babies there. It don't matter who right and who wrong. Israel right, wrong, Hamas right or wrong. The children in Gaza are the ones that are paying the fucking price.
Green, just so again you can get the full picture of what it's looking like on the ground there, specifically.
Right, look, Cuba, Greenland, Mexico, right, all in order. Now they're gonna do Somalia next. Remember, because Israel down in Somalia now, and they just found that the daycare worked. The Somalians taking daycare money, so now we're gonna strike them. We're gonna give them democracy.
In Iran, President Trump had been warning for the last several weeks that were being mediated by Oman's foreign minister. Those talks had been going on for the last 3 weeks or so. They were happening in Geneva, Switzerland. So representatives from Israel and also from the U.S., including U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, they were there meeting again with the Omani mediators and officials in Iran. The whole purpose of that was to stop Iran and stop their nuclear program, I should say, and stop them from developing any type of nuclear weapon. Not a lot had come out from those talks. We had been told that, a lot of news outlets were reporting that, there was progress within those talks, but clearly President Trump and also leaders in Israel, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, felt it was necessary here to officially conduct that military strike against Iran. So let's just stay on these.
You're stupid. I don't think that Trump wanted to do this. I really don't think he wanted to do this. I think he was forced to do this. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's some Epstein stuff. What should the U.S. fear?
It's the biggest build-up of US military assets in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq.
And the thing is, if you listen to like Netanyahu and them, they telling the truth. Like, they don't sugarcoat shit. You can't be like, Netanyahu lying. If you listen to them, they saying what they were gonna do. Whenever they were like, oh, Israel gonna stop, they're gonna come to peace, Netanyahu and them will go back to Israel, and then the Hebrew will be like, yo, we ain't stopping shit. We don't know what they're talking about. We got a mission. Like, no matter what, Netanyahu, whatever you think about them, you cannot call Netanyahu a liar, because he goes and tell his people exactly what the hell he's going to do. He might lie to us and say something in Washington, but then he go right back home and tell them. It be recorded and everything, and we act like we don't hear shit. He be like, nah, what are you talking about? oh yeah, they're gonna come to some type of peace treaty in Gaza and we're gonna stop. And he would go home and they'd be like, yo, we ain't stopping nothing. We won't stop till all of Gaza is ours from here to wherever. This shit be crazy.
Are we on the brink of war? Or can the United States and Iran find common ground on their nuclear negotiation here in Geneva and everything?
Refuges and was the centerpiece of those three facilities, if you like, for the uranium enrichment program. On Operation Midnight Hammer, as you'll remember, when we look back, it was quite an incredible decoy operation in terms of the B-2 Spirits that were used, the stealth bombers, the big triangular wing, and also the use of the GBU-57, the MOP as it's called, the massive...
Hit that like, thumbs up, please. If I keep saying it, I said it before, but for you new people, if this statement is true to you, the right and the left, both the Republicans and Democratic Party, are equally tearing us apart and have the American people fighting each other instead of looking at them. If you think that is a correct statement, then hit that like button, please. Subscribe and everything. But if you like, yeah, the Republicans are bad, but and you're like, yeah, the Democrats are bad, but those Republicans, then you probably want to leave here because we ain't got time for the fucking nonsense. It's both parties equally and undivided with no justice for all or liberty.
Ordnance penetrator. And why that's so effective is it's a 30,000-pound bomb with a steel penetrator on the top. And it's literally really the only weapon that could even come close to degrading, unlikely destroying those nuclear facilities. I think what was interesting is we were talking about before this happened, how on earth was this going to happen? Now we've seen the IDF, they were launching strikes to soften up the targets, the surface-to-air missile systems, ballistic missile capability, and you remember the old F-14 Tomcats that were even taken out on one of the air bases. So the IDF...
That's crazy. And remember the thing about the Matrix, some people they'll know that this is a game and that they can disconnect and they won't want to disconnect. Some people just love the taste of a steak and a hot dog and a nice burger and dinner and a movie, and they're fine being in the Matrix. Because living out, you can't take the blindfold off some people. Some people can't leave a cave. They will self-destruct. It's too much information. And you got to be aware of those people. Some people you need to leave. They just do better believing in Santa Claus. Some kids don't do good when they find out Santa Claus is not real. They fucking melt down and have a breakdown. And some kids go, I figured that. I knew that already.
Predominantly doing that. And then we were having this discussion on how does the US get involved? Now, you can't give a 30,000-pound bomb to the Israelis.
It's all opinion news. It's been opinion, random. It's just never been our opinion. It's always been their opinion. They've been telling us what to think. But it's always been opinion. This is opinion. Iran is evil. Russia's never going to stop. They're going to try to take over Europe. China is evil. They want to take over Taiwan. The U.S. is good, and we just want to see democracy, and that's all we want to see, and we love it. We want to see everybody be good, and the American people are lovely. We're the best nation ever. We're the strongest. We got the best military. Don't forget our population is fat and obese, but don't forget that our military is special. We got the best and brightest of the military. Come on.
Because they don't have anything to drop it. So then we looked at satellite images of B-2s and Diego Garcia, and they'd already been making those strikes into Yemen, so we knew that was possible. But then amazingly, come the dawn, we saw a mass of B-2s fly from Missouri, from Whitman Air Base. We saw more B-2s going off to the west, the decoy, and it was a complete 36-hour flight that targeted the Iranian facilities. Now, was it successful or not? That's another question.
Well, that's the elephant in the room.
Like, this is never what we're worried about. Them striking us back. It's what comes weeks and months after. It looks like, I don't know if it's going to be any more from the story. Yeah, I think so too, Random. Every channel gonna break. If you are in the party that thinks little boy need tampon in school, then I'm not like you. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think that little boys need tampons in school. Just like I don't believe that like that a trans woman should a man can transform into a woman at 40 and then be like in a woman's sport, like go to Olympics and box women. No, that's crazy. There's a middle ground. Like, hey, if you want to believe something, if you transition and your name was Michael and now you want to be Teresa, hey, that's your right. I'm going to call you Teresa. I'm going to say, hey, Teresa. I'm not going to be like, no, you're Tim. Shut the hell up. I'm never calling you. No, that's crazy. No, don't go. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. I'd rather be like, yo, listen, I don't feel comfortable calling you Teresa for some reason. I don't know. But I'm not going to call you Tim either. I'm just not going to call you anything. How about that? Can we agree on that? Yeah. Just like you can say, hey, look, I think there should be mass deportation. Then when you see people going through the street and fucking ICE terrorizing people, you go, wait, hold on, that's a little too much. Hey, I didn't even like Biden. I didn't even like Obama, but he deported way more people. He ain't do it like this. Let's do it like he did it. Like, let's deport the same amount of people he did the same way because somehow he did it. Right? You can agree with something and still have common sense. Like Neo never got out of the Matrix and then went back in like, hey, everybody that's still hooked up, let me tell you, you need to wake up. Wake up. No, just because you out of the Matrix don't mean everybody else can handle it. So, hey, if they want to be in the Matrix and they want to live a pretend life or be this or that or put a collar on and be a dog, then, hey, that's their life. Long as you're not hurting somebody else, then you're fine. That's it. We could come to, hey, look, you could be trans, but let's wait. Like, you can't have a drink till you're over 21. So you shouldn't be able to change your sex before you can have a drink, right? So let's just make it 21 and up. Then you could do whatever and have your surgery. Yeah? Okay, cool. See, common sense. The world, that's kind of why the Democrats kind of lost a lot of people when they were trying to push that. And, like, they have like a lot of older black Democrats, religious people, and they're like, hey, yeah, we don't want to get jiggy with this. Hey, let's make common sense. Hey, yeah, there's a difference biologically, but these people have the right to be what they want to be. And then we can work out the bathroom issues and stuff later after we get past common sense stuff. Right? Nobody want to see, like it's common sense, right? There's a fucking middle ground for everything, but they want to pretend like, nope, there's not a middle ground. There's all or nothing. And then when it's all or nothing, then there is no compromise. There has to be a loser. Both people can't leave and feel like, hey, we got something. It's not, our democracy's not perfect, but we got some and they got some. I seen Biden fucking having a mental breakdown or dementia or something in the White House when Democrats were saying, no, he's fine. We also seen ICE. Like, as a Republican, you're for the Second Amendment. We seen a man put his hand out and touch ICE because he was pushing a woman, and people were like, well, he touched the federal officer. That equals death. Like, what did he think was going to happen? What the fuck? Like, I'm for deportation. And I still, now with the woman, you're like, hey, yeah, I don't think she wanted to run him over, but yeah, she still was playing a crazy game with a car. I don't think she wanted to, but say it's up in the air. When you're saying, look at the video, the guy touched the officer his hand touched them. So, hey, you touch an officer, you're going to die. That sounds pretty fucking tyrannical to me. The guy had, in one hand, the guy had a cell phone. The guy had a fucking cell phone in one hand. I got my book right here. The guy had a cell phone in one hand and went like, oh, whoa. The officer pushed the lady, right? It didn't even like he was trying to arrest the lady. He was just pushing her to the point where he pushed her on the ground, and the man, Alex, with his phone in one hand, took his other hand and touched the officer and said, like, I don't know what he said, but we could imagine. He was like, whoa, come on, damn. And that got him detained. Like, we could have said, okay, he touched the officer, he got sprayed. Damn, that's a lot, but okay, well, you touched him, he got pepper sprayed. But after the pepper spray, then he gets pulled down by multiple of them, and then, come on. Like, damn, I'm for deportation and illegal immigrants. Like, I feel bad for you if you came in here and you wanted to live a good life, but it's the rules and regulations. But they got Republicans like, hey, he showed up with a gun. That means he wanted to inflict the fucking Pam Bondi. What she say? Oh, he came with if you come with a gun on, that must mean you wanted to do something bad, right? You wanted to. The Republicans, the don't tread on me was supposed to be like, yo, no, I could carry my gun in the grocery store when I go to CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. This is for my protection. I'm not trying to start no trouble. I go up to cops and shake their hands and pay for coffee and say, hey, officer, good luck out there. Stay safe with my gun on me. Don't say he showed up with a gun, so that then means that he wanted a problem. That's not what it's supposed to mean, right? Don't get stupid with it, right? No, but people are like, oh, okay. Like, oh, well, nope. We can't disagree with what ICE is doing because we support President Trump, so we can't disagree. We can't say like, damn, come on, that looks bad. They did kind of like go above and beyond, like, damn. No, that'd be too common fucking sense. Even if he kicked their car lights off before, that was way before. That had nothing to do with that situation. Yeah, the gun went off. I heard that it went off accidentally because the gun's known. But why would they try to take his gun anyway? What if the officer would have been like, he pushed him and he was like, damn, officer, hold on. And the officer was like, okay, yeah, you right. Tell that motherfucker, tell her to stay over here. In the situation. I'm just saying, what we seen him do was touch the officer, put his hand on him as to like push him back because a man, right? We talking about trans men, right? A man is a man. Well, I'm a fucking man. I'm a protector. If I see a woman getting pushed, I want to say something like, hold on, officer, damn. Like, I don't know what she did, but you could, if you want me to help you arrest her or something, like is she resistant? Because as a man, I don't like to see a woman getting hurt. As a God-fearing Christian man, my heart's weak for this woman to see her getting pushed down to the ground. I don't know what she did. Maybe she deserved it for a second. Maybe she was interfering, but now she's on the ground in a helpless position and you still pushing her. Can we stop? It don't. I'm talking about what you seen in the video. So you're saying they are riding. This is another subject. They are riding. I'm talking about that. What we seen. We seen an officer push a woman down in the snow, and this man, what he did, the action he took was to put his one hand on the officer and like separate him from the woman. That got him killed. That's fucking stupid. I don't care what side you're on. And I think that all illegal immigrants should come in through the right process and be deported. If you can't say I support President Trump, but I think what they did to that man was fucking overboard. Not what they did to the woman. Maybe they got some justification, but exactly what they did to that man was overboard for a death sentence for touching for simply putting your fucking hands on a federal agent is crazy. If you're a Democrat or a Republican, it doesn't matter. Exactly. I think there's soft-ass people that would give the country away, but I think we're saying something different, Jacob, because I think that the people who I think if you were there during the Boston Tea Party and they said, hey, tonight we're going to meet together and we're going to fucking throw all this tea in the harbor, you would have said, hey, hold on, wait, what you talking about? Let's peacefully protest, guys. You're destroying the king's property. Tell me what happened before the officer pushed the woman. What happened? What happened? I seen during the Black Lives Matter protests, the government hype up the protesters so much that like it was the protesters and the anti-protesters fighting. And then in this situation, the government is on the other side of the argument, but it's the same thing. It's the people protesting against the people that's not protesting. Right? It's like the people can't even protest against the government anymore because the government is going to get whatever group that's not protesting, they're going to get them to fight their battles for them. Right? It's like it's the Black Lives Matter versus the government. They're mad, and like now you get the Kyle Rittenhousers and shit coming out there because the people are like, oh, we need to fight for the government. And then is the people versus ICE, and then it's like they get the other people that don't support them, like, hey, I'm not going out there to protest, but they get them to turn against the people instead of like, hey, well, y'all keep fucking around with these people, the American people, you made some of them mad. Yeah, they took out the supreme leader, and people like, hey, well, it's over. Like, we won. Ooh, it's over. Woo, that was a good attack. That was a good fucking Call of Duty session. Oh, man, we're done. Cut off the game. We'll cut the PlayStation back on tomorrow. I hope so, Random. I hope so. I hope that it's super planned out. But nothing has ever been this in the history of the United States. Nothing has been this cut and dry, ever. The woman went up to the car, followed the officer, blowing a whistle in his face. The officer didn't push anyone on the street. They were in the middle of the street, aggressively approaching. So, okay, so he was pushing the woman back. He pushed the woman like 4 or 5 times. I'm not even arguing about what the woman was doing. Maybe she should have been arrested. But whatever she did in the 30 seconds, that moment we seen how the guy reacted. Right? Did the woman even ever get arrested? They started focusing on the guy. So the woman blowing the whistle, went up to their car, followed the car, blowing the whistle, and then she was approaching him aggressively. So he pushed her back. He said, get back. Get back. Get back. You near my car. And he pushed her and she fell. And when she fell, he went, oh, damn. Maybe he ain't know what happened. Maybe he didn't even know what the woman did. But his reaction was to go, damn, hold on. And that got him killed. Who wants to be the next Iran? They're so sophisticated. That's like they could find fucking Kim Jong-un in North Korea if they wanted to. The point was never, like, you know how many people they could just take out? The point is never like, hey, you're strong enough to take out their leader. We can find any leader. What country we at war against where we can't find their leader? Or can't assassinate them if we wanted to? The point is you're not supposed to fucking do that. Otherwise, if we do it, then what's to stop Russia and China from doing it? What's to stop Russia from like, you know what? We don't really like that Netanyahu guy. It just fucking take him out.
Let's bring in the former Israeli
Are we not saying the exact thing? Yes, the officer didn't touch anyone on the side of the street filming. That's why she got pushed. Exactly. He was next to the woman. Yeah, he was next to the woman. The dude was filming, and the officer was pushing a woman. Maybe he was pushing her for, I never said he was pushing her for no reason. He was pushing her. I just said she got pushed. And the thing he did wrong, the dude that got killed did wrong was that he put his hand out and touched the agent, and that got him killed or got him detained and then sprayed. Like people, like the same, like, and then you go to Venezuela. Oh yeah, we took him out because the people of most people didn't even know who the fuck was the leader of Venezuela. Then we get told, oh yeah, he's a bad guy, and the fentanyl coming. People are like, wait, hold on, the drugs and fentanyl coming? I thought it was coming from China and Mexico. Now, no, it's coming from Venezuela. We need to take them out. What? He was next to her when she followed him, when she approached the vehicle. He was next to her in the middle of the street when he was blowing the... Yeah, they got the video of him kicking the cars and stuff, right? I'm saying nothing matters what happened before. It is what happened that got him killed. But none of that was getting him arrested. He was still sitting there. So despite the fact that they were close, they were blowing the whistle. He was next to her in the middle of the street when she was blowing the whistle in the face. None of that got him killed. Yeah, we don't know what he was yelling at the ICE agent. All we know is that they say he had his camera in his hand, and at some point he reached his hand out like this and touched the ICE agent, right? While he was actively pushing the woman. He pushed the woman, and then the guy jumped in between them. If he was next to him, whatever, he jumped in. They might have planned it. He might have said, "Hey, go blow that whistle in that ICE agent face." Yeah, then I'm gonna record his reaction, and then we're gonna delete you doing the bad stuff, and we're just gonna get his reaction. Ready? Okay, go ahead. Okay, you got him mad now. Now I'm gonna record. That don't matter. People justifying that he should have been shot. That's how much, if it's that much miscoordination, discoordination, miscommunication, whatever you want to call it, that 6 agents come and jump on somebody, and one of the agents take the gun, it goes off, and then they all shoot this guy, that shouldn't be justified. That they didn't even mean to shoot him then. So much stuff is happening. And you're going to be like, well, it's the American fault. If they weren't out there protesting, then hey. It's stupid. No matter what side you're on, it's stupid that you can't see like, okay, this was messed up. Oh man, that was sad that happened.
Defense Minister Benny Gantz, thank you, sir, for joining our coverage. We've got something new in here. It appears President Trump has stopped to talk to Axios from Mar-a-Lago today. As we're reporting the news, this just in, he is telling Axios, and what we are told was about a 5-minute telephone interview that he says he believes.
See, look at that. Look, somebody said stop fucking with the police. That's tyrannical. You're scared of the police force. If you're a law-abiding citizen, you shouldn't be scared. If I see the police and I think like a police officer is if I'm sitting there walking, I think a police officer is wrongfully doing something to a woman, I shouldn't be scared as an American citizen to say, hey, officer, are you okay? You sure you're supposed to be doing that? Oh, you shouldn't have questioned the officer. What the fuck? That's literally like the definition of tyrannical. You shouldn't be scared to question your police force or to say, hey, what are you doing? Is that right? Oh man, you need to mind your business, man. Shit, that's why I mind my business. See, people get killed. That's not Christian. That's not godly. That's not a fucking man. Like, so you could say it's messed up. He put himself in that position. That's cool. But I could say that anybody could say that. If you put yourself in any position, it could be a woman being robbed for her fucking wallet. You saying you're not going to go help because something bad. Yes, something bad could happen to you. So if I see a woman getting the shit beat out of her, and I see a man sitting there watching, I'm like, yo, why you just watching that woman get the shit beat out of her? Well, yeah, I ain't want to get between that. I mind my business. That's how people get hurt. There's men that think like that, and he's right. He's correct. You could get hurt. And there's men like me that couldn't fucking live with myself and would rather get hurt. Because if I go home as a man and think about this poor woman being hurt across the street from me, I would fucking jump off a bridge. And I'd rather die before sitting there have to randomly driving in my car thinking like, damn, I should have helped that woman. Hey, different strokes. Different strokes for different folks, but I can't do it as a man. I'm going to question it every time. If I see your wife, mother, or sisters in the parking lot and they look like they're getting pressed by a man and they look uncomfortable, it's just in my, hey, you all right, man? I don't give a fuck if you got a badge on or not. Hey, officer, hey, I hope you having a good day, officer? I'm just asking that woman. She look a little, are you all right? I'm not interfering in her, but are you okay? See? I don't give a fuck about no tyrannical person with a badge. You are not allowed to blow a whistle in the police. I'm well, not in their face. I guess she was woo, woo. Then arrest her. Was he arresting her? Was he attempting to arrest her? Because I don't think if somebody was doing something illegal, then she should have been arrested. It didn't look like he was trying to arrest her. Maybe I'm wrong. They are doing their job. Get the fuck out of it. No, that's not what you do, Jacob. Your job is to watch them. The people that on January 6th, when they stormed the Capitol, the officers that were at the Capitol, there was only their job there too. The officer that got hurt, the officer that fucking died while they were storming the Capitol, his job was just to be there too. Yeah, it's like, hey, he just wanted her to go away, right? Hey, the Nazi is pushing a Jew down the street. Jew, just go. They just want you to go away. They just want to tattoo the number on you. That's the government answer to the people. It's not, we don't answer to them. If a cop and a citizen has to meet and one of us got to be uncomfortable, it's the cop that got to be uncomfortable. That's why it's a very dangerous job and not meant for everybody. We started saying, instead of saying, hey, if you're not built to be a cop, don't be a cop. We start saying, hey, well, cops want to make it home too. No, to be a cop, you're not supposed to think about yourself first. To be a firefighter, we get the average person don't want to run into a building. You can't be a firefighter and be like, they're like, hey, why you ain't running to the burning building and say the kids? Well, that firefighter want to make it home too. We're going to look at you like, what? There were 2 kids trapped in there. You heard them screaming and you ain't fucking going in to die or bring them out? Then retire. We get it, but it's not supposed to be an average job for the average Joe. It's scary. You pit other people. You might meet somebody that is mentally ill and going through the worst part of their life. You're not supposed to just shoot them. You're supposed to try to talk to them. The easy thing is to shoot them. Hey, listen, I ain't taking no chances. I could put my life in danger. I'm shooting everybody. No. That's why it's a hard fucking job. That's why it's a job we give so much respect to, because you're putting your life on the line. Are you crazy? Y'all saying, hey, well, yeah, she was blowing a whistle in his face, so he started pushing her. He should have minded his business. Hey, the officer's doing his job. Get the fuck out of his way. What? When you start thinking like that, the government got you trapped. You should be able to stand by and watch anybody get arrested or any officer do their job or ask any question you want to the government. Whether you black, white, or are you crazy? Think about what happened during ICE. The Supreme Court made it legal for ICE to question people based on their race. You telling me you support that? I don't care. If you think all illegal immigrants should get out of here, you support ICE. You support the Supreme Court saying, yo, based on how a person look, the officer should be able to go up to him and say, hey, look, you look kind of Hispanic and illegal. Let me see your papers. You believe that, Jacob? You support that?
He has several off-ramps from Operation Epic Fury. I can go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile programs.
Let me ask you a question, Charlie. Watch. So if I'm a man, right, and I see a cop beating a woman and I go over there and I run between them, that officer should have the right to kill me? Let's say the lady kicked the officer in his shin, and now he turned around like, you kicked me? And he started hitting her because she kicked him. And now he's beating her. Should you say, oh, well, she kicked him. Now she getting beat unconscious. And then now a person run down like, whoa, officer, I know she kicked you, but damn, hold on, stop. And because the person touched the officer, now he gets pepper sprayed and thrown to the ground. That should be justified? It's not. I'm saying, I'm not blaming what she did. Maybe she did something to get pushed. But all we know is that the dude pushed her to the ground, and the dude, where he went wrong, right, where the officer tried to spray him and take him down, is because he put his hand out. Not because he kicked their van earlier, not because he was filming, it was because of he put his hand out. I'm asking you. See, now we giving the cop like, then if we saying that, then that's like for the woman who was playing fuck games with her car, right? She got shot. Cool. And then they said, hey, well, the ICE agent who she was about to hit like a couple months ago, he already went through something like that. Then should that lady be dead and that whoever put that officer back on duty be like, yo, they should be sent to jail? Because she did something stupid, so she did, and it was stupid to put that officer that had that trauma back out there, so he should be fired. Exactly. He wears a suit to protect you, not harm you. If I see a police officer, I should be comfortable with saying, hey, officer, hold on, calm down. You're doing too much. I should feel comfortable doing that. I'm thinking the officer who got common sense going to be like, wait, hold on, he right. This damn lady was ignoring me. She kicked my car. She whistled in my fucking face 10 times and I asked her not to. But he's right. I'm doing too much. Either I arrest her or leave her alone because now I pushed her down 5 times. I should be scared if I go up to 2 strangers. I don't know if it's a lover's quarrel or like, you know what I mean? Like maybe they do this all the time. But if I see an officer, I should be comfortable like, hey, officer, I don't think that's right. I should be comfortable doing that. But y'all saying I should mind my business and be scared. I was raised in a time where you don't mess with cops. Yeah, if you're a criminal, you're not. If you're a criminal, you're supposed to go your way and they go their way. Or back in a time in the 50s and 60s when you were black and you got Jim Crow and like after the Emmett Till situation, then you like upset like these crooked cops and I'm black and I'm in a small town in the South and I could go in there and complain and I could end up lynched up because I told on some white man. That's not today. He is the authority. I can't see it that way. Don't tread on me. I think the people are the authority. He has the I get it, but I think the people are I don't think the people, you get those Republicans in Texas, where those at? Whatever the Texas Republicans, the one that say, don't tread on me, the one where the FBI come to their compound and say, hey, we want to search your compound. And they come out with their guns and say, you got a warrant? Where those Republicans they got their own community in Texas and shit and be like, you ain't gonna tread on me? You ain't gonna get in there. We got our own little town. I'd be over my dead body. What those Republicans that say fuck the government? This is our time. Like sovereign citizens be crazy. They got their own shit. I think cops should go to school for more. Like cops for such a serious position with so much power, they go train is like it's less than 3 months, and then they out there like they know the law. It should be a training. You should have to have at least your fucking bachelor's degree or something to be a cop.
In this 5 minutes,
or at least to like be officer, like a lieutenant or something above, a commander or something. You should have to lead cops, to be like a sergeant and above. You should have to have a degree or something. Shouldn't just be old Tom.
In an interview, perhaps this is giving us the first real window into President Trump's thinking about how this ends.
Well, thank you very much, and shalom from Tel Aviv. I first would like to convey my appreciation for the very brave decision by President Trump for going on this process.
Brave decision. So today we had a protest of 200 or 300 that went to find a citizen at music function. Now, is that a protest or stalking? As is following ICE stalking, though? If they following a federal agent during their conduct, then no, it's not stalking. If they're doing it after they check out, then no. But if the citizens are watching the government in any capacity, no. I should be able to know where President Trump is at all hours of the fucking day. Why? Because he's my president. Real cops are awesome. Yeah, it's such a fucking hard job that real cops are. Oh man, they deserve to be paid multi-millionaires. Lieutenants need at least a bachelor's degree, fool. Yeah. I thought lieutenants could have a associate's degree, but maybe I'm wrong. Jacob, our country, how have I become soft? I'm saying fight up against the fucking government. Don't let them take your balls. And you saying, no, guys, if you see a cop and he tells you to get out the car and you've done nothing wrong and he tells you to shut up and you can't record him, then, hey, guys, don't do it. I'm saying no. You should be, in a good world, you should be de-escalating and he should be de-escalating. That's it. He has no clue. Yeah, these cops get it. They have no clue. These cops, and they put them out there. And then all it takes is for one bad trainer to train 20 cops, and now you got 20. And then, like, there's no database. They took away the database to track the cops. Like, if I'm a good cop, I want there to be a database. I want there to be, like, if you get fired for doing something crazy in one state, you shouldn't be able to go to a different state or county and be a cop. There should be, like, a database where they look up people, cop records and shit, like, so they know. So you just can't be leaving different places and getting fired. What other job or career can you get fired from and then go somewhere else and pretend like you would never work there? Yeah, they should have complied. I know. Listen, the Sons of Liberty, the king said, y'all gonna pay this amount of taxes. Shut the fuck up. Y'all not getting representation. They should have just did it. They should have just paid the taxes. They went around and they took the king's property and they fought this whole war. And like, no, that's the king's tea. They should have just followed it. They were fucking soft. They wanted representation to be taxed. Are they fucking, who are they? Fucking traitors. Now, what you talking about fighting back? If the police stop you, then you do everything by the book. Don't twist my words. If the police stop me, I'm going to follow. I want to make it to the court. The only acceptable place that you fight a cop is in a courtroom where there's a judge to be the referee. In the middle of the street, you're never going to win. You act like a good citizen in the middle of that street, and you say you make sure they're recording. Hey, officer, I'm going to do what you said. I just want to make sure you're recording. And I'm recording. That's it. That's what I mean, Jack. Hey, the fucking the story is written by the victor. So I'm sure that during that time there were some people saying, "Are you fucking crazy? Y'all want to do what? Your tax 4 times lower than the British, and you complaining? You fucking traitors! You want to start your own country and you already got lower taxes than everybody else? No, we're not gonna do that at the Boston Harbor. But hey, it still happened, didn't it? It still happened, didn't it? So when you tell people, hey, you want to riot because of George Floyd, that's stupid. He had drugs in the system already. Hey, you're mad because you feel like the election was stolen? You want to riot the Capitol? What's that's gonna fix? Don't do that. People do shit when they think it's in their interest, both sides. Let's talk about how hard it is in America to be a minority. It's hard in America to be a Christian. It's hard to be a Muslim. It's hard to be a minority. It's hard to be a minority with money. It's hard to be a minority without money. It's hard to be a white man with money without feeling guilty. It's hard to be a white man without money because people tell you that you should be rich. What in the fuck isn't hard? It's hard to not have an education because you can't find a job. It's hard to be educated because you overqualified for the job. Everybody got a fucking story. Because tell me what is the makeup of the people? What race do you got to be not to have a problem? Not to have a story. And I mean, if you're in America, if anybody in America, if you go outside of America, you're probably going to be like, shut up. Who are you complaining about? Would you see that thing going around with Ice Cube saying the man with no shoes complained until he met the man with no feet. The man with no feet complained till he met the man who was paralyzed from the neck down. The man from the neck down was complaining till he met the man that was brain dead. Like, what the fuck? Are you gonna keep going down? There's a pity party all the way down the fucking ladder. America is absolutely the greatest fucking country in the world. There's no place on in the world that I would rather be. I couldn't think about being born in another place. That is true regardless of what race or religion or sexuality you are. Like everybody got their shit that they got to deal with. Like there's always somebody. Hey, then nobody should complain. Then if we're gonna keep going down that rabbit hole, then nobody has any room to complain. Then we all should just shut the hell up and live our life, no matter what happens. I've been homeless and just sat down. I kept trying to live, and I am not laying on the side of the road. That's why we're awesome, because you can always get what you work for. Yeah. The problem is both parties have their people feeling like there is no way out. Everybody's okay. You're okay being homeless for 50 years if you think that there's a chance on that 51st year you might make it out. If there's a chance you might make it out, then you keep living. But now Americans, like, they don't even feel like there's a fucking chance. It feel like either you're born with it or you're never gonna get it. Then that's when there's a problem. But if you've been anywhere, you know how great America is. You know how great the people is. I'm sure if you've been to China, people have been to China. You watch on YouTube people that go to China, they tell you how great China is. There's people in Russia. There's black people in Russia, a community. They'll tell you how good the country is. And they'll say the government is bullshit. When most people are complaining and saying, oh, these people are evil, or this place is bad, they're talking about the government, the politicians. They're never talking about the people. I can't think of one place people are like, oh, if you go to this country, all the people there that you're going to meet on the street are fucking evil and terrible. What place, what country on earth can you name that somebody say, oh, you go here, the people there are just fucking terrible? No, they'll say the government, the military, the regime. They won't say the people. That's the wrong thing. When people say something wrong, you're not supposed to say move. If that's the case, then nothing would ever get fixed. And it's stupid because everybody in this chat over the last 8 years have complained about something. When Biden was president, you didn't move. And when Trump was president, the first time you didn't move if you're still here. So stop. So we've been through Bush, Barack, Biden, and Trump. And ain't nobody fucking move. You still been living here. So stop because somebody complaining. Y'all saying, hey, well, move if you don't like it. You tell your kids that? Hey, well, move if you don't like it. You tell your spouse that? They're like, hey, can you stop doing that? You don't say, well, move and get out if you don't like it. You say, okay, honey. How can we fix this and stop arguing about this? How can we live in the same house and get along? Because we're family. And we got to give along. We love each other. No, we don't say that. We say, well, then fucking get out. This is the greatest country in the world. What are you complaining about? So then you remember that when you go to complain about something, when it's a political party that you don't agree with. Hey, say, oh, God, Biden's the president, but fuck, it's still the greatest country in the world, so what am I complaining about? When it's a Republican that's in office, say, oh, man, I hate the goddamn Republican. They want to ruin the country, but this is still the greatest country in the world, so don't complain about it. Just go to work and don't make no post on Facebook or Instagram or nothing. And remember that, right?
We are now in, and very high remarks for both militaries, the United States and Israeli military forces, for a bright execution. I think that President Trump understands the importance, global leadership on his shoulders, which means that he ordered to go on this operation, but he also responsible to see how we come out of it. And I understand him for that. I think that we have a great historical opportunity to set the condition to a regime change in Iran that will influence the entire region and the entire global world. And we know what happened in Venezuela. We see what happened in Ukraine, Hormuz, Red Sea, Suez Canal, etc., etc. I suggest that all of us will look decades ahead and not only days ahead. And I think we should stick to this goal of setting the conditions to a regime change in Iran. And I think it's achievable.
Look, we've been trying to do this regime change for years, and different countries and different nations have tried it, and it don't work. But the only thing he could say is, hey, we did it in Venezuela, so, hey, we did it here. He don't want to go no further than that. Hey, we tried to do it in Iraq. We tried to do it in Afghanistan. We tried to take out people in fucking every place that we don't like, and it don't work. But yet, here we go again with the same plan. This Hail Mary don't work, but yet we still keep throwing it, hoping for a touchdown every fucking game. The people of Iran are celebrating. Okay. Like I said before, if Joe Biden was to die tonight, it'll be people celebrating. I don't think we will think that's good. If Trump was to die tonight in his sleep, there will be people in America, the stupid, the illogical, the moralists will be celebrating. Did that make it good? The U.S. is supposed to be the moral high ground of the country. When Russia does what we were doing, just going into a country, taking a lead out, just taking what they want, anybody, we're saying we're afraid Russia is going to spread through Europe, but we've been in fucking South America. Now we're in the Middle East. We're spreading like fucking wildfire with our American fire and fury. Syria, we hit. Like, what about the U.S. spreading? Is that a good thing? Oh, we can't look weak. Yeah, we can't look weak. Shit. We said it. Now we got to go take them out. We can't look like we're negotiating with people. Yeah, we got things that go boom, but I don't think I think we are highly America needs an attack. It's fucked up, but it's like not if a 9/11 happened, then no American wants any war or anything for like a good 5-10 years. And then after that, like we forget what the fuck it was like. See, no negotiation. Now we just like the power to like whoever the most powerful wins, huh? To the victor, to the most like the United Nations supposed to make that like obsolete. Like, hey, country, if you're powerful and big enough to take over this nation, well, hell, I guess it's your God-given right. We supposed to gotten past that in the Western world. Slow reader, isn't he? Hey, I can't. It's fucking 230 of y'all, 60 of y'all. Not my bad. Like I said, the only thing that both sides have in common is not helping the American people, doing whatever the hell Israel say, and covering up the Epstein files. That's the only three things that this fucking government has in common. We negotiate with terrorists all the time. We call Russia and China terrorists. We negotiate with them. We call Iran terrorists. We negotiated with them before. If you don't negotiate, so we don't negotiate with terrorists, we just kill them. One man terrorist, everybody. Martin Luther King was a terrorist. They label him a terrorist. Mandela was a terrorist. They threw him in jail. One group's terrorist is another group's fucking hero, martyr, or savior. They think we can go home. America is not used to anything that we fucking do across the water, following us back home. We used to striking whoever the fuck we want in the Middle East and then saying, what are you going to do about it? And I hope we didn't bite off more than we can chew. I really hope we didn't, but it seems like we did.
Mr. Gantz, John Roberts here. Good to see you again, sir. On that front, to your point there, Benjamin Netanyahu said a short time ago.
What don't we know, Todd? What don't we know? See, these politicians make us think we need all this knowledge to know what is good and decent, and what makes sense and what doesn't. That's why that's why these politicians stay in office for 30 years, because they make you think that you're a common folk. You couldn't possibly understand what's happening in the airspace, in the theater of war in the Middle East and Asia and the Pacific. It's too high level. It's common fucking sense what we're doing and what we're not. I didn't say Mandela died in prison. I said they labeled him a terrorist. Hell, I was a Marine Corps intelligence analyst. What are you talking? I was in Bahrain when fucking ISIL started taking back over all the shit the Marine Corps took already. Ramadi, Fallujah, when they started taking that, what was that, 2014? So, like we were VMFA 314, the Marine Corps F-18s, the Black Knights. We were the first one to drop bombs on them. Like, I know about the Middle East. Like come on. It's not that you. I think the average American that works a 9 to 5 or that's an entrepreneur can go in Congress, learn about some stuff. Like the president is not out there remembering everything and all these names. He has people that work for him. It's like the CEO of a company is not doing every fucking job at the company. He's a people manager. Like, if you're a politician, you go into a meeting, you hear about what's happening, what's the pros, the cons of the bill, whatever, and you vote for it. How you think the people in your state or your town or whatever you represent want you to vote for it, that you represent. It's not, oh, well, you got to be super smart and only certain people in the rich and elite and the powerful understand it. No, the average school teacher in your local community would do great in Congress. Knowing that's like, what are you talking about? It's not rocket scientist. It's not rocket science. Like, you don't got to be a rocket scientist for it to happen. The average dentist in your town, the average fucking mail worker, the average nurse can go into Congress and will be a great politician. Hey, so what are we doing here? So what's the deal? So we trying to make a fair deal here? We're trying to negotiate? Okay, what we got on the table? You don't got to be a fucking expert and have a law degree and to learn. No. Both sides are wrong and full of shit. Amen. Exactly. Most people listen to respond and not understand exactly because it's hard. Because if I'm a Republican and you come and say something about the Republican Party, it's like I get defensive. Like, wait, I'm a good person. So if you saying that the Republican Party has done something bad, that means I'm bad? No, fuck you. Hey, I'm a Democrat. I support the Democrats. So if you say that there's a Democrat that's crooked, that means that you're saying that I'm crooked and I don't know no better? No, forget you. My party is perfect. They ain't never. That's stupid. We got people that would be like, hey, your children ain't fucking angels, right? Your spouse ain't angels, right? Your brothers and sisters not an angel, right? They do shit wrong. They make mistakes, right? But these politicians, no, they don't make a mistake. We ain't never heard a president come out and say, yeah. Any president come out and say, yeah, we did this, and we thought this is the information we had, and we did this, and we decided to do this, but now we have more information. We made the wrong decision, guys. Forgive us. We're going to fix it. We don't never hear a politician do that. They do something, and even if it turns out bad, now they got to justify it. They can't be like, oh, yeah, we were wrong. Fuck. No, they got to, nope. Biden, nope, he ain't never do nothing wrong. Nope. Trump, nope, he did something wrong. Nope, what? He did everything right. He's handling everything perfect, just like he wanted to. It's all in the plan. They never get nothing wrong. What are you talking about? It's stupid.
Know that he has seen indications that the Ayatollah may not have survived the attack against him, nor may have.
Look at that. Look at somebody. I like giving people like this a platform. I am loud and obnoxious. I like music and rhyme. I am only a fraction of the population, but equal for half of the crime. It's not half of the crime. But see, this is what I like. So even if you take that, right, somebody throw out statistics like that, which there's crime in every fucking neighborhood, right? I'm not supporting black crime. I think there's a lot of things we need to fix in our community. But when you say like, hey, we're only a fraction of a population, only 13%, that 13% equal about 40 million. We're just going to round it up, right? Make it easier. So there's about 40 million black Americans, right? In total, in prison, we have about 2 million prisoners of all races. But people will be like, hey, black people are 13% of the population, right? 40 million of us. But they equal, let's say, is less, but let's say they equal 50% of the prison population. Okay, well, 50% of 2 million is 1 million. So out of 40 million black people, let's say you have 1 million that are criminals. That is a race of 39 million law-abiding citizens out of 40. That's pretty good fucking odds. But if you put it like, hey, 13% of the population equals 50% of the incarcerated individuals, that sounds like a high number. Until I tell you, yeah, 40 million black Americans and 1 million of them are criminals. Now you got Now, there's other reasons, right? You go into it and things being unfair and unjust and people getting more, but that's irrelevant. I'm just going to say, yeah. So if you had 40 million people and 1 million of those people were criminals and crooks, would you say that those are bad people? Exactly, like, right? You just can't throw out numbers. Otherwise, you can make them sound like anything. No one should move to the inner city. Now, what you could do is you could say, hey, some reason, if you're black, you can say, hey, some reason Democrats get a bunch of money, but how come it don't make to the black neighborhood? What's happening? And if you're on the other side, on the right, you can say, hey, there's supposed to be a lot of rich people on this Republican side. How come I'm a poor redneck in Kansas City somewhere or Arkansas and I ain't got no money? Where all this white money at? I ain't got it. The blacks keep saying the rich white folks are Republicans, and I ain't one of them. Where the money at? Because the Democrats, y'all saying, hey, the black people are in the hood, so the money ain't going to them. So where's it going? Who got it? Where's the money stopping? Somehow it's getting to the leadership in the Democrats and the Republicans, but the people seem to still be poor. Who lives predominantly in the inner cities? Lower income family. You go to the inner cities, this full with black, white, Mexicans. I don't know where y'all grew up in the hood where there wasn't no white people at. Because in Jersey, there's damn sure is white people. Exactly. Yes, Jacob, what money? That's what they have it. What money? How about the money that they figure out a way to give it to the airlines and the banks and the car companies? That money. And the foreign governments and to Ukraine and to Israel. They only don't want to help Americans. They have Americans going, hey, don't help him. I ain't getting no help. But when they want to give it to a foreign nation, they give it to them. Exactly. What money? Where all the money, the billions of dollars they collected in? And that's what I'm saying. Where the money at? You see the hoods, right? The black hoods. It ain't going there. So if you saying it ain't going to the inner city, and it ain't going to help the white people on the Republican side, then where the fuck is the money? That's a perfect question. Where's the money? Oh, see, you were raised in the hood. That's what I'm saying. They're in the same places. The poor people, if you're poor, then you poor. It don't matter if you're a poor. They want you to think there's a difference between being a poor Republican and a poor Democrat. They want you to think there's a difference between being a middle-class Democrat and a middle-class Republican. The only fucking difference is when you're rich, because then the class don't matter. They going to lunch together. I'm saying there's poor Democrats and there's poor Republicans. And there's middle-class Democrats and there's middle-class Republicans, and they all barely making it. And when you don't make it, they tell the middle-class Republicans, hey, look at those Democrats. They're the reason why you ain't making it. And they tell the middle-class Democrats, hey, look at those Republicans. They racist. That's why you can't make it. I work for, so you can't think about it. So you got to think about it, though, Jacob. You can't do that. I didn't ask, where's the money? I don't think about it. I work for mine. That's what they want you to do. They want you, they giving your money. The people in Israel get free health care because they taking your money. Do you see that? They got you going to work, working 40 hours, 50 hours. Maybe you're working overtime, 80 hours a week because you're a man's man and you work till your fucking bones are brittle. But then afterwards, they taking this money out your paycheck and they conditioned you to say, hey, well, listen, I gave my money to the government. That's it. I did my job. I don't care where it goes. Well, wouldn't you feel good, Jacob, if you say, you know what? I worked my 80 hours this week and my government, look at my roads. They clean. Look at these kids. They got nice books and a nice playground. I see where my money's going. God damn, it feel good to be an American. But instead, we got to turn on the TV and see us bombing another fucking country and saying, hey, well, they got a bad regime, so, hey, I don't care where my money is going. Come on, we can't do that, Jacob. As an American, we got to stick together. Fuck if you're a poor Democrat, if you're a poor Republican, if you're poor. Fuck if you're a poor Catholic, if you're a poor Jew, if you're a poor Muslim, if you're poor. Fuck if you're a poor white, if you're a poor black, if you're poor. You should be fighting back. Stop giving yourself any other title except for poor. I'm a poor American black. I'm a poor American redneck. I'm a poor American Muslim. I'm a poor American Christian. I'm a poor American Protestant. You're a poor fucking American. That rich people don't care after you say poor. Oh, they stop listening. They tune the fuck out. And we the only one listening to that shit. Exactly. They're just the ultimate middleman. They don't even listen to us. They're like, yeah, you don't want to go to war. Yeah, we'll take it into consideration. Hey, we're not taking it off the table. We hear Americans saying they don't want a foreign war, but hey, we can't take it off the table. Exactly what we should tell the government. Stop stealing, maybe. And if you pay attention, Trump, yes, he's changing the tax policies to still favor the corporations. I mean, poor as an economic class, economic status, not a mindset. That's fine. You can say this dude is so stupid. And I guess the politicians on the Republican side, they're so fucking great, right? They're so smart that they're taking your money. Me and you, Todd, are in the same place talking, but the politicians that are taking your money that you don't even care what happens to. You just go to work and you don't care what happened to your money. You don't care about asking, right? But I'm the stupid one. I don't think you're stupid. Pay attention. The tax laws have already been for the better. No, they haven't. They just told you that. Under Biden, he told you how good he had it and how great he was, right? And now they're telling you how good you have it and how great you were. I guarantee you the same amount of fucking money is coming out of your check. I guarantee you the same amount of money and savings you had under Joe Biden is the same amount of money you got under Trump. Your fucking net worth ain't go up over the last year or two. Stop. We should all give a shit about corporations. Corporations is not your damn. Our money is going to the corporations. Do y'all think worrying about people is the same thing as like asking for a handout or something? Do you think somebody asking for like a handout for somebody to help me or help somebody? The only thing you should ask in life, the only thing you should demand as a man or a person is somebody not fucking stand in your way of your pursuit of happiness. That's the only thing that the government owe you, is not to get in your goddamn way on your pursuit of happiness. If you're not hurting nobody or causing nobody pain or breaking laws, then you have the right to pursue your happiness. That's the only thing you're owed as the fucking as a citizen of Earth. What I'm saying is the Biden administration or the Trump administration, America being an American has felt the fucking same for the last 8 years, at least. And that's enough to cover Biden and the Trump presidency. But it's these people pretending like, oh, I was just well off last year when this person was president, or when this person was in office. Oh, I had a lot more money. No, you didn't. The only people who are doing that are the rich people. And they telling y'all what they do. I can pull it up too. I can pull up right now all the good things Biden has done for America. And I can pull up all the good things Trump has done for America. They're all going to be statistics, and they did this, and they passed this, and they did this, and none of it's going to mean a fucking thing to you. Your rent's still high, gas is still high, food is still high. It's still fucking high. That's my point. You can tell me, but I'm saying if I looked at you and you still look sick, don't tell me how you got cured of AIDS and cancer. And I'm going to say you still look fucking sick. You still look like you're on your deathbed. I hear you telling me how great you're feeling, but you look fucking sick. That's what I'm telling you. There's people, if I sit here and make a poll, some people gonna make, it's 300 of y'all. 150 is gonna say, oh, Biden was great, and 150 gonna say Trump was great. But what you can't show me is your fucking bank account doing better and say, hey, yeah, this is right here is when Trump took office right here. You see my net worth go up? Yeah, that's because Trump came into office. No, you just felt better. When a Democratic president came into office, you felt good as a Democrat. When a Republican got into office, you felt good as a Republican. You felt like your life was changed. Ain't a damn thing changed. They are making, yes. Some people in here get it. It don't matter which side. You see both sides are fucking evil, the left and the right. Neither one should look at both of them at the same time. When you're watching one, the other one is stealing from you. That's all I'm saying. There's people here that think that the political party they vote for is going to change their life. Wake up. That's fine. Still a broke wannabe communication expert. Who's the communication expert? I have an MBA. I'm in engineering management, but I'm not a patient expert. Bro, my interest rate went down because of Trump. Food costs went down because of Trump. Gas costs went down because of Trump. Okay. Well, then you look. Hey, you're special. There's always one, right? There's always an exception to the rule, right? I'm glad there's 350 million Americans and like 5 million of them experience some a good thing. Cool. When they eating the pie in the sky, some of the crumbs gonna fall down, right? Some of us gonna get fed, right? When you're a prisoner inside the fucking jail, I guess some people like certain guards better than the other. They say, "Oh, look at the CO he in. Yeah, that's my favorite CO. He gonna let me get some extra minutes on the phone, man. I feel free when he here." Shut the hell up. You still in the same prison. Don't tell me you like the fucking the day shift guard better than the night shift. See, nothing help. Nothing can fix it. They're like, hey, a rent cap gonna help. It could all. If a corporation or somebody want to be slick, then there's nothing the government can do. Then, right? If at that point, hey, if we do this, then they're going to get the, hey, if we fix this price, then they're going to be slick and raise this price. Hey, if you put a rent cap up, then they're going to be slick and increase insurance somehow. Like, evil people always going to do evil shit, so. Nobody know what they're talking about. Well, welcome back, Jacob. Like, it's common sense. Like, if you, like, there's people in here that's literally defending a political party that cares nothing about them. Like, I can see you like, hey, I don't give a fuck about the Republican Party, but they do what I need them to do. Then I can understand that. Be like, hey, I'm not a Democrat. I just agree on this part of the Democrats. They evil too. They do this and I like this little bill they want to pass to help me make some money. Then that's fine. But if some of you honestly think like your political party has good intentions, and that's I can't understand that. Now, if you like, I like if there's a reason, like, yeah, I support this because I like this about them, but they like that's okay. But to honestly like think like, oh, I like them because like the other side is evil and these are the good guys, then like I don't even know what to do with you. You're like impossible to even talk to at that point. But if you're like, hey, well, I think both of them evil, but I make a little more money with this side because they do this and that and this tax, but they still evil too. Then that's normal. But if you honestly just like out the goodness of your heart think that they're doing something like help liberating people, I'm sweetie. Oh my God, God take care of widows and idiots. I hope it's true.
The rest of the top Iranian leadership, do you know anything about that at this point?
I understand that more than reasonable that he is killed. And if he's not, then we will kill him down the road. Once again, we will have ups and downs in this process, and we will have achievements, and we'll have sometimes fallbacks. This is what war is about. I think he's gone. I think many of his people are gone. But if not, well, it happened in the future. Once again, stay focused on the strategic goal. We can get there, and we should get there.
Mr. Gantz, obviously, as we work our way into the very late hours there, middle of the night, what do you anticipate comes next? As we just got these new words from President Trump here, we're learning of this phone call that he had with Middle East leaders. What are you anticipating and looking for next in all of this?
I think that we should focus on taking down as much as we can the regime targets. First, it's the command and control, both the leaders and the military capacity. Of course, all their defense capabilities, so we will have more flexibility down the road. We'll take their assets as far as long missiles and other elements. We should be
footages from earlier.
Be very selective with what we are attacking because we don't want to harm the people of Iran. And we need to understand that somebody will have to take the stick down the road, and we have to be very careful with how we fight. But I think it's possible. I think we should try to shorten the time as much as possible. But once again, if it takes more time to come to this place where the regime is being changed, I think we should take the time and focus.
See, take the time. That sounds like a war. I'm mad as hell. I don't care about what the fuck the Democrats say. I voted for the Republican dude this time because he said no new wars. I was lied to. I can give a fuck about what the Democrats did, blah, 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 blah. When I had an issue with Biden, I had an issue with Biden. I said, oh, obviously Democrats are fucking lying. This dude can barely think on his own. They said, no, that's not true. Any side that's lying, I'm calling them out. I don't care if Democrat or Republican. I don't care if I voted for you. I reserve the right to change my fucking mind. Well, you voted for him, so, hey, you got to stick with him now. That's your dude. You voted for him. that's my man, and I'm gonna stick beside him. No, fuck that.
And so when you think that Iran is responsible for doing this to our soldiers.
Look at this bombing. You think this is only like Iranian military? This is, people are dying. They said over 50 little girls were killed in the school. But it's okay. It's okay. They might have had nuclear weapons or something, or we don't like them, so it's all right. It's justified, right? Like, it's sad, but who cares? Like, God understand. 50, 60 girls, little girls in the school? That's nothing, right? It's nothing.
And you listen to the president's 8-minute speech this morning, and he says to pray for our soldiers, pray for every service member, ask God to protect our heroes and members of Iran's military, that you will lay down your arms. What does this mean for our soldiers? Because I know moms and dads out there who have enlisted sons, daughters. What does this mean for the future of our military?
Well, I think it's a great question. I think that the naval assets, the Air Force, they're running point here on this operation. There are no indications at all that there are going to be U.S. Soldiers on.
They don't want to talk about that. Oh, don't talk about that. Oh, hub, don't talk about is when Israel attacked one of the U.S. ships and they knew it was ours and they still took us out. Oh, don't talk about that. You can't. That's anti-Semitic.
On the ground inside Tehran or inside Iran, there might
have been different if they weren't chanting "Death to America." Oh yeah, we don't understand why they were chanting that, huh? Even though we interfere in every fucking conflict they have, like we don't understand why they would be mad at America. Try to do multiple regime changes, put sanctions on them that make it harder for the people. Oh, go against them, against Israel. Oh, I don't know. I wonder why they chant "Death to America." That they talking to all the Americans, right? They want all 350 million. No, they don't want us fucking dead. They're talking about our politicians. The same way we say, hey, these politicians, if they get in office, they're gonna ruin America. Oh, he's evil. Right? That's what they said about Trump. He's evil. He's a threat to democracy. Ain't nobody go and fucking assassinate him, right? I guess they should have, right? They would have been right if they would have killed Trump, right? Because people were screaming, he's a threat to democracy. Those people would have been cheering if he died, right? And that would have made it right.
be some special ops that happen, but we have no indication that that's even in the works. Right now, this is a campaign from the air, and what has to happen on the ground is going to be to.
We never see what happened. Like, this works out all the time. When we strike a place, we're like 10 for 10. We're like our batting average is so fucking Hall of Fame level with changing the regime. Like, we're known. The U.S. is known for how precise we are historically in all of the countries where we have taken out their leadership. We have A+ talent in changing the regime, huh? We just our batting average is insane, huh? Come on. We know exactly what's about to happen. It's about to be a power vacuum, and some evil fucking warlock that's worse, that's 10 times worse. Right. We're going to find out that it was a big bad dude here all along, that the Ayatollah was just holding back. It's just some fucking doomsday Thanos type fucking terrorists that they were holding back. That's worse than them, that they never told us about. But now they just released the Kraken. Right? He was underground and they were keeping him bunkered, but the U.S. struck the ground and released the Kraken, and now we have a super predator terrorist out. That's what's going to happen next, right? It's going to be some fucking radiated fucking terrorists that come and pop up next because we released the Kraken.
The president's point, Iranian-based and Iranian-driven.
The CIA had a dude called the Coup Master. Yeah, it's like literally a playbook. Like, you can literally read the CIA playbook on how to get the local you arm the local resistance, and then you turn the people, you sanction the people, so now they hungry and they turn against the local government. And now you make them hungry and you make them less jobs and they're trying to get out of the country, like we did to Venezuela. They made it seem like the current dude was starving the people. No, people was leaving Venezuela because the U.S. had sanctioned them so bad that they could barely get food in. So that's why they're fucking leaving. And then we turn the whole population on them. It's so crazy.
But I was in Iraq 13 times, and I saw a lot of people taken down by those IEDs, and they were getting increasingly deadly and increasingly deceptive as far as how they couldn't even be detected. Some of them were made in plastic by the Iranians so that the detectors never saw them, and that's why you had so many people lose limbs that ended up in Walter Reed and others. President Trump talks about that a lot, about those times going to Walter Reed and how it affected him when he talks about taking out Soleimani.
Look, long-term military bases operate near Iran. If you ain't never been stationed at any of these bases, then I get why you okay with this war. Other bases within U.S. military presence. Look at this. Look how, I think of just they gotta get a missile here to the U.S. Look at all these U.S. the sons and daughters, our sons and daughters right here, our young generation. All these bases could be hurt at any time. A random bomb could go off at a cafe. Y'all realize you're a military member, active duty at these bases. Some of these Turkey, like you can go out in town. You might leave is Friday. You might go out in town for Saturday and Sunday. You got to be back to work on Monday. Now they go eat. They know the places like the military like to hang out because you don't go far from base. Boom. Now they target those places. Can you imagine? Then what you gonna say? Oh, we got the biggest, brightest military. Cool. When they taking out fucking doing terrorist attack in the middle of San Diego or on Times Square, then what? What the fuck our military gonna do then? Whatever you do not join the Army, never. I was in the Marine Corps. They already cleared out half the bases. Hey, if they did, that's good. Hopefully they bring them back home. We shouldn't have this many bases in the Middle East anyway. Would you prefer us not to be ready? I would prefer us not to get into a war. Right? It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in the war, right? To stay ready. I don't know what that means. We're all fat and out of shape. What the fuck does that mean? But this is great. If you're an Israeli, you must feel great. If I was an Israeli in Israel, I feel great about having Netanyahu as my prime minister. He's obviously going to do whatever it takes to make us the most powerful nation on the fucking earth. But if you're another nation around them, you got to feel on edge. Like anytime they want to take out anybody, they could do it. Nobody's safe from Israel. Thank God for the people of America. Fuck the government. Americans do have double standards. That's true. When it's one party doing it, they can identify it. Oh, if it's the opposite party doing something evil, people can identify it. Oh, look, they could call them out. But if it's happening in their own party, in their own community, oh, they don't say nothing about it. They can't see shit. They can see what the other, oh, that's unconstitutional. Don't do that. That's bad. Oh, man. But when it's their party, when it's the people that they voted for doing it, oh, man. Us Americans, we have a hard time after we vote for somebody saying what they did wrong. The people that say, hey, no war, are saying, hey, well, you got to be peace through strength. What? Peace through strength. That sounds good, but what you're saying is, if you can't beat us, back the fuck up. Yeah, did I say that right? It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war. Did I say that wrong? Maybe I said it wrong. Maybe I wasn't. I'm trying to read and reply. Dude, you can't. I said it. You can't. argue with these people. We will always be at war. We are stupid humans. Damn, I don't think so. I think it's about like, I mean, you can't get rid of the rich class, right? Because we got to believe, like, everybody wanna believe you could be rich. Like, it's just that, like, why do we believe that, like, it's almost acceptable? Like, us as a people, we think, like, corporations and rich people are supposed to be evil almost. Like, we accept it. Like, there should be term limits, and we should know every organization or anything or anybody that gives our politicians money. Like, if you're part of McDonald's or whoever, Johnson & Johnson or Pfizer or Israel, whatever, you shouldn't be able to go into Congress, pay our politicians to vote a certain way, and we don't even know about it. What? It's 2026. How can they still hold their votes and hide it from us? I honestly don't think it even cares. Like, when it comes time to vote, they tell you, like, you better vote for who we tell you to. If you're a Republican, most Americans, 90%, the average American that is working, hard working, don't have time for politics. They're voting for whoever their parents voted for. If you are a minority, black, whatever, you were born Democrat, you're going to vote Democrat. It's like a religion. Most people stay the religion they're born in. Most people don't convert to something different. You're born Christian, you stay Christian. You're born Muslim, you stay Muslim. They don't even question it. How come Iranian civilians are rejoicing in the street? When aren't they rejoicing in the street? When don't Americans rejoice in the street all the time for some shit that I'm sure that you like, oh, those people stupid. They're in the street cheering and they protesting for this. They stupid. I hope they're free. I hope that these people get back from this. I hope that the world comes together. But hey, as far as we know, something else gonna happen, right? I'm still gonna go look at what Hillary and Bill said. I'm still gonna say, hey, yeah, we could look at this and what's up with those Epstein files. Don't let them trick us. We still want to know what's up with those Epstein files after all of this shit passed. People don't have common sense mostly. People, like I said, most people, like, you ever talk by your phone, you be talking about something with somebody by your phone, and then you go look on your phone, and then all of a sudden you're seeing ads for that thing. You're like, what the fuck, my phone listening to me? The same thing happened when you having political conversations. They hear you and your friends, oh, those damn Democrats, those goddamn blah, blah, blah. Oh, those damn Republicans, blah, blah. So your phone like, oh, let me show them this. He don't like Republicans. Let me show him all the stuff that the Republicans do wrong and all the AI videos. Oh, he think the Democrats are stupid. Okay, let me show him all the stuff for the stupid Democrats and look what they doing and how the Democrats are bad. Most people don't try to look for the other side. Most people will sit there. That's why like YouTube is so dangerous for children. Because if you smart enough and you like grew up in the era before YouTube, you might go on YouTube, you search something and you're like, hey, that don't sound right. Let you do some more research and you look for both sides and you study and okay, cool. These kids will see one YouTube video and believe it. They don't go look and see like, okay, I watched 20 YouTube videos. Out of 20 of them, 18 of them said the same thing. Maybe this is true, but let me do some research. No, the first thing people see on Facebook or something, they're like, oh, that must be true. Well, I seen this thing. Well, I seen this. And they don't even, okay, seen it from where? Where was the post from? Well, I don't know. I was on Facebook and okay, so you don't even know if that shit was real. Did a college post it? Did the end of it say at .edu? Was it an educational place? Or was it a .com that posted? Like probably a company that got a reason and they want you to believe something, so they posting it and they paid for it. They don't even realize. They don't even know that. People didn't go to college and have to make a fucking a sources page, right? And put out all your sources in a link and in order, and then say, okay, this is why I looked at this, and this is why I collected this information. Most people look at one YouTube video and get all the information from that. They look at Fox or CNN, and whatever they say is whatever they believe, right? You can look at Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly sit there and be like, yo, if we was at Fox, I know what they would have made us say about this. Like, I felt it. But then the people that still watch Fox, I'm like, damn, So Tucker Carlson could come out and be like, yo, if I worked for Fox, I know they would have paid me. Like, I was purposely, I had to make the Iraqi war sound good. Like, I had to. And we like, damn, like, what? Hey, Don Lemon worked for CNN, but the moment he got out of line and wanted to say something different, they fired him. What? So the people who used to work for these news channels will come out and say, yo, yeah, we lie over here at Fox. They tell you once they leave and they made $100 million, like, yeah, they made us lie. Yeah, I know that. I ain't really fuck with the war, but, hey, we had to say it. Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson literally said this, but yet people be like, oh, Fox News is the best. What? No, I watch Fox News and then I go watch CNN and then I say, okay, so Fox said this, CNN said this. Oh, okay, so the truth is in the middle. If you watch CNN but you don't watch Fox, you're part of the problem. If you watch Fox but then you don't watch CNN and see what they say, then you're part of the problem because you just got one fucking part of the story. Exactly. Exactly, the ideology. That's why you got people be like, hey, you could be like, hey, you know, the Democrats started the KKK. And they be like, no, somewhere in the 50s, 60s, the Democrat and the Republicans changed. They changed position and ideology. Really, the Democrats is really the Republicans, and the Republicans are really, okay, so they can switch at any fucking time they want and don't tell us? Like, they just switched? Like, was the racists okay with that? Like, so if the Democrats, if the Republicans were the racist ones, and then they said, hey, let's switch to Democrat, like, where did they have a meeting? Like, did they all agree to it? Like, did the Republicans get with the Democrats and say, hey, we're gonna switch tonight? Like, when the fuck did that happen? Like, they just accept it. Like, it's just a good reason. But I'm like, if they switch, then they must have agreed to it, right? You ain't say the Democrats ain't say, you know what, we made the KKK, but we tired of it. We want to be Republicans, and the Republicans just let them switch. They just let them. They just like, okay, fuck it, we tired of being Republicans anyway. We'll be the new Democrats. Okay, let's just call us that. What? They agreed to it? Ain't nothing original, Jacob. You don't listen to Joe Rogan, like every thought has already been thought of. There's nothing original. Everything is repeated. Look at this. We're talking about another regime change. I'm 34 years old. We're talking about a regime change. The last time that happened, or before Venezuela, like I can remember when I was in fucking high school. You had 9/11 happening and shit, and right after, like, hey, we're changing the regime. Hey, there's no original thought. We're still thinking that we can bomb a fucking country, government out, and that the people are going to rise up, and that there's going to be a good result from it. Is that original? That's an original plan? You don't have your own thoughts either. If you're saying it's not an own thought, no, it's not a new thought. Hey guys, the history of the world shows us that you can't change a country by bombing their government from the air and having no boots on the ground. You can't do it with boots on the ground, but you definitely cannot bomb a country from the air and get its people to rise up against them when they don't want to, or when they're not ready, or force it to happen. The revolution will be televised. They didn't say the televised will be programmed. That's not original. That's like, no, it's not thou shalt not kill a bunch of children in Gaza. That's not original, I guess. That's not, I don't think that's fucking earth shattering. But they're not, hey, listen, Americans, eat less calories than you use, and we'll be better off. Look, that's not an original fucking thought. All Americans know that. The way you lose weight is to burn more calories than you eat, right? But have we been fucking doing it? No. So yes, we need to go back to the basics. Thank you, E.T. Yeah, but I'm not the one on the podcast trying to make it sound like I'm smart. No, I'm not either. I'm the one in the cave saying, "Hey, everybody." It's like the Space Jams where the fucking monsters thought that the little coach was in charge. They got some big ass monsters with superpowers, and somebody had to tell them like, "Yo," Jordan had to tell them like, "Yo, y'all the one with the fucking powers," and the monsters was like, "Wait, hold on. We are bigger and stronger. We drunk his juice, motherfucker. We bigger than you." And they put the monster and they got him and put him in a ball and bounced his ass out. They're like, "Whoa, we forgot we're the people." They tricked us. They're smart. President Trump is smart. Biden is smart. Trump is a businessman. He's smart. Biden's been in politics for 40 years. He's been in politics longer than I've been born. I don't have the right to critique him. What? They're way smarter than you. Elon Musk is way smarter than you. He's a multi-billionaire. You're stupid. You're just a hard-working American. What have you ever done? No. That's what they want you to fucking think. You're just as smart as me. I'm just as smart as them. What are you talking about? Jacob, I'm sure you can run in the White House. I'm sure you're smart enough. The fucking monsters in Space Jam that didn't know their net worth. That's the American people that didn't know their worth, their net worth, their social worth, their economic worth, the power in them. They were sitting there following around the coach because he seemed so big and smart and he wore a tie. When they were the one out there playing basketball, beating the shit out of MJ and going up on him in the Looney Tunes. Like, MJ, like, you don't know who you is? We fighting against each other and y'all don't even want to fight us. It's him. He made y'all do this. Y'all little lovable little creatures. Be who y'all are. Jacob, I'm not acting like you wrong. You just have a difference of opinion. Look, you want to fight against me. Look, was that too simple? Was Space Jams too simple? Was I supposed to say something more earth-shattering? Like, we need a quadratic equation? Do I need to speak in fucking Pythagorean theorem? Like, it's simple. Like, it's a simple concept. You are smart enough to see common sense that we are killing people, that we are supporting fucking global terrorism, that China, Russia, and Russia are not our enemy, that the governments are playing against the people. Russian government are playing them. The Chinese government are playing them. Our government is playing us. We're sitting here supporting. If you look at Israel, you can see mass protests against Netanyahu. Most of the Israelis don't even support Netanyahu anymore. This motherfucker was supposed to be arrested for war crimes before the war even started. But because the war started in Gaza, now he's evading capture, basically. But Netanyahu was supposed to go to jail way before any war ever started. I'm listening to Jacob, but what is he saying? He said, I don't have an original thought, and I guess I'm not smart because we disagree. See, I could disagree with him. I don't agree with what he's saying. I am not trying to call him not smart. See, I trust in Trump completely. That's the stupidest shit, Jacob, right there. As a man, as I'm assuming you're American, you shouldn't entrust in anybody completely. You made the statement, you don't ask for a handout, right? You go to work and you don't worry about where the money's going. I'm sure they love that. As a politician, I have an American who votes me in, then he goes and mind his business, go to work, pay his taxes, and we get to do what the fuck we want with the money. He don't ask no questions. We love you, Jacob. Thank you for your time. You just said, I trust Trump completely. You should not make that mistake. If you're a Democrat and you say, I trust Biden and the Democratic Party completely. Hey, I'm a Republican and I trust the Republicans in the row. That means you trust Trump, You trust Rubio. You trust Vance. You trust all of them. You trust them. If you are a Democrat, you trust Obama. You trust Biden. You trust Nancy Pelosi, and you trust them people for our country's stability. Does this country feel stable? Under Biden, did the country feel stable? Now under Trump with the tariffs, our neighbors, Canada, the UN, there's multiple countries, fucking Greenland, countries that are known for being peaceful. Switzerland, countries that are known for being peaceful came out against us like, yo, y'all tripping, bro. Germany, like countries that love us, came out and like, yo, we love the U.S., but y'all tripping. Like, you talking about taking Greenland and shit. Like, yeah, I might do it. Like, hey, I'm not going to say I'm going to do it, but maybe I won't. That sounds like some terroristic shit. Like, we were Russia at that point. I believe in Trump, Rubio, and that's crazy. I mean, Trump didn't even like Rubio. He called him Little Hands Rubio. Trump didn't even like Rubio. They were against each other, and all of a sudden they come together. They go from talking to each other and why they shouldn't be and why they both a threat. Rubio used to talk about how much of a threat Trump was, and now he's kissing his ass. Yes, I run with Trump too. When it comes to Trump versus Kamala, I run with Trump, but not because they're good, because I thought he was the lesser of the evil. I'm telling you, they both devils. Now, if you think this devil is like, I got more control of this devil, like I think I could overpower this devil, so I'm gonna choose him. That's fine. But if you say this side is the good side and this side is the bad side, then you fucking crazy. Now, when the fucking NASDAQ drop and the gas prices shoot up, then don't say nothing. Still say it's for Iran. It's for the people of Iran. Remember that. It's for them. They all friends in real life. Exactly. All their children go to the same private school. There's not many schools the politicians sending their kids to. There's probably only like 3 or 4 schools they all go to because they got to keep their kids protected. They don't want to talk to anybody. You got to have Secret Service in there. So they all go to like the same fucking 2 or 3 schools in Washington throughout the country. It's only like 3 or 4 schools these fucking kids go to, especially like the ones in middle school and high school. There ain't that many that the president, the vice president, the heads of states sending their fucking kids to. Hell no. This is a pro-American channel. We ain't pro-Kamala. We ain't pro-Trump. This is the cave. We talk real shit here. This is the middle ground. Both parties are killing us. Yeah, I heard that too. Man, that ain't no fucking breaking news. BB Netanyahu ain't get killed or nothing. I'll look up Israel right now. Now, if Iran's leader was killed and Netanyahu, that'd be some crazy. Now, then I'll be a believer that like God put his hand in there. If you take out the Iranian leader and Israel at the same time, then there could be peace on earth. Yeah, there ain't nothing new here, man. Listen, we're going to leave it out right here. We're going to leave it right here. I'm going to come back in the morning or tomorrow. Who knows? Probably Monday before Iran really attack. Or it could have been an inside job. And Trump and them already made a peace with like a part of the regime that they want to take over, and they set the leader up and took them out, and that like the little piece gonna come in and they're gonna act like they attacked somebody, but really not, and they're gonna come in, it's gonna be a new regime, and they all gonna be friends. That could happen too. If you like that, remember, if you like the statement and you think fuck the Republicans, fuck the Democrats, it's about the people, the truth is somewhere in the middle, it's not on the left or the right, then you're in the right place. Like, share, and subscribe. If you think the Democrats are better or the Republicans are better, then I'm sorry. I love you. You're my brother or my sister, but I can't deal with you. Like,